Section 9 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Yugoslavia's First Year of Liberty, Part 9. The Affairs of Hvar. The subordinate admiral from Korčula had come across on a destroyer and was kind enough to tell us at considerable length what were his views on local and international affairs. He frankly appealed to us, and his humorous blue eyes were radiating frankness to survey the whole matter in a broad, statesmanlike fashion. But we were less ambitious. We desired merely to be the mouthpiece of both parties. Those who first came on board were the Italianists, and I hope I shall not be considered unfair if I employ this word rather than Italians. For a body of men, most of whom are admittedly devoid of any Italian blood and whose Italian sympathies are of very recent growth. This class numbers 9% of the population of the town. Their chief point seemed to be that the church was opposed to them because there was no room for clericalism in Italy. And the only other point worth mentioning was that Austria was to blame for the phylloxera which had played havoc with their vines. Among the Yugoslavs who succeeded these gentlemen there was an elderly priest, a canon, who related that some carabinieri, no doubt in order to display to all men that Italy had shaken herself free from clerical obscurantism, entered the church while the bishop was officiating and hoisted on the roof an Italian flag. This canon, Dom Ivo Bojanec, could scarcely be blamed if the Italian innovations did not appeal to him. He chanced to be looking out of his window on a moonlit night and noticed that an agile policeman was climbing up to his balcony for the purpose of decorating it with an Italian flag. The old gentleman protested and was thereupon taken to the barracks, where he remained for one day. The Yugoslavs told us that the state of things was worse than in Africa, but that was a figure of speech. The facts were that the different societies and clubs had been closed, that all persons going down to the harbor had been forbidden to speak their own language to their friends on board ship, that 3 Croat teachers had fled to escape being interned, while an Italian soldier who did not know a word of Croatian had been appointed in their place. 4 men of Camisa. When we departed from Hvar, the admiral sent his destroyer to accompany us on our tour. She had on board a Roman journalist, Signor Roberto Bonfiglio, who was traveling in Dalmatia and the islands on behalf of the clerical Corriere d'Italia. The situation at Vis, the historic palm-shaded capital of the island of the same name, has already been described. The Italian commandant, Sportiello, was a tactful and popular person. Moreover, the Yugoslavs were on the best of terms with Dr. Doimi, the head of one of the very rare Italian families. At Camisa, the other little town on that island, the relations between Yugoslavs and Italianists were not so cordial. But the deputation which represented the latter party comprised one man whom the Austrians had put in jail for several years for forgery, a father and son of whom one had sold himself for the sake of rice, while the other also had been imprisoned by the Austrians for uttering false documents. The fourth and most innocent member, his name happened to be Innocent Buliani, had nothing to conceal except his fickleness, for in a short period he had called himself an Austrian, a Yugoslav, and an Italian. None of these 4 was a native of the place, whereas the Yugoslavs who came to see us were natives who had risen to be the chief doctor, lawyer, priest, and merchant. One of the Italianists, Antonio Spadoni, told us that the people were afraid of expressing their real wishes for union with Italy. This hypothesis might seem to demand some elucidation, but Signor Spadoni insisted on passing on to the Workers' Society, which the young commandant had founded for the purpose, according to Spadoni, of helping the people to find work and of looking after their interests. We were subsequently told by the Yugoslavs that the commandant himself called the members his rice Italians, for many of them did not speak the language and did not even sympathize with Italy. But on joining, they had committed themselves to something that was printed at the top of the paper, which part had been turned over. It really doesn't sound very worthy of a great power. When some of the members, discovering to what they were committed, sent in their resignation, it was refused. At Komiža, all the municipal officers had been discharged by the Italians. The reading rooms and places of amusement had been closed. And the food administrator at Split was forbidden to send any food lest he should interfere with the Italians' object in distributing rice, etc. Once he was permitted to forward some American flour, and the people had to pay 40 crowns of duty on each hundredweight. The women of Bishevo. From Komiža, the next morning we steamed over on the destroyer to the wonderful blue grotto of Bishevo, or Buzi, which surpasses Capri. An Austrian archduke, we were told, had once waited a week at Komiža, but had been compelled to leave without seeing the cave. We were more fortunate. The wind, the water, and the sun were kind to us. We entered in a rowing boat, the little pearl-gray Gothic chapel which nature has constructed underneath a hill, and as we gazed into the blue-green waters, through which from the rocks below a fountain of most brilliant blue was rising. Every time an oar was dipped, the waters painted it a silvery white. The population of Bishevo consists of about 150 people, who mostly live round the little church of St. Sylvester, 200 feet above the sea. They occupy themselves with sheep and fruit and bees and fish, and with the vines that are even more famous than those of Vis. A good part of the population had assembled on a grassy platform high above the entrance to the cave, and as we climbed out of the rowing boat onto the destroyer, a much larger rowing boat came round a promontory. 16 women formed the crew. They sang their national Croatian songs. And when they approached us, some of them stood up, and while the wind played with their straw-colored and golden hair, they laughingly threw flowers at us. As we left Bishevo, the men and women high above us and the women in the boat were waving their hands. Some of them were singing, others were shouting a farewell. Here and there, on the sunlit waters, rising and falling, were the flowers which had woven on the sea a gorgeous carpet. "Well," said the lieutenant commander, "I admit that this is a Yugoslav island." I forget whether Signor Bonfiglio made any remark, but a few hours later at Vela Luca he was most incensed. As our boat, we had returned to the old port at Komiža, sailed into the harbor, a huge Yugoslav flag was flying from the summit of a hill with French, British, and American flags around it. The destroyer had arrived before us, and the burly journalist was striding up and down the quay. "I protest," he exclaimed as he saw us. "Not as a journalist, but as an Italian citizen. I protest." Between us and the front row of houses, which included the town's mayor's office, there was a large empty space. The inhabitants could be descried up the side streets and behind the windows. D. Michaelis, the town mayor, was evidently a superior young man. As he poured out the champagne, he told us with perfect frankness that the educated people at Vela Luca were Yugoslavs. Suddenly, there was a terrific noise just underneath us. We hurried downstairs and found that the soldiers, in their excitement, had fired off a machine gun into the wall. Half an hour later, the firing could be heard from the top of the hill, but we never ascertained whether anyone was wounded. In this place, the Italianist party sent to us an ex-publican who had now joined the police, a small trader, and a municipal clerk who had recently been imported from Zadar. The Yugoslavs were a large landowner, a doctor, and a priest who told us that the people, for the most part, were refusing to accept gratuitous food from the Italians. On the way to Blato. We were anxious to visit Blato, an inland village of 8,000 inhabitants. D. Michaelis regretted very much that he had no carriage, but a Yugoslav had a quaint little car on which he was learning how to drive, and he was kind enough to take us, for which he was afterwards deported to Italy. The good man made so much noise in changing his gears that our progress was advertised in the uttermost fields, and very few of those who bore down upon us came unprovided with flowers. Several of the bouquets hit Pomerol or myself in the eye, and the Dutch say that the best cause has need for a good pleader. But the people were so gay, waving their hats and running after us. They did not always have to run. And shouting for the various allies and for President Wilson. I remember two small round-eyed boys who were not old enough to run. They were standing hand in hand by the side of the road, panting the magic word, "Wilson, Wilson, Wilson." There was a sudden contrast when we were jerked into the village. People were not rushing toward us, but away from us with furious carabinieri behind them. We got into the garden in front of the gendarmerie. One of the men was so enraged that he kept on muttering, "Bestia, bestia, bestia." In the commandant's office, we met Major Frederico Verdenois, the town mayor, who said that if he had only known of our coming, this wretched scuffle would not have happened. Even as he spoke, it started again. We leaned out of the window and saw 2 or 3 persons who were being prevented by soldiers from going down the street or from going anywhere. An officer was slashing with a riding whip at a soldier who was particularly rough. "One can do nothing with the Marines. They are brutal," said Major Verdenois. At last there was peace, and the major said that an Italian deputation would come to see us. It consisted of 6 individuals. The Austro-Hungarian census of 1910 said that Blato district contained 13,147 Serbo-Croats, 3 Germans, and 6 Italians. But these 6 were not all in the deputation, for 2 of its members had come from Hvar, 1 from Zadar, 2 were ex-Austrian spies, and 1 was a Yugoslav who hoped in this way to help his people. One gentleman deplored that he had not been told about our journey. Had he known, he would have told his peasants to appear. Another gentleman assured us that the peasants were afraid of declaring their real wishes. Of course, a country whose friends call it the most liberal in the world could not allow such a state of things to continue, and a short time after this the following order was issued by the staff of the 66th Division of Infantry. Order number 46. Confidential. Personal. Very urgent. June 23rd, 1919. To the commanders at Benkovitz, Obrovac, Novigrad, Urvinnik, Kistania, Skradin, Belgrad, Nin, Giviersk, Sukoshan, and Karin. To the command of the Royal Division. It is necessary to bring about, with no delay and very discreetly, the dispatch of messages to the Prime Minister Nitti and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs Totini from the Mayor, from societies, etc. of this garrison, expressing the people's keen desire to be annexed to Italy. A copy of said telegram should be transmitted to me. Signed, the Mayor, Ferrizi, the Major General, Squalce. To return to the events at Blato. While we were waiting for the Yugoslavs, a woman made her way as far as the corridor, flung herself down on her knees, and entreated us to protect her. Major Verdenois gave us his word of honor that no Yugoslav with whom we spoke would, for that reason, be arrested. Perhaps he was overruled by his superior officers. At all events, he arrested and deported to Italy in the night of June 19th no less than 10 persons, that is, all the Yugoslavs who spoke to us at Blato, with 2 exceptions. We cabled this to the Paris conference, and after some delay the unfortunate men were repatriated. What the mayor said. For what happened before our arrival, I am indebted to the chemist Radomiri, from whose report the following is an extract. At 10 in the morning, Major Verdenois had summoned to his office the communal doctor Moretti and the secretary Dragunets, both of them Yugoslavs. He told them that 2 Englishmen who were cruising about in the Por would very likely be coming up that afternoon to Blato, and he would permit no sort of demonstration. The doctor, he said, would be held responsible for any disorder. And as Moretti was about to make this known to the people who were just coming out of the church, the Italian adjunct approached him with a paper and ordered him to read it to the Yugoslavs. This document, it has been preserved, is in the Serbo-Croat language and was given to the doctor because the adjunct, who did not know the language, mistook it for another one. It was an exhortation to the people, urging them to have nothing more to do with the Yugoslav intelligentsia, which had made a great deal of money during the war. Quote, "And you have given your blood 4.5 years in what has been your benefit." End quote. Dr. Moretti made a personal appeal for the maintenance of order, and the people, having called out "Long live Wilson," went their divers way in peace. Nevertheless, 3 platoons appeared, each with 1 officer and 1 NCO. The adjunct's platoon distinguished itself, for while the Arditi attacked anyone they saw, including women and children, with the butt end of their muskets, Lieutenant Giovannoni laid about him with a dog whip. Several of the soldiers made for a group of 4 young fellows. 3 of them escaped, and the 4th, Peter Kraljevich, was struck with a rifle so severely across his face that he was bathed in blood. As he tried to defend himself, he was shot at from a distance of 3 paces. 1 bullet went through his nose, another wounded him in the forehead. He fell to the ground, and a teacher, Mrs. Maria Grubisic, who had witnessed the whole incident, sank down unconscious at his side and was covered with his blood. Various other people were injured. 3 little girls received rifle shots in their bodies. All the main streets were shut off, and 8 machine guns were placed in readiness. But the people were not to be intimidated. And when the Englishmen arrived, their national consciousness was displayed. As a result, Peter Charup was knocked unconscious with a mighty blow of a musket. The 14-year-old Josef Zulicic had a similar experience. And among many others who were assaulted, we will only mention an ex-official, Anthony Bizdelic, a man of 60 who was struck twice with a rifle on his stomach and then prevented from going home but chased out into the fields. It seemed as if it would be impossible for our people to have a conversation with the Englishmen. But at last 20 men and 12 girls managed to reach that house. The protest of an Italian journalist. I would also give Signor Buonfiglio's dispatch from this island. It appeared in the Corriere d'Italia of June 16th. But more than 3/4 of it devoted to an account of some Dalmatian delegates who were received during the war by Francis Joseph and expressed their loyalty. The deputation was introduced by Dr. Ivcevic, a Croat. And if Signor Buonfiglio wants us to deduce from this how ardently the Croats love the Habsburgs, he will have to give some other explanation for the very loyal speeches of his countryman, Dr. Ziliato of Zadar. But I presume that his editor did not send Signor Buonfiglio on this journey to the end that he should write of what official speakers saw fit to say during the war. As for the incidents we witnessed and the islanders' aspirations, he merely says that their welcome to us was an artificial affair which the Yugoslav committees, with extreme effort, had organized. And I don't think that that is a very illuminating observation. We learned that on arriving in Blato, the Italians dissolved the town council on account of its incapacity to do work. However, a military man to whom it was handed over gave his opinion that he had never seen a better administration. Out of all that we were told, I will relate the following. Some Italian soldiers were playing football, and when they kicked the ball into a maize field and continued to play amid the maize, the farmers asked them to desist. 2 officers and 40 men were present. They fell upon the 3 farmers, and when finally the major commanded them to stop, they dragged them to the barracks and thrashed them so that the people in adjacent houses heard them all the night. On our way to the minute harbor of Podgorica, where the poor was waiting for us, we had a repetition of the scenes enacted between Vela Luca and Blato, and a number of young men, heedless of the risks they ran, rushed down the mountainside to Podgorica by the shortcuts. In the harbor were some carabinieri as well as our escorting destroyer. We therefore had to leave without delay lest the young patriots should come into contact with the carabinieri. So very hastily and in a very illegible scrawl, I copied the original letter given on November 4th, 1918 by Lieutenant Poggi to the people of Vela Luca. "We Italians," it said, "have come to Vela Luca as the friends of Yugoslavia and of the Entente. We have come as friends and not as foes, and as such I ask you to accept us. We are hoisting our flag together with that of Yugoslavia, and with your friendly consent we will keep it there until the question of the general peace is definitely arranged according to your and our, according to the principles of." The two missing words are illegible. Interesting delegates. Lying off Korčula that evening, we received the usual delegates. One of the Italians, Dr. Benuzzi, said in a trembling, tearful voice that the Italians were far too good. And while we were hearing from one of his colleagues what were his views on the subject of a plebiscite, Dr. Benuzzi moaned unceasingly. "I wish I had not come. I wish I had not come." He considered that it was outrageous of us to allude to plebiscites. The Yugoslavs did not tell us anything very thrilling. The Italian authorities persisted in writing to the peasants in Italian, of which they scarcely understood a word. What a pity that this is not their most serious fault. A barrister called Dr. Pero Cvlicevic came with a companion to see us the next day before breakfast. He said that they, like most people on the island, were Croats, and he and his friend belonged to the Serbo-Croat party, which was, he said, a righteous, though rather a small party, as the island had been gravely handicapped by the support which Austria gave the Serbs. "And now," he added, it seemed a trifle illogical, "the people are all very contented, believe me," he said. Further, he volunteered the information that the law was being administered in the name of the Entente and the United States. It may show a distinct bias on our part, but I fear we asked him whether the blows from the butt end of muskets were being applied under the same sanction. When we paid our formal visit to the commandant at his office on the quay, he did not ask if we would care to go to one of the Italian schools. An American journalist had made a speech in Rome, describing how he had been taken to a school at Korčula, how the mistress had allowed him to ask the children if they knew Italian, how they had raised their hands, and how this had convinced him that Dalmatia should become Italian. Apparently, that journalist had not been told that prior to the war this town of some 2,000 inhabitants was provided with 5 schools, in which not a single child spoke Italian, and with one school subsidized by the Liga Nacional, which, as in Albania, lured its pupils by gifts of clothing, books, etc. The teachers from the Trentino knew not a word of Serbo-Croat, and the children not a word of Italian. But not very much harm was done, as the population considered it shameful to attend this school, and the bribes never succeeded in attracting more than 30 pupils, even when money was paid to the parents. This institution was reopened by the Italian army after the war, and presumably it is the one which the American visited. I do not know whether the school mistress, forewarned of his visit, had told the children in Serbo-Croat that a gentleman would come and say something in Italian, whereupon they would hold up their hands. A digression on Sir Arthur Evans. Seeing that the Adriatic problem, after all these months, had not been solved, but on the contrary had been allowed to spread its poison more and more, one naturally wonders what was being done in Paris. The conference was fortunate enough to have at its disposal, after the armistice, the famous ethnologist and archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans. This gentleman, whose distinctions are too numerous to mention, has for many years devoted himself to the eastern Adriatic. The second edition of his Through Bosnia and the Herzegovina on Foot appeared in 1877. His Illyrian Letters in 1878, his Slavs and European civilization in the same year. He never ceased from that time onward to study these matters. "I think," he says in a letter to me from Yulbury near Oxford, of which he kindly permits me to make any use I like, "that in some ways I have more title to speak on the Adriatic question than any other Englishman, as Dalmatia was my headquarters for some years. Neither did I approach the question with any anti-Italian prejudices. I was so far recognized as a competent and moderate authority that I was asked by the Royal Geographical Society to give them a paper on the subject. Anxious with others friendly to both sides to secure an equitable agreement between the Italians and Yugoslavs, I took part in a series of private conferences in London, which led to a preliminary agreement forming the basis on which the Congress at Rome approached the question. There, the agreement was ratified and publicly approved by Orlando. How Sannino proceeded to try to wreck it, you will know. Finally, just before the armistice, as it happened, there was to have been a new Congress of Nationalities at Paris, which I was asked to attend. It was stopped by the big allies, as matters were thought too critical, owing to the submission of Bulgaria. But I thought it would be useful if I went to Paris all the same, and I obtained from the Foreign Office, War Office, etc., a passport vist British War Mission. Shortly after I arrived in Paris, the armistice was declared. Soon afterwards, owing to the departure of Mr. Steed and Dr. Seton Watson, there was left literally no one among our countrymen at Paris who knew the intricacies of the Adriatic question and the relations of Italy with the Yugoslavs and the Yugoslav-Romanian difficulties, etc. That being the case, Lord Derby asked me to be his go-between, and I had an immense lot of work thrown on my shoulders. I had gone to the expense of taking a large salon at the Hotel Continental where I had private conferences. The Yugoslav and Romanian leaders there, for instance, discussed the Banat frontier question, and the conciliatory proposals made no doubt furthered the final solution with which they harmonized. When there was a serious danger of a clash between the Italian army and the Serbian forces at Ljubljana, knowing the imminence of the danger, I made such strong representations to Lord Derby, which he forwarded to Balfour, that immediate pressure was exercised at Rome, and the Italians just drew back in time. I also was able to convey strong munitions to the other side. I used to let our ambassador have a short precis almost daily of affairs connected with those regions. With great trouble, I prevailed on the Yugoslav representatives to agree to a scheme which I drew up for the neutralization of the East Adriatic coastal waters, and this was taken up by the Americans. Colonel House invited me to an interview on the subject in which he expressed his approval. A copy was also sent to the Foreign Office, and for this and for several other bits of work useful to the Foreign Office, I received Balfour's official thanks. I had also many friendly conversations with prominent Italians in Paris, and in every way ingeminated agreement between them and the Southern Slavs. But meanwhile, I exposed the national Italian campaign to which Sannino was privy in the Manchester Guardian. Finally, I went at the end of 1918 for a short holiday to England, Lord Derby, with whom I always had the friendliest relations, giving me a diplomatic pass. When, however, early in January 1919, I prepared to return to Paris, where I had kept on my expensive rooms, I found difficulties in my way. Italian intrigue had apparently been afoot. I was advised to write to Lord Hardinge, and I told him briefly the circumstances. This great man never answered or acknowledged my letter, And it was only by making urgent personal representations at the Foreign Office that I finally got the answer that they refused me a passport. I gather that it was not only Italian intrigue, but the feeling that they did not want damned experts. And so they blundered on, and to this day. The letter is dated July 17th, 1920. Nothing is settled on the Adriatic but unsettlement. The dupes of Nikita in Montenegro. Meanwhile, at intervals during this year, there had been troubles in Montenegro. On 3 occasions, the Italians at Anavari had endeavored to extend their sphere of influence, but the armed civilian population had been equal to these emergencies and had each time thrust them back to the coast. At Gaeta, between Rome and Naples, a very well-paid corps was stationed. Almost every man was either a commissioned or a non-commissioned officer. The Italian government was asked by Signor Lazzari, the socialist deputy, for what purpose it allocated 300,000 lire a month to support these peculiar troops. They were mostly Montenegrins, relatives of Nikita, members of the 5 favored families, persons who were stranded, and so forth. Likewise at Gaeta were a number of other Yugoslavs who had been liberated from their Italian internment camps, but many of them, when they discovered what was expected of them, revolted. 30 or 40 of them managed to escape to France and others to Montenegro, as, for example, the man who for 12 years had been Nikita's porter. He and 3 others reached Centinea one day in August 1920 when I was there. They had with them a picture card of the 69 officers of the Gaeta army. Everyone knows everyone else in Montenegro, and only 2 of these officers had held a previous commission. According to Nikita's premier, Jovan Plamenac, the Italian government considered this as the Montenegrin army and regarded, rather optimistically, as a loan the money it contributed to keep it up. In driblets, the non-revolting part of this Gaeta army was placed to the eastern shores of the Adriatic for the purpose of making incidents in Montenegro. There was a regular scale, so much in cash for the murder of a prefect, so much for a deputy. One day, the father of Andrea Radovic, a man of over 70, was cut down. They waited until everyone had left the village to go to some fete in a neighboring village, and the old man defended himself to the last. These emissaries from Gaeta, misguided Montenegrins, other southern Slavs and Italians, made considerable use of the mischievous speeches that were sometimes heard in the British Parliament. They would explain to some poor, ignorant mountain dweller that such great people in England were still discussing Nikita's return, and if he did not return and they had listened to the voice of Radovic, woe be to them. Some of these wretched dupes would follow their seducers, who, I have no doubt, would not only have declined his decorations if they had been better informed, but would have placed the matter in the hands of their solicitor, as Gabriel Rossetti threatened to do if he were ever elected to the Royal Academy. And yet, after the character of the scoundrel king was fully exposed, his advocates, so far as I know, had not the grace to own their error. Of course, there was in Montenegro a certain amount of uninstigated unrest. The wine of politics, which they were now for the first time freely quaffing, had gone to their heads. It was youth against age. The students were enthusiastic Democrats, the peasants were sturdy radicals, and they did not always restrict themselves to dialectical arguments. A certain number of people had gone to live eushimi in the woods. But the reasons that impelled them were not so much their devotion to the ex-king as their own criminal past or their poverty. Others, again, had taken to this life for what may be called reasons of honor. Among the brigands was a man who was captured on the borders of Herzegovina, and before his execution he had murdered 7 people. He declared that he was a patriot and had done all this for the sake of King Nicholas, his victims being members of the domineering party. But when reminded that one of them was a baby, he hung his head and said no more. There was discontent produced by the high cost of living, as the Italians not only held Antivari, but even fired on French boats that were taking supplies up the river Bojana. It was necessary to revictual all except the new parts of Montenegro from Kotor. The lack of petrol, from which even the American Red Cross units were suffering, compelled the authorities to fall back on ox wagons, which at any rate are not expeditious. By the way, it was the staff of another mission, calling itself the International Red Cross, which was to blame for adding to the country's troubles. After they had been installed for a month or two at Centenia, the people themselves, and not the authorities, turned them out on the grounds that they had used the Red Cross to conceal their machinations in Nikita's interest. The Yugoslav government was held up to reprobation in the British Parliament and press for having hampered more than one British mission in the work of relieving the Montenegrins. The resources of these missions appeared to be moderate. The head of one of them had a meeting with Colonels Fairclough and Anderson of the American Red Cross and suggested that they should provide him with the wherewithal for carrying on. But even if their resources had been scantier, their cooperation would have been very welcome if they had satisfied the authorities that they were not as political as the Americans. It was curious that those who in the British press ventilated the grievances of these missions were the same people who championed Nikita. The Italians persevered in their maneuvers. Nikola Kovacevic, the police commissary of Grohovo, sent in the month of May a confidential man of his to the Italian general at Dobroda near Kotor. This man, who speaks perfect Italian, told the general that ever since 1916 he had haunted the forests as the leader of a band. 50 persons, he said, had attached themselves to him, and he had now come in for a supply of arms and money and for instructions. It would be impossible, said he, to endure the Serbian troops much longer in the country. Footnote regarding those living in the woods for honor. Mr. Leeper in the Morning Post, June 23, 1920, scouts the idea of these malcontents being the supporters of Nikita who were all laid out by the heels, or driven out of the country long ago, largely by the inhabitants themselves. He observes that the land is one land with Serbian soil. Its frontiers are merely the artificial imposition of kings and policies. The nations, he points out, are not two, but one in blood, in temperament, in habits, in tradition, in language. Round the fireside they tell their children the same stories, sing them the same songs. The greatest poem in Serbian literature, all the world knows, was written by a Prince Bishop of Montenegro. Since the day when the Serbian state came into existence, it has been, he says, the constant, burning desire of the Montenegrins to be joined to it. We may well rub our eyes at a letter in the same newspaper from Lord Sydenham, who makes the perfectly inane remark that this constant burning desire was never probable. Montenegro already is Serbia, says Mr. Leeper, and Serbia-Montenegro in every way except verbally. But Lord Sydenham has set himself up as a stern critic of the Serbs in Montenegro. Therefore, he cannot countenance the Leeper articles, which give him pain and surprise. Is he surprised that Mr. Leeper, a shrewd Scottish traveler who is acquainted with the language, should disagree with him? The great mass of the people, says Mr. Leeper, are as firm as a rock in their determination that Nicholas shall never return. Listen to Lord Sydenham. I am afraid, says he, that your correspondent has been misled by the raging, tearing Serbian propaganda with which I am familiar. And he quotes for our benefit an unnamed correspondent of his in Montenegro, who says that the people there are terrified of speaking. It is much to be desired that a little of this terror might invade a gentleman who plunges headlong into matters which he does not understand. End of footnote. Italian endeavors. You must hold out for a couple of months longer, said the general. I can give you no money at present, but I can take you on a steamer to San Giovanni, where we have a camp of the king's friends, and from there you can easily go to Italy. I have given my word of honor, said the man, that I will not go without my people, so I must first of all go back to ask them." "In a military way," said the general, "the Serbs can now do nothing. They had tremendous losses in the war, and in 2 months the King of Montenegro will return, or else there will be an Italian occupation. Work hard, my friend. I want you, in the first place, to set houses on fire, then to shoot officers and officials who are for Yugoslavia. You should also rob the transports." Thereupon the man returned to Kosovo, and soon afterwards the French general, Theon, who happened to go there, spoke with him for 2 hours and invited him to his headquarters at Kotor. The disturbances in Montenegro did not cease. A country through which you could formerly drive with less risk than in Paris was now infested by outlaws and those who pursued them. And Count de Salis, who had served as His Britannic Majesty's minister at Centenia, was sent back to Montenegro on a mission of inquiry. His report was not published for the reason that he did not beat around the bush in his references to the Italians, and for the further reason that he gave the names of those persons from whom he called his information. This was a fine opportunity for the foreign busybodies who were thrusting their silly little knives into Yugoslavia. "Count de Salis reports clearly and unmistakably," said Ronald McNeill in the House of Commons, "that in his judgment the wish of the Montenegrin people is to retain their own sovereign and their own independence." When Sir Hamar Greenwood, subsequently speaking for the government, threw out a hint that this was not the case, it was amusing to see how the pro-Nikita party lost their interest in the report. A certain Mr. Herbert Vivian sent from Italy in April 1920 a most ferocious indictment against the Serbs in Montenegro to a London paper called The British Citizen. He said that the Countess de Salis, while at Centenia, was in danger of her life. But the lady had been dead for many years. I presume this is the same Mr. Vivian who, in a book, Serbia, the Poor Man's Paradise, trembles with rage whenever a Serb speaks admiringly of Gladstone. Various British commentators. Count de Salis's impartial methods did not always please the population, which was, by a large majority, against the former king's return, and, as he clearly stated, heart and soul for Yugoslavia. Balkan people do not yet, to any great extent, appreciate your desire for truth or even your honesty if you should give a hearing to their antagonists. The Centenia public, therefore, organized a demonstration or two against the Count. They would have preferred that he should reach the aforementioned conclusions without such an exhaustive study of the case. He noted that there had been certain irregularities in the Yugoslav administration, but it was inevitable that in those unsettled times the inexperienced officials would not prove equal to every emergency. These officials, by the way, in 1919 were not Serbs from Serbia, but for the most part native Montenegrins. "The country is occupied and administered by foreigners," said Mr. Ronald McNeill, MP. "Montenegro," said he, "is full of Serb officials." I suppose one must receive it more with sorrow than with anger if a man like Mr. Massingham of The Nation says that the Serbs have deposed the Montenegrin judges, schoolmasters, doctors, chemists, and local officials and set up their own puppets, while he might have assumed that the long years of war had left the Serbs with a very inadequate supply of officials for the Old Kingdom. He would have ascertained, if his sources had been more trustworthy, that Glomazits, the very human prefect of Centenia, is a native of Nikšić, that Milos Ivanović, the mayor, is from Kući near Podgorica, and he was a magistrate under Nikita, that Bojović, the prefect of Podgorica, is a barrister of the Piperi, while Radonjić, the mayor, was an artillery officer, then a political prisoner, and then the food administrator under Nikita. That Joković, the prefect of Nikšić, was a magistrate under the old regime. He comes, I believe, from the Moracha. Zorović, the mayor and an ex-magistrate, is a native of Nikšić. that the prefect of Antivari, Dr. Goinitz, is a doctor of law whose home is between Antivari and Virpazar, that Bashko Bashkevitz, the prefect of Kolichin, won great fame as an officer under Nikita, while Minitz, the mayor, was Nikita's chief of the custom house. As for the doctors who left the country, these consisted of Matanovitz and Volanovitz, who had gone to Novi Sad and Subotica respectively, as it is easier to make a living in those towns than in Montenegro. There are now 3 Yugoslav doctors at Centenja: Odgurovitz, Radovitz, both of whom were doctors in the time of Nikita, and Matanovitz, a young man. They are all Montenegrins. So too with the chemists and the schoolmasters and the post and telegraph officials. I am sure that Mr. Massingham will excuse me if I do not mention all their names. Since there are quite a number of Montenegrins in the Serbian administration and army, all the officers and men, for example, of the 2nd, the so-called Iron Regiment, being of Montenegrin origin, one fails to see for what reason a Serb should be debarred from posts in Montenegro. It is unfortunate when people use the word Montenegrin without knowing that there is no separate Montenegrin nation in the sense that there is a French or Italian nation. The Montenegrins are a small section of the Serbian nation, which sought a refuge among the bare, precipitous mountains and, unlike the other Serbs, maintained its independence. One should, therefore, to avoid confusion, speak of Serbs of Serbia and Serbs of Montenegro rather than Serbs and Montenegrins. The purest Serbian is spoken in western Montenegro on the borders of Herzegovina. Those districts are ethnically different from the southern regions centering round Centenja, which is the real old Montenegro, and the north and northeastern parts called the Brda, which in speech and customs are akin to the south. In western Montenegro, as in Herzegovina, the people, who live among their mountains on milk and its products, are very prolific, having families of 8 or 10 children. They are a very healthy, moral race. Another pro-Nikita anti-Serbian writer, excusable only on account of his insignificance, is Mr. Devine, who teaches, I am told, at a school near Winchester and seems very unwilling to be taught. If he wishes, by producing a book on this subject, to show other people that he knows painfully little about Montenegro, that is his own affair. But he is just as ignorant with regard to his hero. He says that he is in a position to state that there is not one single word of truth in the insinuations and charges impugning the absolute integrity and loyalty of King Nicholas towards his allies. The king was, according to Mr. Devine, a defenseless old man whom it was very bad form to attack. But the king had been defending himself at considerable length, not only in a harangue to his adherents in a Paris suburb, but also on various occasions in a newspaper, the Journal Officiel. And both the speech and long extracts from the newspaper are quoted with approval in Mr. Devine's book. This quaint person is so frantically keen to pour whitewash over Nikita that he has no time to listen to the main treacheries of Nikita's career. Malicious falsehoods, he sputters, and they can be traced to horrible pan-Serbians. He has reason to believe that they wish to make Serbia the Prussia of the new federation. Well, the Croats and the Slovenes and the Bosniaks and all the others cannot say that Mr. Devine has not warned them. My Montenegrin friend, Mr. Burritt, stated in the columns of the Saturday Review that this odd gentleman had nourished the ambition of becoming Montenegrin minister to the court of St. James, but that the plan did not succeed. I never saw Mr. Devine's denial. Perhaps it fell into the clutches of a ruthless pan-Serbian printer. Naturally, Mr. Devine would not care to be the diplomatic representative of a villain. Therefore, when he is brought face to face with certain definite charges, he persists in replying, "Not in detail, but from the broad point of view." He is so exceedingly broad that when an accusation is leveled against the king, he sees in this an accusation against the entire country. A country which, unfortunately, as he says, alone of all the Allies, has no diplomatic representative in this country. Mr. Devine continues unabashed to repeat and repeat his pro-Nikita stuff in various newspapers. Il y devrait avoir, says Montaigne, quelques corrections de loi contre les écrivains ineptes et inutiles, comme il y a contre les vagabonds et fainéants. Not long ago, I happened to see that this egregious person described himself as the Honorable Mr. Plenipotentiary for Montenegro. But another gentleman, Sir Roper Parkington, a pompous wine merchant, announced in the press that he had become the Minister Honorable of Montenegro. Perhaps one of them has resigned. And our poor, overworked Foreign Office will not be invited to decide between Minister Honorable and an honorable minister. End of section 9. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 10 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Yugoslavia's First Year of Liberty, Autumn 1918 to Autumn 1919. Part 10. The Murder of Miletic. The Italian stay at Kotor was drawing to an end. "We have no aggressive intentions," said Signor Sciloia, the foreign minister, "and we shall be glad if we are able to establish with our neighbors on the other side of the Adriatic those amicable relations," and so forth and so forth. This he said on December 21st. But if the government was imbued with the same principles in August, it is unfortunate that it omitted to instruct the responsible officers in Dalmatia. The Yugoslav commander, Lieutenant Colonel Ristic, heard one night that the Italian general at Dobrota was harboring at his residence no less than 21 Montenegrin pro-Nikita comitadjis. They were clad in Italian uniforms, and as the torpedo boat and a motor launch were always kept with steam up, could be shipped off at a moment's notice to Italy. Colonel Ristic sent his adjutant to make inquiries, and the Italians gave their word of honor that no Montenegrins were in the house. In order to avoid a conflict, Colonel Ristic then requested the French general to send an officer, but this gentleman was not received by the Italians. 4 or 5 Montenegrins with an Italian lieutenant came out of the house and fired at the 21 gendarmes who now encircled it. The fire was returned. All the Montenegrins and the Italian were killed. After this, the French police disarmed the remaining Montenegrins and imprisoned them. And on the following day, much to his chagrin, the Italian general was told to take up other quarters at Mula so that he was separated by the French and the Yugoslavs from Montenegrin territory. Not long after this, a certain Captain Miletic was cycling late one afternoon on the road to Mula. 5 or 6 Italian soldiers lay concealed, and so expertly did they murder him that his other friends who were cycling 100 paces ahead and other friends who were fishing very near the spot in a boat heard nothing whatsoever. It was 8 days after this when the Italians had to go from Kotor and the neighborhood. D'Annunzio comes to Riga. The question of Riga had not yet been settled. The more suave Tittoni, who had succeeded Sannino, was hoping with the help of France to hold his own against Wilson. Monsignor Tardieu thought that the town with a large strip of hinterland should become a separate independent state under the League of Nations. An arrangement was also proposed by which the city was to be administered by Italy while the Yugoslavs should have a guarantee of access to the sea. These negotiations were still in a nebulous state, but certain proposals were going to be put into force which were suggested by the Inter-Allied Commission of Inquiry. With French, American, Italian, and British representatives, this commission had visited Riga. One of the recommendations was to the effect that public order should be maintained by British and American police. On the very day, September 12th, that the British military police were to inaugurate their service, Gabriele D'Annunzio took matters into his own hands. He rose, he tells us, from a bed of fever, and refusing to recognize the needy government, he marched with the appropriate theatrical ceremonies into his Pearl of the Adriatic. What he called the 15th Italian victory, or alternatively the Santa Entrada, the Holy Entry, was accomplished without the shedding of a drop of blood. Riga, the stage of many fantastic scenes, witnessed one of the quaintest in the simultaneous arrival at the governor's palace of a general to whom the Allies had entrusted to the command of the town and a rebel lieutenant colonel who refused to recognize his authority. They seemed to be on the best of terms. The general, Pedaluga, informed the Allies that he was still in supreme command, being invited on the following morning to explain the situation at a conference on board the USS Pittsburgh, at which were present the Allied naval and military commanders. General Pedaluga informed them that he would be responsible for the maintenance of order and that nothing was to be considered altered in the government of the town. 40 minutes later, without consulting the Allies, he had handed over the town to a rebel, and he himself, in his private car, had vanished. In a subsequent message to the Turkish minister in Bern, sympathizing for the Allied occupation of Constantinople, D'Annunzio's foreign department informed him that the legionaries of the Commandant D'Annunzio put to flight the English police bullies who were biding their time to snatch the tortured city. Opinions vary as to whether the poet-pirate was at that time acting in collusion with Rome, his defiance and their thunders being included in the stage directions, or whether he was a real rebel. We may assume that Signor Nitti did not countenance the buccaneer, and that if officers and civil servants diverted government cargoes into his hands, they were not acting as government agents. As for large numbers of these officials, their secret understanding with D'Annunzio received many proofs. On September 29th, the Era Nuova reported that 2 days before, Major Riena, D'Annunzio's chief of staff, was invited to Abbasia, where he had an interview with the chief of staff of the 26th Corps. Illuminating also is the report in the Era Nuovo of October 27th of a test case at Genoa, which a sergeant was tried for leaving his regiment and going to Riga. The prosecutor demanded 4 months' detention and degradation. The court accepted the plea of the defense, which was that the court could not condemn or dishonor a soldier who was only guilty of patriotic sentiment. Moreover, it transpired that those who returned from Riga, after receiving there a salary from both parties, were granted 3 weeks' leave and a reward of 100 lire. One observed that when the SS Danubio left Šibenik for Riga with 60 wagon loads of coal, the captain received his sailing orders from the Royal Italian port officer. When D'Annunzio seized Riga, there was on that same night a solemn demonstration at Zadar, led by Vice Admiral Milo, who was supposed to be governing Dalmatia in the name of the Entente. The Consiglio Nazionale Italiano of Riga, that self-elected body which had so often told the world that Riga was unshakably determined to be joined to the motherland, now took to its bosom the modern Rienzi, regardless of that which happened to the medieval one. The CNI could now devote itself to serious executive work, for D'Annunzio, in spite of or because of his fever, relieved them of the rather exhausting task of issuing proclamations. In 3 months he sent out something like 1,000. He did a great many other things. He ruined, for instance, the economic life of the town. Everything had for a time gone swimmingly. The chief of the Republic of San Marino was voicing the sentiments of numberless Italians when he saluted the poet as a great Italian patriot. Such was the feeling of the majority of the army and navy, so that the government in Rome was made to look ridiculous.
"Mark well what I am telling you,"
said the poet to the special correspondent of the Gazzetta del Popolo.
"I have received a call from a superior hidden force. And though the fever burns within me, I am consoled, because the war has made me a mystic, and I feel I am inspired from on high in this mission.
D'Annunzio and his cohorts refused to have anything to do with the cabinet. Signor Nitti, supported by the parliament and more responsible people, was openly attacked by the nationalists and secretly by the profiteers and the newly rich on account of his bold taxation program by which he hoped to bring 30 milliards of francs into the exchequer. The nationalists assisted D'Annunzio to win over the army, and in northern Italy there were many who realized that an army which can be moved by such an appeal can, on the next day, rally to Bolshevism. No other troops remained in Riga, the small French and British detachments having been withdrawn. Before this happened, there occurred a repetition, on a larger scale than usual, of a few French soldiers being attacked by a body of Italian warriors who greatly outnumbered them. Some of the French were Annamites, than whom no more harmless persons can be imagined, and it was in order to avoid such untoward incidents that the Franco-British troops were evacuated. D'Annunzio was left to do his worst. Riga was one of the problems which the peace conference had failed to solve, and now they were in much the same inglorious position as the great powers who, in 1913, warned Turkey not to mobilize since they would not allow the Balkan Confederation to make an attack, and after the attack gave it out that the Balkan states would not be permitted to acquire any new territory. The Supreme Council in Paris was losing its prestige very rapidly. "A little patience," begged Tatini, "and my government will turn out D'Annunzio." "What we want," exclaimed Clemenceau, "is a government in Italy." And the Italian delegates with flushed faces pointed out that it was not Italy which wanted Riga, but Riga which wanted Italy. They would do their best, although so many men in Italy were now convinced that Riga would sooner die than give up D'Annunzio. Presently, under his administration, it began to die. But this was not altogether distasteful to certain intriguers who were interested in the future of Trieste. There might also arise to the satisfaction of other intriguers an armed conflict with the Yugoslavs. But nothing could be calmer than the Yugoslavs' attitude. Perhaps these barbarians, as they are often styled in Italy, were confident that justice would prevail. Perhaps they thought that they could bide their time, and certainly what happened in Trogir was not calculated to reassure the Italians. Footnote regarding the French soldiers being attacked by Italians. A most vivid account of this affair was contributed to the Chicago Tribune, July 13, 1919, by its correspondent Thomas Stewart Ryan, one of the two neutral eyewitnesses. He came to the conclusion that as Italy was an interested party and was exasperated by the long delay in the decision, an outbreak even more violent might occur unless her forces were brought down to the level of other allies. In alliance with the city rabble, the Giovanni Fiumani Italian soldiers attacked the French.
"I can state empathetically," says Mr. Ryan, "that the French guards did nothing whatever to provoke the assault, some details of which would blot out the escutcheon of most savage tribes. I saw soldiers of France killed after surrender by their supposed allies. I could scarcely believe my ears when Italian officers rapped out the order to load, but they seem to remember that Frenchmen can fight."
However, he also saw an Italian officer who
prevented this murder and held back the civilians who were trying to reach their victim. I must record it to the credit of this officer that this was the only Italian voice to defend the game little soldier. 100 against 1. Shame on you, soldiers of Italy. I wish I knew this officer's name.
At another part of the harbor,
a British naval officer, fearing that the wounded Frenchman would be stabbed inside the court of which he was dragged, followed the body and defied the captain of Carabinieri, who ordered him to leave.
And at the close,
I was no longer alone with my friend as a neutral eyewitness. The British Admiral Sinclair appeared, causing much perturbation to the Italian soldiers who, though some of them had just taken part in the shambles, were already glib with excuses. "The British Admiral wants to know," was enough to bring the Italian officer running and bowing with, "I beg of you, we are willing to explain all." American naval officers of the destroyer Talbot were also among this post-mortem crowd. In a French motor bearing 2 Italian officers who stood up to ward off possible shots came a French captain. He was of that calm, splendid type that makes you think of the Chevalier, bared, a knightly figure. Quietly he moved among his dead. Not by the flicker of an eyelid did he give token of what was working deep down in that French heart of his. I heard an Italian officer tell him that the French had started the most regrettable affair by firing on the Italian ships. The officer spoke this falsehood under the glazed stare of the French dead and the protesting gaze of the wounded. The French captain nodded his head, remarked, "Oh yes, of course. Now we must only pick up the wounded." And with all the gentleness of a mother beside her child's sick bed.
A very good account of the shocking episode is contained in A Political Escapade, The Story of Fiume and D'Annunzio by J. N. MacDonald, OSB, London, 1921. His narrative is extremely well documented. He appears to have been a member of the British mission.
"It is incomprehensible," says he, "how officers and men could attack the very post that they had been sent to defend. Moreover, they were 100 strong and fully armed, whereas the French garrison was small and had no intention of putting up a defense."
One of the lesser outrages described by Father MacDonald, since it was not attended with fatal results, was that which happened to Captain Gaylord, who, from his window, saw an Italian lieutenant shoot and kill with his revolver an unarmed enemies. The captain cried out with rage, and when his room was entered by 15 men carrying rifles with fixed bayonets, and they ordered him to go with them. Madame Gaylord tried to intervene and received a blow on the arm dealt with the butt end of a rifle. At this juncture, an Italian officer appeared and roughly told Gaylord to come without further delay. A mob of civilian and soldiers who were outside greeted Gaylord with a shower of blows, and while they went along the street, the officer escorting him kept up a volley of abuse against France and England. Very fortunately for Gaylord, he was brought into the presence of an Italian officer to whom he was personally known. This gentleman, looking very uneasy, refused to give the name of his brother officer, but caused the Frenchman to be released. End of footnote. The Great Invasion of Troger. The little ancient town of Troger lay some 12 miles to the south of the demarcation line. Its inhabitants, with the exception of 5 Italophile families, are Yugoslav. And in the month of September 1919, the Yugoslav army was represented by 8 men. Truth compels us to mention that on a certain night, these men, instead of doing patrol duty, were sleeping off the effects of a carouse. And when the townsfolk looked out of their window in the morning, they saw machine guns and Italian soldiers. At 4 a.m. they had crept into the town with the help of a certain Conte Nino di Finfogna, who had assembled a national guard of 30 peasants, the employees of those 5 families. Conte Nino was striding to and fro. He muttered threats of death. Some of the chief men, such as Dr. Marin Catalinich, Dr. Peter Centinella, and others, came together and were at a loss for some effective means to chase out the Italians, since they had not even a revolver. An American boat appeared, but the captain, when appealed to, said that he was only cruising and could not come ashore. In the town hall, Count Nino, laboring under some excitement, dismissed the mayor, and when Ferry, the mayor, told him to go about his business, he protested that he was the dictator and would, if necessary, use force. Outside in the square, the Italians and the people stood face to face, and suddenly a few Yugoslav flags were fluttering, and then an old man, Dr. Centinella's father, climbed up to the place in the town hall where the Italian flag had been hoisted. He tore it down. The soldiers were for shooting him, but the people began pulling the rifles out of their hands. Other soldiers, full of apprehension, dropped their rifles. The people picked them up, and those who were unacquainted with the mechanism tried out certain awe-inspiring sounds. Women and children. I fear this will not be believed. It is nonetheless true. Women and children removed some of the men's helmets, and one group of children turned a helmet into a football.
I am a father of a family,
cried a soldier.
I am innocent. I've been deceived,
cried another.
Mama, oh, Mamma Mia,
cried a third. They wept. They bolted into the courtyards, and the women showed them little mercy, for they tore off the men's belts and even struck them with their fists. A Mrs. Sunyara routed 4 men and went home with their machine gun on her back. In a few minutes, the square was free of soldiers, and 40 rifles were stacked in the town hall. 50 soldiers on the quay were dealt with by a butcher who started firing at them. When they heard the shouts of the approaching crowd, they threw down their weapons and fled. 2 large motors escaped. The third was intercepted at the bridge. And although young Centinella, who ordered them to stop, had forgotten his own rifle, they all, 13 men and 2 officers, threw theirs away. It was suggested that the running soldiers should be pursued.
No,
said an old man,
for we would kill them all. Let them rather go back without arms or helmets. It will frighten all the others.
2 hours later, a party of Serbian soldiers arrived, but they were not needed, save for the protection of those who had thrown in their lot with the Italians. From Split, a few miles away, 1,500 volunteers who speedily assembled came with knives or agricultural implements or any other weapon.
The Yugoslavs must realize, said Needy, that it is to their interest to maintain sincere relations of friendship with Italy.
The succession states and their minorities. The Yugoslav government, as if it had not sufficient problems to solve, was ordered now by the Peace Conference to accept sundry regulations as to the rights of minorities, the transit of goods, and an equitable regime for international commerce. The other states which had inherited the Habsburg Empire were, all of them, faced with the same demands, and they objected that to sign such articles was inconsistent with their sovereignty. The most onerous item, relating to the racial and religious minorities, had been imposed at America's insistence owing to the manner in which the Jews were treated in Romania despite King Charles' promises in 1878. The Yugoslavs, with a far smaller number of Jews and no Jewish outcry, were concerned only for the principle of independence. Not having persecuted the Jews, they resented having to undertake that for the future they would act in a liberal spirit.
I will have nothing to do with tolerance,
said the Orthodox Bishop of Versace to a deputation of Jews when he made his formal entry into the town of Pančevo, and when they stared at him.
It is not tolerance that I will show,
said he,
but love.
Perhaps the opposition in the Yugoslav Skupština might have exhibited more kindliness in its attitude towards the government and have refrained from rousing a storm against the signature of the obnoxious articles. The government and the opposition being practically of equal strength, the ministers, who in a calm atmosphere could have explained the realities of the situation, found themselves at a grave disadvantage. They could have shown that they would be assuming obligations which they had assumed already. In Macedonia, as any traveler could see, the time-honored custom of persecuting him who happened to be the underdog was abandoned. The authorities preferred to ignore the religious difference between themselves and the Bulgarian party, and as the difference consisted in praying for the exarch instead of the patriarch in the liturgy, there was not the slightest persecution needed to persuade the exarchists to become patriarchists. Many who had been unaware of this new spirit which informed Yugoslavia and had fled with the Bulgarian army, afterwards came back to Macedonia. Nor did the Muslims complain. 2 Bosnian Muslims were expressly included in the cabinet, and every consideration was shown to them. At Gievgili, for instance, where building material was, after the war, so scarce that many of the inhabitants had nothing but a hole in the ground, the prefect caused the 2 mosques, which had been destroyed by shell fire, to be reconstructed. Obligations imposed on them because of Romanian anti-Semitism. If the Serbs were to express their grievance against the Romanian ruling class for having landed them in this position, the Romanians would reply that the Serbs did not run the same risk as themselves of being swamped by the undesirable Galatian Jew. The Romanians argue that their peasants will go under if they are not shielded.
"In our last great maneuvers,"
said the late King Charles to M.D. Lavallee,
"it was proposed to entrust the supply of food to Christians. On the first day the provisions came. On the second, everything was late. On the third day, the whole army was dying of hunger. I was forced to make a hasty appeal to the Jews. They have great qualities. They are intelligent, energetic, economical. But these very qualities make them dangerous to us on economical grounds."
Romanians acknowledged that the agrarian policy of a few vast landowners and a submerged peasantry did not admit of peasants being made more formidable by increased education, and they doubt whether their country folk, so fond of music and dancing and drinking, have it in them to rival those Serbian non-commissioned officers who, early in 1919, became millionaires by skillful operations on the money market in the Banat. Yet the Serbs are as much addicted as anyone to the aforementioned delights, and it is probable that the Romanian boyars do their own people an injustice. But while the people were favored at the expense of the immigrants, not always very effectively, the Jews have been prohibited from owning land. Yet 1/5 of the whole of Moldavia belongs indirectly to a single Jew. One would suppose that some distinction might have been made between the more or less pernicious alien who is apt to get the village into his toils and that other Jew whose family has lived perhaps 200 years in the country, who feels himself a Romanian but is legally a foreigner. One Megder, a Jewish barrister, performed such exploits at the front during the Great War that he was mentioned in the communiqué, a distinction only conferred upon 2 other soldiers. For 1.5 years, the official publications insisted on Romanizing his name into Megdu, after which 3 cabinet meetings occupied themselves with the subject and finally announced that the error was not intentional but typographical. A French officer wished the Romanian Croix de Guerre to be given to him, but headquarters refused the request on the grounds that he was a Jew. One cannot blame the United States for taking the initiative in compelling the Romanians to modify their legislation, since the clauses of the Treaty of Berlin were merely carried out to the extent of naturalizing a maximum of 50 Jews a year, each case having to undergo innumerable formalities, accompanied with payments to deputies and others that rose to 30,000 francs. Many Jews volunteered for the army in 1913 for the sake of thus obtaining the naturalization that was promised them as a reward. But these promises were frequently not kept. A good deal of injustice occurred during the Great War. The Moniteur Officiel, number 261 of February 2, 1918, printed a decree relating to one Kaufmann, who, together with 2 Christian soldiers, had been away from his corps for 12 days in the previous September. Kaufmann was condemned to death, and the others to 5 years of hard labor. When the king was asked to deal more equitably with the 3 men, Kaufmann's sentence was committed to hard labor without limit, that is, for life. It is superfluous to give many illustrations. At Folticini, 72 Jews were imprisoned without a trial for 4 months, though 12 of them were Romanian citizens and veterans of 1877, while most of the others had sons at the front. At the village of Frumusița, a major caused the Jews to come out of their synagogue in order to listen to a speech in which he advised the Christian soldiers to watch them well, as they were worse than the Germans. No doubt there were Jews in the Romanian army whose patriotism was less than ardent, and who can blame them? In the 69th Regiment, a special corps of Jews was clothed in the discarded dark uniform that was more visible to the enemy. In the 65th Regiment, John Dimitru was paid 14 francs a month for spying on his Jewish comrades. At the Battle of Savarot, to cover the retreat of the 3 battalions, a special corps of Jews was formed, 122 men under a Jewish second lieutenant. All but 3 of them were killed or wounded. After this retreat, the general, who lost his head, commanded that the survivors should be killed wholesale on account of self-inflicted wounds. But seeing that they were so numerous and innocent, he pardoned them and only executed 2 Jews, Lubis Strul and Haskell Sima. Pour encore a Jélisut. A young doctor, Second Lieutenant Cohn, who came back from Paris, contracted typhus at the hospital where he was serving. Afterwards, he was sent to the 26th Regiment and kept under observation. It was most suspicious, said the authorities, that a Jew should return from France for his military service. A reward of 2,000 francs was offered to anyone who could supply incriminating evidence against the doctor, but this was offered in vain. The Jews, by the way, were told that while they would be removed from menial positions in the hospital, they would be tolerated as doctors, and nearly 100 of these doctors died on active service. The better class of Romanians, such as Take Ionescu, is opposed to such methods. He was therefore charged with being in the pay of the Jews, although he was a wealthy man, a very successful barrister whom politics made poorer. It remains to be seen whether the Romanians, whose position with regard to the Jews is, partly through their own fault, not without peril, will be willing to put into effect those reforms to which the Supreme Council compelled them to subscribe. The article in question will probably become a moral weapon, since the Romanians regard themselves as on a higher level than the Balkan peoples and will not desire that continual complaints should be made against them. One does not expect their prejudices and their apprehensions to be suddenly renounced. Instead of judging each case individually, the railway administration, after the government had agreed that the Jews en Blanc could become citizens, barred them en Blanc from that particular service by requiring that the candidates should present their certificates of baptism. The agricultural syndicates have also introduced a statute which limits their organizations to Romanian citizens who profess the Christian religion. Gradually, one hopes for the sake of their country, the Romanians will bring themselves to adopt a less timorous spirit and to acknowledge that it is more dangerous to the fatherland if a Jew as such is prevented than if he is permitted to hold the office of street sweeper. From such lowly public offices, or from that of university professor, no citizen should be excluded on religious grounds or admitted to them by exceptional concession. And if a Jewish cab driver at Bucharest is so severely flogged by his passengers outside the chief railway station that he succumbs in the hospital to his injuries, a fate that overtook one Mendel Blumenthal, a man 53 years of age, in September 1919, one trusts that a newspaper article asking for an inquiry will henceforward not be censored.
It is true,
said Dr. Veda Vovid, the Prime Minister,
that the Jews still evince some reluctance to assimilate intellectually with our people, or to identify their interests with those of the Romanian state. But goodwill should be shown on both sides, and the overtures should be reciprocal.
Thanks very largely to the former Liberal Premier M. Bratiano, whose party was responsible for much illiberal legislation. One of his powerful brothers was popularly said to eat a Jew at every meal. The Supreme Council acted in such a manner as to produce a particularly unwanted crisis in the Yugoslav political world. Neither Romanian nor Yugoslav need, in their opinion of Take Ionescu, have considered that their dignity was being slighted, for the tendency of the League of Nations is to limit the free will of each of them. The cardinal doctrine of the League, as Lord Robert Cecil has pointed out, is that its members are not masters in their own house, but must obey the decision of the majority. However, the opposition in the Belgrade Skupština could not resist from using this delicate situation for what many of the deputies thought was a patriotic course of conduct, and nearly all of them regarded as an admirable party cry. End of section 10. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 11 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Further Months of Trial, 1919 to 1921. Part 1. D'Annunzio spreads himself. When the Serbian army came during the Balkan War into the historic town of Prilep, a certain soldier sent his family an interesting letter which was found a few years afterwards at Niš and printed in a book. One passage tells about a conversation as to a disputed point of medieval history between the soldier and a chance acquaintance. "Brother," said the Serb, "whose is this town?" And the man of Prilep recognized at once that his catechist was not referring to the actual possessor, but to Marco of the legendary exploits. When the same question was asked of Gabriel D'Annunzio, he said that Rica was Italian, then and forever, and that he who proclaimed its annexation to Italy was a mutilated war combatant. Most of the citizens, as time went on, began to think that they would sooner hear about Rica's annexation to another land, which was the work of nature. Those who did not entertain this view were the salaried assistants of D'Annunzio and the speculators who had bought up millions of crowns in the hope that Italy, as mistress of Rica, would change them into lire, even if she did not give so good a rate as at Trieste. The poet addressed himself to the France of Victor Hugo, the England of Milton, and the America of Lincoln, but not to the businessmen of Rica, who would have told him that 70% of the property, both movable and immovable, was Yugoslav, while 10% was Italian and the rest in the hands of foreigners. Not waiting to listen to such details, D'Annunzio sailed with 1,000 men to Zadar, had a conference with Admiral Milo, and won him over. Whether he would have persuaded Victor Hugo, Milton, or Abraham Lincoln, we must gravely doubt. "I am not bound to win," says Lincoln, whom we may take as the spokesman of the trail, "but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live up to what I have. I must stand with anybody that stands right, stand with him while he is right, and part with him when he goes wrong." In view of the willful trespass committed by Italians on the property and rights of the Yugoslavs and the oft-repeated guarantees of protection given to the Slavs by the American government against such invasion, it is passing strange that D'Annunzio should have appealed to Abraham Lincoln of all people. As for Admiral Milo, he telegraphed to Rome that he had thrown in his fortunes with those of D'Annunzio, and he made to the populace a very fiery speech. It is not known whether he communicated with the France of Clemenceau, the England of Lloyd George, and the America of Wilson, whose representative he apparently continued to be for the rest of Dalmatia while relinquishing that post with regard to Zadar, his residence. The wave of Italian imperialism. If Admiral Milo's rebellion had been published in the press of November 16th, it is most likely that 250 instead of 160 socialists would have been successful at the general election, an election which Signor Nitti, that very able parliamentarian, had brought about for the purpose, amongst other things, of testing the forces and popularity of the Nationalist Party. The old chamber had, voicing the wishes of the people, voted for the open annexation of Riga without war or violence. The nationalists, in order to gain their ends, would seemingly have stopped at nothing. Military adventures, the breaking of alliances, agrarian and industrial upheaval, it was all the same to them. They scoffed at the common sense of the imperturbable Needy when he said that the Italians, like their Roman ancestors, must return to the plow. Furiously, they harped upon the facts that bread, and dearer now that coal, was nearly unprocurable. And Giolitti, who in 1915 had strenuously tried to keep the country neutral, said in a great speech before this 1919 election that the war had been waged between England and Germany for the supremacy of the survivor and that Italy should never have participated. He enlarged upon the fearful sufferings of his countrymen, and he compared the gains of Italy with those of her allies. Nor was he deterred when Signor Salandra, the former premier, called him Italy's evil spirit, who, devoid of any patriotism, would have sold the fatherland to the Central Powers for a mess of pottage. Giolitti, on whom 300 deputies had left their cards in the tragic hours before the declaration of war, had good reason to know that even if Giolittiism had melted away, the house had secretly remained Giolitti in. A new electoral system was introduced whereby the people voted for programs and parties rather than directly for individual candidates. This, it was hoped, would render corruption more difficult by enclosing the individual within the framework of the list, and it was also hoped that there would be less violence than usual. As a matter of fact, there probably was a diminution with respect to these two practices, but only because of the large number of abstentions. Merely 29% voted in Rome, 38% in Naples, and in Turin scarcely more. The people were tired of the excessive complexity and dissimulation of Italian politics. There was a good deal of violence in Milan, Florence, Bologna, and Sicily. The riots were sometimes fatal. And with such an electorate more extensive than heretofore, so that symbols had often to be used instead of the printed word, it was to be expected that there would not be an atmosphere of even relatively calm discussion. At Naples, 132 candidates struggled for 11 seats. Their meeting was indescribable. And it may be thought that in such conditions the victorious parties would not necessarily reflect the wishes of the country. The nationalists were dispersed, the Giolittians were routed, the socialists increased from 40 to 156, and the Catholics from 30 to 101. Gabriele D'Annunzio had been the socialists' chief elector. Their wish for Riga, dead or alive. There was now a fair hope that the government would be in a position to solve the Adriatic problem. The Italian delegates in Paris had suggested that in the independent buffer state, Riga should have a separate municipal status and that a narrow strip of land should join the buffer state to Italy. On December 9th, the memorandum was signed by the representatives of Great Britain and America, which was the best compromise which anyone had yet proposed. The strip was dismissed as being counter to every known consideration of geography, economics, and territorial convenience. Nevertheless, this very dangerous expedient of the strip, after having been thus roundly rejected by the Allies, formed a part of the Treaty of Rapallo in November 1920. The Yugoslavs had most generously given way rather than leave this exasperating Adriatic problem still unsolved. Riga, with her environment, was to be a corpus separatum, and this was the chief point which made the proposals unacceptable to Italy. That socialist group which is represented by the Avanti seems to be the only one whose attitude was not intransigent. The question of Riga, it argued, was not isolated, but should be considered as one of the numerous questions of Italian foreign politics. It laughed at those who every moment cry, "Our fiume!" because there are in the town many people who speak Italian. Other groups of socialists had altered very much from the day when the three delegates, Labriola, Raimundo, and Kappa, spoke of the Adriatic at the Congress which Kerensky summoned to Petrograd. Labriola was considered the most arrogant and chauvinist of the trio, but not even he demanded Riga. There was no question of it at the time. Still less did he dream of Zadar or Šibenik. What he pleaded for was Trieste, Istria, and an island. In December 1919, some Italian socialist papers were printing reports on the economic life of Riga, which was in a disastrous condition. But the great majority of Italians were so bent upon securing Riga that they did not seem to care if by that time she was dead. And they threw a little dust into their eyes, if not into the eyes of the Entente, by declaring that if they did not annex Riga, that unhappy, faithful town would annex them. That self-appointed Consiglio Nazionale Italiano of Riga was, however, at this time less preoccupied with the Madre Patria than with her own very troublesome affairs. She had no leisure to organize those patriotic deputations to Rome which sailed so frequently across the Adriatic, and which, as was revealed by Signor Niti's organ, Il Tempo, were too often composed of speculators who liked to receive in Italy the sum of 60 centesimi for an unstamped Austrian paper crown that was barely worth 10. The disillusioned CNI would have given a good many lire to be rid of D'Annunzio. The citizens were invited to vote on the following question: is it desirable to accept the proposal of the Italian government declared acceptable by the CNI at its meeting of December 15th, which absolves Gabriele D'Annunzio and his legionaries from their oath to hold Riga until its annexation has been decreed and effected? On December 21st, in the chamber, Signor Niti announced that more than half the citizens had voted and that 4/5 of them were in favor of the suggestion of the CNI. But D'Annunzio, whose adherents by no means facilitated the plebiscite, proclaimed it null and void. Yet after all, Italy had likewise on every occasion when the Yugoslavs suggested a plebiscite under impartial control, refused to sanction it. Fruitless efforts of Italy's allies. Then suddenly a ray of light shone through the clouds. The ever-cheerful Signor Niti, after a conference with Lloyd George and Clemenceau, no Yugoslavs being present, whereas Signor Niti was both pleader and judge, was authorized to say that the December memorandum had been shelved. Terms more favorable to Italy were substituted, and the Yugoslav government were told they must accept them. One of these terms was to modify the Wilson line in Istria, ostensibly for the protection of Trieste, and in reality to dominate the railway line Riga-St. Peter-Ljubljana. Another of the terms was to present Italy with that narrow corridor which in December the Allies had so peremptorily disallowed. No wonder the American ambassador in France gave his warning. "You are going," he said, "much too far and much too quickly. President Wilson cannot keep pace with you." The French government was passing through a period of change, and these new proposals, as was underlined in the Temps, emanated from London. Mr. Lloyd George, who may have wished for Signor Niti's aid in his offensive against France in the Russian and Turkish questions, was at this time very badly served by his intuition. The Yugoslavs were ordered to accept the new proposals or to submit to the application of the Treaty of London, that secret and abandoned instrument which, to mention only one of the objections against it, provided for complete Yugoslav sovereignty over Riga, a solution that, in view of Italy's inflamed public opinion, was for the time being impracticable. And while the Yugoslavs were told that Riga would, under the Treaty of London, fall to them, no details were given as to how D'Annunzio was to be removed. Nous sommes de l'audience, as Clemenceau used to say of the political condition of France before the war. Seeing that the Italian government and the CNI had shown themselves so powerless, were France and England going to turn the poet out? But Mr. Lloyd George was more fortunate than Disraeli, whose error in the question of Bosnia and Herzegovina had such dire results. On February 13th, a very firm note was issued by President Wilson which compelled France and Great Britain to withdraw from the position they had taken up. Wilson would have nothing to do with the notorious corridor, though Clemenceau had said on January 13th to the Yugoslav delegates, "Si nous n'avions pas fait cette concession, nous n'avions pas fait le reste." The American government, said Wilson, feels that it cannot sacrifice the principles for which it entered the war to gratify the improper ambition of one of its associates, Italy, to purchase a temporary appearance of calm in the Adriatic at the price of a future world conflagration. The rejoinder of the French and British premiers was a trifle lame, and when they ventured to add that they could not believe that it was the purpose of the American people, as the president threatened, to retire from the treaty with Germany and the agreement of June 28, 1919 with France, unless his point of view was adopted in this particular case, which in their opinion had the appearance of being so inadequate, they were not caring to remember that while their own countries and Italy were suffering from a lack of foodstuff and provisions, were being imported at a disastrous rate of exchange from the United States. The products of Yugoslavia, such as meat and meal, could not be obtained in Riga because Riga, which ought surely to serve its hinterland, was at that moment not available owing to D'Annunzio. At the same time, the president did not go to the opposite extreme of simply allocating the port to Yugoslavia, which the application of the Treaty of London would involve. He preferred to act on the principle that the differences between Italy and the Yugoslavs were inconsiderable, especially as compared with the magnitude of their common interests. And direct negotiations between the two parties were to be recommended with the proviso that no use be made of France and Great Britain's immoral suggestion that an agreement be reached on the basis of compensation elsewhere at the expense of nationals of a third party. It had indeed been proposed that the Yugoslavs should be bribed by concessions in Albania, but this idea was very explicitly rejected and on more than one occasion by the Yugoslav delegates in Paris. While in the following months the Yugoslavs and the Italians negotiated, the task of their delegates was impeded by the occasional cabinet crisis in Belgrade and in Rome. It was made no easier by those Italians who clamorously objected to the remark of Clemenceau when he said that both Yugoslavs and Italians had been compelled to fight in Austria's army. The Corriere d'Italia told him that he displayed the zeal of a corporal to defend the Yugoslavs. After alluding to his historical inexactitudes, it reminded him of the Italians who were slain at Rheims and the Chemin des Dames, but as usual omitted to speak of the French soldiers who fell in Italy. And while the negotiations were being carried on, Gabriele D'Annunzio clung to his town. The compromise of a mixed administration seemed to have small chance of being realized. It had been proposed by the Inter-Allied Commission, which was set up to investigate the circumstances of the French massacre. And the Italian delegate, General de Robelant, not only said in his report to the Senate that the compromise was most favorable for Italian aspirations, But he is alleged also to have included some very drastic criticism of the actions of the high military authorities whom he charged with unconstitutional interference. Nevertheless, neither the poet nor the premier were as yet in a tractable mood with regard to the Riga problem. Signor Nitti, parading his bonhomie, championed the cause in a more statesmanlike fashion. He did not, like D'Annunzio, evoke the world's ridicule by his footlight attitudes and those of his faithful supporters who, when his admiral Rizzo abandoned him, when Giorotti, his confidant, withdrew, when even Milo advised moderation, took certain piratical steps in order to keep the garrison supplied with food and composed an anthem which on ceremonial occasions was chanted in the poet's honor. But when Signor Nitti observed with the utmost affability that Riga had, after the fall of the crown of St. Stephen, become mistress of her own fate, and as such, regardless of the Treaty of London, asked for inclusion in Italy, he, the Prime Minister, was vying in recklessness with D'Annunzio. The prevailing sentiment, both in Trieste and Riga, said the Times, was that both these towns should become free ports in order to serve their hinterlands, which are not Italian. Italy is neglecting Trieste in favor of Venice, says the dispatch. In Riga, where the situation was even worse. An honest plebiscite, even if confined to the Italian part of the city, would give a startling result. The Italians of Riga are convinced that their existence depends on good relations with the Yugoslavs. They wish the town and port to be independent under the sovereignty of the League of Nations. This I have recently been told by a large number of Italians in Riga who are obliged in public to support D'Annunzio. Signor Nitti must have been aware that the voice of the CNI was very far from being the voice of Riga. The CNI had reasons of their own for wishing to postpone the day when their arbitrary powers would come to an end and a legal government, whether that of the League of Nations or of the people's will or of Italy or of Yugoslavia, be established. Footnote regarding the supply of the Riga garrison. But the wind was considerably tempered for him. Vessels laden with his precise requirements sailed over from Italy and said they had been captured by D'Annunzio's Arditi. General Badoglio, in command of the royal troops outside the town, ascertained in November 1919 that Riga's coal supply was nearly exhausted and 7,000 tons per month were required for the public services alone. He accordingly informed a syndicate of coal merchants in Trieste that he would be personally responsible for the first consignment of coal to D'Annunzio. A month earlier, when the town was supposed to be blockaded, it was announced that a limited supply of foodstuffs would, nevertheless, be introduced through the Red Cross for very young children. This amounted, as a matter of fact, to 21 truckloads a week. It is significant that there was no rise in the price charged in the public restaurants of Riga, and that persons living outside the line of armistice found it cheaper to do their shopping in the besieged city. End of footnote. Some of Riga's scandals. Owing to the complaints of innumerable citizens, the CNI had nominated a commission to inquire into the pillage of the former Austrian stores at Riga. This town, as we have mentioned, had been the base for the Albanian army, and the findings of the commission displayed the culpability of the most prominent members of the CNI. This document was, for a long time, unknown to the general public, but was afterwards published in Italy by Signor Riccardo Zanella, himself an Italian and an ex-deputy of the ex-mayor of Riga. There was, by the way, an article in the Trieste paper, Il Lavatore, at the beginning of September 1920, wherein one Tersilio Burgess, a former member of D'Annunzio's army, confesses that on June 21st he was ordered by D'Annunzio, as also by Colonel Sani and Captain Baldassare, to get Signor Zanella in some way out of the world. Inco Camero and Angelo Marzitz, his fellow workers, had likewise to be removed. And for this purpose, Burgess says that the colonel provided him with the revolver. He was also to try to seize any compromising documents, but he was forced by his conscience to reveal everything to Zanella. Now, this confession may be true or false, but the Trieste Faciti, that is, nationalists, believed in it, for they issued a placard on which they called Burgess a traitor and threatened him with death. "He who, after November 1918, returns to the martyred town," writes Signor Zanella, "is simply stupefied in beholding that those personages who now strut on the political scene, burning with the most ardent Italian patriotism, are the same who, until the eve of Vittorio Veneto, were the most unbending, the most eloquent, and the most devoted partisans and servants of the reactionary Magyar regime." And around them a number of more or less questionable persons were assembled, whose conduct with regard to the disposal of the Austrian stores has now been so severely censored. That organization which, dependent on the CNI, was supposed to administer the stores was known as the Adriatic Commission. "We all knew," said the Commission of Inquiry, "that the eyes of the whole world were gazing at our little town. It was therefore very desirable that nothing irregular should be done, whereas the judges give a most unfavorable verdict. Nobody, they say, would rejoice more than themselves if their conclusions should be shown to be completely or partly erroneous, for they are all of them penetrated with love for the fatherland Italy. But they relate with chapter and verse a large number of peculiar transactions which show that the goods were very improperly and very hastily auctioned, and that those who reaped the benefit were nearly always the same people. To give one instance, some of the wine said to have been damaged was sold at 260 crowns the 1,000 liters, while undamaged wine brought 320 crowns. And the firm of Raboli, the only one which appeared at the so-called auction, was only asked to pay 30 crowns. Thus, a considerable number of people in Riga were anxious that the town should not come under any government which might punish the culprits or make them disgorge. And Needy and D'Annunzio agreed with these interested parties in opposing a solution other than the overlordship of Italy. "The Yugoslavs should understand," said the amiable premier, "that Italy has no intention of acting in a manner distasteful to them, but is struggling for a national ideal." And meantime, what of the conditions in the poor distracted town? "D'Annunzio," says an Italian paper, "is no longer the master of Riga. He has become the prisoner of his own troops. While he amuses himself and organizes the worst orgies, his troops quarrel in the streets and discharge their weapons. A great many of them have their mistresses in the hospital, where they make themselves at home. When the doctors, after some time, protested, the Arditi, with bombs in their hands, threatened to blow up the hospital if they were not allowed to enter it." On the other hand, the pale, weary-looking poet succeeded in impressing on a special correspondent of the Morning Post that he was master of his job. He had told this gentleman, and was apparently believed, that with the consent and approval of the CNI, he had had the whole place mined, city and harbor, and was prepared to blow it up at a moment's notice. The means by which D'Annunzio, according to his interview, worked on those who were depressed with gazing at the empty shops, the silent warehouses, the grass-grown wharves, so that the overwhelming majority of the town supported him, was by simply making to them an eloquent speech. D'Annunzio would indeed be the master of his job if, with some very rounded periods in Italy, he could cause the very numerous hostile businessmen to forget so blissfully that they were men of business. Under his dispensation, the town is said to have been turned into a place of debauchery. Accusations were brought against his sexual code, and with regard to men of commerce,
Those who are not partisans of D'Annunzio are expelled and their establishments handed over to friends of the ruling power. Woe to him who dares to condemn the transactions of the poet's adherents. There and then he is pronounced to be a Yugoslav, is placed under surveillance, and is persecuted.
These Italian critics of the poet do not in the least exaggerate. One instance of his conduct towards a British firm will be sufficient. The Anglo-Near East Trading Company shipped 67 cases. That's 5,292 pairs of boots to private traders in Belgrade, and on the way they reached Riga just before D'Annunzio. In March 1920, they were still detained there. And on the 13th of that month, a certain Alceste de Ambris, who described himself as the chief of the cabinet, wrote a letter saying that the boots were requisitioned and that they would be paid for within 30 days at a price fixed on March 5th by experts of the local Chamber of Commerce. The company was offered 40 lire a pair, but they declined to accept so inadequate a sum. Signor Mena, the Spanish consul, who was also representing Great Britain, attempted in various ways to help the firm. He was finally told by an officer that the exceptional situation of Riga compels the authority to suspend the exportation or transport of such goods as are thoroughly needed here. And the consul could do no more than protest. One might presume from this officer's reply that D'Annunzio required the boots for his army. As a matter of fact, they were simply sold to a couple of dealers, one Levy of Trieste and Mailander of Riga. It is alleged that the prices paid by these receivers of stolen property was a good deal higher than 40 lire. When Signor de Ambris traveled to Rome in the merry month of June and enjoyed a consultation with the Prime Minister, who by this time was Signor Giolitti, it was not in order to explain any such transactions as that one of the boots, but for the purpose, we are told, of offering the services of D'Annunzio and his legionaries in Albania. The regular Italian army was just then being roughly handled by the natives. It may be that Signor de Ambris wanted guarantees that if the D'Annunzian troops were to come to the rescue, they would not suffer the fate of the Yugoslavs who in the Great War had managed to desert to Italy, had valiantly fought and won many decorations, and, after the war, been ignominiously interned. And they had given no grounds for charges of financial frailty. Progress of the Yugoslav idea. The months go by and Yugoslavia still survives. At the post office of a large village in Serbia, not far from Jakovo, where Bishop Strasmeyer labored during 55 years for the union of the southern Slavs, which he was destined not to see, a bulky farmer told me that, in his opinion, Yugoslavia, created in 1918, was now in 1920, kaput. He deduced this from the fact that a telegram used to travel much more expeditiously in Austrian days. But he did not remember that the Yugoslavs in the Serbian and the Austro-Hungarian armies had suffered enormous losses in the war, and that while French, Dutch, and Swiss doctors have been obtained by the Belgrade government, one cannot use telegraphists who are ignorant of the language. An excellent province in which Yugoslavia's solidity can be studied is Bosnia. At the outbreak of the war, the Muslims and Croats were not imbued with the Yugoslav idea. It seemed to them that the Serbs, one of whom had slain the Archduke, were traitors to southern Slavdom. During the war, the Croats and Muslims were taught by their Slav officers to be good nationalists and were given frequent lessons in the art of going over to the enemy. After the armistice, one did not see every Serb, Croat, and Muslim in Bosnia forthwith forgetting all the evil of the past. Among the less enlightened, certain private acts of vengeance had to be performed, but these were not as numerous as one might have expected. And very soon the population of Bosnia came to be interested far less in the old religious differences. The two deputies, Dr. Jamonia and Professor Stanojevic, smiling remembered the day when, as schoolboys at Sarajevo, they had been persuaded by the Austrians to pull out each other's hair for the reason that one was a Croat and one was a Serb. And now it was the engrossing subject of agrarian reform which claimed the attention of Catholic, Orthodox, and Muslim. This is not a religious question, for while the landlords are mostly Mohammedan Bags, about half the peasants are of the same religion, and the negotiations have been marked by a notable absence of passion. Most of the Bags acknowledge that the old regime was unprofitable, for with the peasant paying 1/3 to 1/5 of his production to the landlord, the land only yielded, as compared with the sandy districts of East Prussia, in the proportion of 5 to 22. Under the new order of things, with the state in support of the usurping peasants, so that there are said to be in Bosnia about 1,000 peasants who are millionaires in crowns, there is no longer any dispute with regard to the Kemet land where the peasants with hereditary rights have become the owners. And with regard to the bag luck, which the bag used to let to anyone he pleased, it is only a question as to the degree of compensation. Thus, it is not among the landowners and the peasants that one must look in searching for an anti-national party. Bosnia contains various iron works and coal mines where profession is made of communism. But when the Prince Regent was about to come to pay his first national visit in 1920 to Sarajevo, the governor received a communication from the communists of Zenica, which is on the railway line. They asked for permission to salute our prince as he came past. And a deputation of these communists, who are very like their colleagues in other parts of Yugoslavia, duly appeared and took part in a ceremony at the station. Despite the new phenomenon of communism. Just as innocuous, whatever the enemies of Yugoslavia may say, are the communists in the old Kingdom of Serbia. Perhaps in the whole state of Yugoslavia they number 50,000 in a population of about 12,500,000. But they are so well organized that in the municipal elections of 1920 they were victorious in most of the towns. In Belgrade, they secured 3,600 votes as compared with 3,200 for the Radicals, 2,800 for the Democrats, both of whom were not only badly organized but very slack, and 605 for the Republicans. However, the Communists refused to swear the requisite oath, and in consequence were not permitted to take office, the Radicals and Democrats forming a union to carry on. It was agreed to have a new election, and the other parties, being now awakened, determined that the Communists should not again top the poll. But in the provincial towns they have not by any means shown themselves a disintegrating influence. At Niš, for example, they conducted the municipal affairs quite satisfactorily, while at Chupria they perceived that it would be impossible to put into effect their entire program, and so after 14 days they resigned. The rise and fall of communism in Yugoslavia. As for the communists in the Skupština, it may be argued that though this party of over 50 members has ceased to exist, we should have said not simply that they are innocuous, but that they have been rendered so. They were, in principle, against any state which violated their somewhat hazy ideas on the subject of capital. While professing to aim at the holding of wealth in common, they secured a great deal of their success at the polls through the bait of more land for the individual, which they dangled before the eyes of the most ignorant classes. Some of the electors who supported them were prosperous farmers unable to resist the idea of a still larger farm, but the majority of their adherents were as ignorant as they were gullible. Yet one should remember that for most of them this was practically their first experience of an election. The constituencies which had formerly been in Austria-Hungary had always seen the booths under the supervision of the police, while the Macedonian voter had only known the institutions of the Turkish Empire. Being told by the communists that their box at the polling station was really the box for the poor, the Fukara, all the gypsies and so forth of Skopje who had never voted in their lives, hastened to claim the privilege under the impression that a communist government would liberate them from taxes and military service. Other reasons for the success of the communists in Yugoslavia, an essentially non-industrial state, were the general discontent with post-war conditions and the virus which so many of the voters had acquired in Russia or on the Dubrovnik front during the war. The activity in the Skupština of this very indigestible party, largely composed of Turks, Magyars, Albanians, Germans, and others, their activity in and out of Parliament was not confined to words. In June 1920, they only refrained from throwing bombs in the Skupština because one of their own members would have been in peril. And in December, a plot against the Prince Regent and some of the ministers was foiled. Thereupon, the Emergency Act of December 27th, the so-called Obznana, came into existence. It suspended all communist associations. This act was issued for the good of the country, but was not previously presented to the Constituent Assembly or provided with the royal signature. How justified were the authorities in thus putting a stop to this party could be seen when some of the communist deputies were interrogated. For either they were dangerous fanatics or else very ignorant individuals who knew no more about any other question than about communism and had only been elected because they professed dissatisfaction with things in general. A few months later, Mr. Drašković, the very able Minister of the Interior, who had drawn up the Obznana, but who by that time had laid down the seals of office, was murdered by a communist at a seaside resort in the presence of his wife and little children. The object of this particular outrage was to persuade the authorities in panic to withdraw the hated Obznana, whereas the previous attempts on various personages seem to have been greatly due to the desire to show some positive result in return for the cash which came to them from Moscow. One of the leaders of the party, the ex-professor of mathematics, was arrested last summer in Vienna on his return from Moscow with a large and very miscellaneous collection of English, French, American, Russian, and other money. After the murder of Mr. Drašković, the mandates of the communist deputies were suppressed. 7 or 8 of them were detained for speedy trial and the rest were told to go to their homes. The Communist Parliamentary Party was set at an end. It was established that their committee room in the Skupština had been used for highly improper purposes, but there was nothing to prevent these ex-deputies from being elected as members of any other party. And it was rather beside the mark for an English review, the Labour Monthly, to talk of the White Terror in Yugoslavia, as if there prevailed in that country anything comparable with Admiral Horthy's regime in Hungary. Other lions in the path. The behavior of the communists was far from being the only clog in Yugoslavia's parliamentary machine. After the first general election of November 1920, delayed until then on account of Italy's attitude, which made it impossible to demobilize the army. No single party, nor even one of the large groups, was possessed of a real working majority. Fierce and determined was the opposition. To carry on the business of government, it became necessary to secure the coalition of several parties. The radical and Democrat bloc had to attract to its side 1 or 2 other parties. And it was truly difficult to make concessions to any one of these without rousing the righteous or the envious wrath of another group. In principle, it was proper that the Bosnian Muslims should receive compensation for their estates. The question is whether the very large sum was less in the nature of a fair price than of a bribe. The Radical Party was no longer under its happy triumvirate of Paschitz, the old diplomat, Protic, the executor of his ideas, and Pachow, a medical man from Novi Sad, the real brain of the party. We shall give an example of Pachow's prudence. The long views which he possessed may be illustrated by what occurred at a meeting of radical deputies 2 days before the outbreak of the Second Balkan War. The Tsar's proposed arbitration was being discussed, and certain deputies, such as the late Dr. Pavlovich, who was the first speaker of the Yugoslav parliament after the Great War, raised their voices in opposition. They were supported by the army.
Can we have Bitolia? They asked. It is not known what the Tsar will decide, said Pashets. Then we cannot accept arbitration, said Pavlovitz. And Pachow spoke. I would be very glad to know, said he, what Mr. Pavlovich would say if we could get by possibly now sacrificing Bitolia, not only Bosnia but Dalmatia and other Slav countries. All that, said Pavlovitch, is music of the future. For you, perhaps, said Pachow, but not for us. And the vote in favor of arbitration was carried. Pachow died in 1915 at Niš. Besides being an expert in finance and foreign affairs, he was less arbitrary in his methods than Protich. That very erudite man has not been much endowed with patience. No sooner does an important book appear in Western or Central Europe than a copy of it goes to his library. This brought him into conflict with his Democratic colleague, Mr. Pribitjevich, the most prominent man in that party. It would have been well if Dr. Davidovich, the gentle, tactful leader of the party, could have taken into his own composition one half of his lieutenant's excessive combativeness. Pribitjevich and Protich find it impossible to work together, and we can sympathize with both of them. One day, at a more than usually disagreeable cabinet meeting, Pribitjevich reminded the then Prime Minister that he was the first among equals, a point of view which did not square with the methods of Protich, who gives his support to these ministers who bend before him. And as Pribitjevich has hitherto insisted on being in every cabinet, Protich has withdrawn and has started a newspaper, The Radical, in which he attacks him with great violence and ability. One charge which he brings against this Serb from Croatia is perfectly true, for he has succeeded in alienating the Croats. Only 2 or 3 Democrat deputies come from Croatia, and they are elected by the Serbs who live in that province. It would seem that the Croats will remain in more or less active opposition so long as Pribitjevich, the arch-centralizer who scorns to wear the velvet glove, stays in the government. There is also much doubt as to whether Protich can break down their particularism, which, of course, is not an anti-national movement. But luckily, through other men, it will be stayed. For other reasons, one regrets that Mr. Protich is not now in power. As the finance minister, he knew how to introduce order, preferring the interests of the state to those of his party. Both radicals and Democrats have been reluctant for electoral purposes to tax the farmer, and Mr. Protich would probably have the courage to impose a direct tax, as the radicals did without losing popular favor in the old days. In this respect, and concerning the numerous posts that have been created for party reasons, it is thought that Mr. Pashets has not displayed sufficient energy. There was in Yugoslavia a very heavy war deficit, both economic and financial. Communications were out of order, and the state, owing to the adverse exchange, which was not justified by the economic potentialities of the country, but was probably caused by the unsettled conditions both internal and external, the state could not obtain the necessary raw products for industrial undertakings such as ironworks, tanneries, cloth factories, etc. The Yugoslavs did not borrow from abroad as they might have done in the form of raw materials. The agricultural products which were exported should have been sold for the needful manufacturer's material, and not for articles of luxury, and not for depreciated foreign, especially Austrian currency. The Yugoslav public is slow to learn economy, that it should restrict the importation of luxuries. What makes it particularly unhappy, in which frame of mind it listens to the voices prophesying woe for Yugoslavia, is the knowledge that for increased production and for many other necessary aims more capital is wanted, whereas under present conditions it has been difficult to borrow. But happily in this respect the corner has been turned,
and in the spring of 1922, a considerable loan was negotiated with an American syndicate. Footnote regarding the fierce and determined opposition. However, in the Yugoslav parliament, although some of the deputies have spent their lives in far-off, primitive places, by no means all of those who represent the Albanians can read and write, one does not hear such deplorable language as that which, according to the Grazer Volksblad of January 19, 1922, disgraced the Austrian Assembly. A certain Dr. Wannick of the Pan-German Party wished to criticize the Minister of Finance, Professor Dr. Gertler of the Christian Socialists. He remarked that one could not expect this minister to be sober at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and went on to say that no less than 5 banks whose names he would give had received early information from the minister, which enabled them to speculate successfully. He repeated this accusation several times and with great violence. But when he was invited to reveal the names of these banks, "No, sir," he cried, "I will not do so because I don't want to." End of footnote. The nadir of Devine and Nikita. However, the principal disintegrating force in Yugoslavia, we were often told in England, was Montenegro, where, it seems, the natives were yearning to cast off their yoke. The British devotees of the former king told us of the ghastly state of Montenegro, and our Foreign Office was bombarded with reports which ascribed these evils to the wretched government of Yugoslavia. "There is nothing anywhere," says a memorandum from the ineffable Devine. "The shops are empty. The town markets are deserted. The peasants, who may not travel from one village to another without a Serbian permit," etc., etc. Well, I visited Centenja Market on a non-market day, and passing through the crowd of people, I admired the produce of various parts of the country. Melons, tomatoes, dried fish, onions, peaches, nuts, and cheese, lemons from Montevari, and so forth. I happened to ask a comely woman called Petricevic from near Podgorica whether she had a permit. She looked surprised at such a question. It is very true that the more mountainous parts of Montenegro are far from prosperous. But to insinuate that this is the fault of the government is childish. Hampered by the lack of transport, practically everything has to be brought on ox carts by the tremendous road from Kotor. They have recently given away 38,000 kilos of wheat and many mountain horses at Centenja. I suppose it was all in the game for Devine and his assistants to throw mud at the Yugoslav government if they believed that they would, for the happiness of the Montenegrins themselves, help to restore Nikita. But what was the use of saying that "the poor people have no money and have nothing to eat? They are said to be living on a herb of some sort that grows wild in the mountains"? A very satisfactory feature of the past year has been the migration of 7,000 Montenegrins to more fertile parts of Yugoslavia. And as far as Nikita's partisans, they were such small beer that when they wished to hold a meeting at Centenja, the government had not the least objection. It also allowed them to sing the songs that Nikita wrote. But that was more than the population of Centenja would stand. It is only at Centenja, where he reigned for 60 years, and at Nagysh, where he was born, that Nikita has any adherents at all. As for his adherents at Gaeta, the Centenja authorities were practically willing to give a passport to any woman who desired to spend some time in Italy with her husband or brother or son. She might stay there or come back just as she pleased. And very likely, when she got to Gaeta, she would relate how in the cathedral and at the rock-bound monastery of Ostrog and in other sacred places, one could see the Montenegrin women cursing their ex-king. A general. The sinister shadow of D'Annunzio had fallen across Dalmatia and beyond it. For instance, On November 20th, 1919, the King of Italy's name day, a general holiday was proclaimed in the occupied districts. The director of the school at Zlosla, a Slav who had never been an Italian subject, gave, perhaps injudiciously, the usual lessons. He and his wife were arrested, and for months they were in prison, their 6-month-old child being left at the mercy of neighbors. And the local commandant, Major Gracio Golini, told Dr. Smolcic, the president of the National Council, that the slightest action on the part of the Yugoslavs would provoke terrible measures on the part of D'Annunzio Zarditi, who would spare neither women nor children. The reader may remember the Montenegrin general Vyšević, who took to the mountains and defied the Austrians. On the accession of the Emperor Karl, he surrendered. And much to the surprise of his people, he traveled round the country recommending everyone to offer no more opposition, to be quiet and obedient to the Austrians. When the war was over, the authorities at Belgrade gave him, as they did to other Montenegrin generals, the same rank in the Yugoslav army. But the numerous Montenegrins who resented his unpatriotic behavior persuaded the War Office after 2 or 3 months to remove him from the active list. This exasperated the ambitious man to such an extent that he withdrew to his own district and began to work against Yugoslavia. A major with a force of 200 gendarmes was sent to fetch him back, and after conversations that lasted 10 days, induced him to return to Belgrade. There he was not molested. He used to sit for hours in the large cafe of the Hotel Moscow in civilian clothes. But one day, a policeman at the harbor happened to observe him talking for a long time to a fisherman. He wondered what the two might have in common. When the fisherman was interrogated, he refused at first to give any information, but he finally divulged that he had agreed for 1,500 francs to take the general down the Danube either to Bulgaria or Romania. That evening at 9 o'clock, the general appeared with his son and a servant. He was captured, and among his documents were some which proved it was alleged that he was in communication with D'Annunzio. Footnote regarding the general's capture. He was kept for some time in confinement at Mitrovica in Sirmia, and in November 1920 he was liberated in consequence of the Great Amnesty. End of footnote. End of section 11. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 12 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Further Months of Trial, 1919 to 1921, Part 2. Two comic pro-Italians in our midst. Month follows month. The reading public, and some of the statesmen of the world, begin to recognize that whatever may be the case on other portions of the new map, there is nothing unreal or impossible or artificial about Yugoslavia. This state is the result of a national movement, having its origins within, and not without the peoples whose destiny it affects. The various Yugoslavs, after being kept apart for all these centuries, have now, roughly speaking, come to that stage which the Germans reached in 1866. They cannot rest until they reach the unity which came to the Germans after 1870. And here also it seems the unity will not be gained without the sacrifice of thousands of young men.
"Go, my son,"
said Oxenstiern, the Swedish chancellor,
"and observe by what imbeciles the world is governed."
It is pitiable that the leaders of the nations, in declining month after month to give to Yugoslavia an equitable frontier, should apparently have been more impressed by the arguments of Mrs. Lucy Bartlett than by those of an anonymous philosopher in the Edinburgh Review. "Nationality," says the lady, speaking of the country people of Dalmatia. "Nationality These people of the country districts, the great mass of the population, are far too primitive to have any sense of nationality as yet. But if someday they call themselves Italians. That is what she says of a people which, through centuries of persecution and neglect, have preserved their language, their traditions, their hopes. A people which, more than 40 years ago, won their great victory against the Habsburg regime of Italian and Italianist officials, so that with one exception, every mayor in Dalmatia and all the imperial deputies and hundreds of societies of all kinds, such as 375 rural saving banks, were exclusively Yugoslav. Out of the nearly 150,000 votes at the last general election, which was held in 1911 on the basis of universal suffrage, the Yugoslav candidates received about 145,000 against 5,000 to 6,000 for the Italians. It is indisputable that the Dalmatian peasants are backward in many things. But one is really sorry for the person who declares in print that they possess no sense of nationality. Let her visit any house of theirs on Christmas Eve and watch them celebrate the Badnik. Let her listen any evening to their songs. Let her think whether there is no sense of nationality among the priests who almost to a man are the sons of Yugoslav peasants. And let her recollect that these are the days when the other Yugoslavs are at last uniting in their own free state. She has the hardihood to tell us of the poor Dalmatians who were being bribed with waterworks and bridges and gratuitous doctoring. I dare say that the little ragged Slav children of Kosovo whom she saw clustered round the kindly Italian officer were glad enough to eat his chocolates. But I think we others should pay more attention to those secret societies, the Chitasis, Slav for Komitadjes, who have sworn to liberate all Istria from the Italians. We may also consider the proposals made by the southern Slavs, who Signor Salvemini, the distinguished professor of modern history at Pisa, called extreme nationalists. Well, it appears that the extreme southern Slav nationalists, as the utmost of their aspirations, claim the southern Slav section of the province of Gorica, with the town Trieste in the whole of Istria. That is to say, a territory which, with a population the majority of whom are Slav, contains also 284,325 Italians. Whereas the smallest program ever proposed by modern Italians, including Professor Salvemini, covets some 364,000 southern Slavs. Thus, the extreme southern Slav elements in their wildest demands are more moderate than the moderate Italians in their most limited program.
Without distinction of tribe or creed,
says the Edinburgh Reviewer,
all the Yugoslavs are waiting for their 1870. This will fix and perpetuate their unity. The preparation is going forward, silently, almost sullenly, and without demur or qualification. The Yugoslavs are accepting the Serb military chief's guidance and domination.
He was much impressed by the silence and controlled power of the Serbian general staff. There was in Europe a general war weariness, but not in Yugoslavia. There was a hush in this part of Europe, broken only by the shrill screams of Italian propagandists and outbursts of suppressed passion on the other side. Footnote regarding the chocolates given to Slav children. A few months after this, in the course of a little controversy in the Saturday Review, which arose from an unsigned and, I hoped, rather reasonable article of mine on the Adriatic settlement, I quoted from memory this passage of Mrs. Rebartlett's and said that the Italian captain was giving chocolates to the children at Kievo. Thereupon, Mr. Harold W. E. Goad of the British Italian League wrote a highly indignant letter to the editor, And in the course of it, he denounced me for having egregiously invented the chocolates, for the sole purpose of throwing her testimony into ridicule. What do you, sir, think of such methods at that? And he concluded by declaring that I wallowed in a truly Balkan slough of distortion and calumny. Well, on referring to Mrs. Rebartlett's article, I found that there is no mention of chocolates, and I apologize. Presumably the children were crowding round their adored Capitano in order to thank him for the bridges and waterworks which were being built in Dalmatia. End of footnote. The belated Treaty of Rapallo. In the Rapallo Treaty of November 1920, when at last the statesmen of Italy and Yugoslavia came to terms regarding all their frontiers, this treaty was received with much applause by the great majority of the French and British press. In this country of compromise, it was pointed out by many that as each party knew that the other had abated something of his desires, the treaty would probably remain in operation for a long time to come, and column after column of smug comment was written in various newspapers by the diplomatic correspondent, whose knowledge of diplomacy may have been greater than his acquaintance with the Adriatic, since they followed one another like a procession of sheep in copying the mistake in a telegram which spoke of Orito, the curious suburb of Zadar, instead of Borgo Arizu. They noted that each side had yielded something, though it was true that the Yugoslavs had been more generous in surrendering 500,000 of their compatriots, whereas the Italians had given up Dalmatia, to which they never had any right.
The claim for Dalmatia was entirely unjustified,
said Signor Coliani in the Italian chamber on November 23rd. Yet it was not our business to weigh the profit and loss to the two interested parties. After all, it was they who had between themselves made this agreement, and one might argue that it would surely be an impertinence if anyone else were more royalist than the king. These commentators held that it was inexpedient for anyone to ask why the Yugoslavs should now have accepted conditions that were, on the whole, considerably worse than those which President Wilson, with the approval of Great Britain and France, had laid down as a minimum if they were to realize their national unity. And of course, these writers deprecated any reference to the pressure which France and Great Britain brought to bear upon the Yugoslavs when the negotiations at Rapallo were in danger of falling through. If we take two Scottish newspapers, the Scotsman was typical of this very bland attitude. It congratulated everyone on the harmonious close to a long, intricate, and frequently dangerous controversy. The Glasgow Herald, on the other hand, was one of the few newspapers which took a more than superficial view.
Monstrous, it said. As such intervention seems, no student of the Adriatic White Paper. As lamentable a collection of documents as British diplomacy has to show can deny its possibility, nay, its probability. It is precisely the same game as was nearly successful in January 1920, and again in April 1920. But both times was frustrated by Wilson. We are entitled to ask for the honor of our nation if it has been played again. Indeed, if the whole mask of direct negotiation, a British suggestion, was not devised at San Remo with the express purpose of making the game succeed. If it be so, and if it is not so, it is imperative that we are given frankly the full story of British diplomacy in the Adriatic. For instance, the dispatches so carefully omitted from the white paper. Then our forebodings for the future are more than justified. It is emphatically a bad settlement.
We shall not establish friendly and normal relations with our neighbor Italy unless we reduce all causes of friction to a minimum, said Monsieur Vieznich, the Yugoslav Prime Minister, who during his long tenure of the Paris legation was an active member of the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres and other learned societies. He excelled in getting at the root of the worst difficulties in international law. and he was particularly admired for his ability to combine legal and historic knowledge. Because he studied history minutely, with a special fondness for Gambetta, who racially in Italian had something of the generous and sacred fervor that distinguished the leaders of the Risorgimento, Minister Viesnich could not bring himself to hate Italy despite all that D'Annunzio and other imperialists had made his countrymen suffer.
Neither the government nor the selected representatives of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes,
said he courageously in his first speech as Prime Minister,
ought to look upon Italy as an enemy country. We have to settle important and difficult questions with Italy. We must reduce all causes of friction to a minimum.
The Treaty of Rapallo gives aid to Italy because in that little town there is an Italian majority. But central and eastern Istria, with their overwhelming Slav majority, are not given to the Yugoslavs, a fact which Professor Solimene deplored in the Roman chamber. By the Treaty of Rapallo, Riga is given independence, but with Italy in possession of Istria and the Isle of Cres, she can at any moment choke the unprotected port, having very much the same grip of that place as Holland has for so long had on Antwerp. And the sole concession on Italy's part seems to be that in the south she gives up the large Slav island of Hvar, Korčula, and Vis, and only appropriates the small one of Lastovo.
It has cost Italy a pang,
says Mr. George Trevelyan,
to consent after victory to leave the devoted and enthusiastic Italians of the Dalmatian coast towns, other than Zara, in foreign territory.
The truth is that henceforward Yugoslavia will contain some 5,000 Italians, many of whom are Italianized Slavs, as against not less than 600,000 Slavs in Italy. And while the former are but tiny groups in towns which even under Venetian rule were predominantly Slav and are surrounded on all sides by purely Slav populations, the latter live for the most part in compact masses and include roughly 1/3 of the whole Slovene race, whose national sense is not only very acute, but who are also much less illiterate than their Italian neighbors. One cannot be astonished if the Slovenes think of this more than of Giotto, Leonardo, Galileo, and Dante. But one may be a little surprised that such a man as Mr. Edmund Gardner should allow his reverence for the imperishable glories of Italy to becloud his view of the modern world. It is certainly a fact that the Slovenes are today less illiterate than the Italians. But because Dr. Seton Watson alludes to this, Mr. Gardner deplores the
volcanic mentality that seems to afflict some Englishmen when dealing with these problems.
Footnote regarding the Italian occupation. During the Italian occupation, said Professor Solimene, teachers, doctors, and priests were deported or expelled from the country, while the Italian government had to dissolve 30 municipal councils out of 33. So that at the head of the communes were Italian officials and not properly elected mayors. Moreover, all liberties were suppressed. No Slav newspapers, no Slav societies were permitted, and 32 out of 57 magistrates were dismissed. These methods being due not to cruelty or folly, said the professor, but to the necessity of keeping order by forcible means in a country which was wholly hostile. Footnote regarding Riga's independence. This, of course, did not meet with the approval of Signor D'Annunzio. He made numerous pronouncements with regard to his inflexible desires, saying that if necessary he would offer up his bleeding corpse. And his resistance to the Italian government did not confine itself to rhetoric. During his usurpation of Riga, this man had done his country grievous harm. It was not only that he held her up to the smiles of the malicious who said that she could not keep order in her own house, but he was guiding the people back to barbarism. When sailors of the Royal Navy deserted to his standard, he knelt before them in the streets of Riga at a time when from Russia Lenin was inciting the Italian communists to revolution and to the conquest of the state. He refused to deal with Giolitti, even as he had rejected the advances of Nitti. But the aged Giolitti grasped the problem with more firmness, which was what one might expect from the statesman who, after his return to power, had leaned neither on the industrial magnates of Milan nor on their Bolshevik antagonists. Giolitti was resolved to put an end to the nuisance of D'Annunzio. In no constitutional state is there room for a prime minister and such a swashbuckler. The nationalists of Italy were furious when they perceived that the premier was in earnest and that force would be employed against their idol. And it had to come to that, for the utterly misguided man continued to resist, hoping doubtless for wholesale desertions in the army and navy, with the deplorable result that a good many Italians were slain by Italians. Orders were issued by the government that all possible care should be taken of D'Annunzio's person. And eventually, when Rica was taken by the royalist troops, the poet broke his oath that he would surely die. He announced that Italy was not worth dying for, and it was said that he had sailed away on an aeroplane. He had accomplished none of his desires. The town had not become Italian, though he had bathed it in Italian blood. His overweening personal ambitions had been shipwrecked on the rock of ridicule. For as he made his inglorious exit, he shouted at the world that he was still alive and inexorable. But yet, he may have unconsciously achieved something, for his seizure of what he loved to call the Holocaust city provided the extreme nationalists with a private stage where, in uniforms of their own design, in cloaks and feathers and flowing black ties and with eccentric arrangements of the hair, they could strut and caper and fling bombastic insults at the authorities in Rome until the government found it opportune to take them in hand. The greatest Italian poet, one of the greatest imaginative writers in Europe, will now be able to devote himself, if his rather morbid muse has suffered no injury, to his predestined task. Those, the comparatively few that read, whose acquaintance with this writer's work usually caused them to regret his methods, could not help admiring his personal activities, his genius for leadership, and his vital fire during the war. But once this was over, he relapsed, and expressing himself very clearly in action so that he became known to the many instead of the few, he lived what he previously wrote. And now it is generally recognized that Gabriel of the Annunciation, as he calls himself, who produced a row of obscene and histrionic novels, is a mountebank, a self-deceiver, and a most affected bore. When he came to Rica, he thought fit to appeal to the England of Milton. And like him, Milton lived as he wrote. Milton, Dante, and Sophocles, to mention no others of the supreme writers, were as serious and responsible in their public actions as in the pursuit of their art. End of footnote. Its probable fruits. Now, it is obvious that the Treaty of Rapallo has placed between the Yugoslavs and the Italians all too many causes of friction. Zadar, like other such enclaves, will be dear to the heart of the smuggler. She cannot live without her Yugoslav hinterland. 5 miles away in Yugoslavia are the waterworks. And if those were not included by a special arrangement in her dominion, she would have no other liquid but her maraschino. She cannot die without her Yugoslav hinterland. But so that her inhabitants need not be carried out into a foreign land, the cemetery has also, by stretching a point, been included in the city boundaries. It remains to be seen how Zadar in the hinterland will serve two masters. We have alluded to the questionable arrangements at Rica, in which town there had for those years been such an orgy of limelight and recrimination that even the most statesmanlike solution must have left a good deal of potential friction. In Istria, the dangers of an outbreak are evident. Italy has now become the absolute mistress of the Adriatic and has gained a strategical frontier which could hardly be improved upon, while Yugoslavia has been placed in an economic position of much difficulty. Sooner or later, if matters are left in situ, trouble will arise. Perhaps an economic treaty between Italy and Yugoslavia, as favorable as possible to the weaker state, would introduce some sort of stability. But no good cause would be served by crying peace when there is no peace. And while Yugoslavia has a grievance, there will be trouble in the Balkans. The most serious phase of the Adriatic crisis is now ushered in, for a new Alsace has been created, and those who point this out cannot be charged with an excessive leaning towards the Yugoslavs. It also seems to me that one can scarcely say that they are alarmists. If Yugoslavia, in defiance of that most immoral pressure, had declared for war, Viesnic at the general election would have swept the country with the cry of "War for Istria." To his eternal honor, he chose the harder path of loyalty to the new ideas which Serbian blood has shed so freely to make victorious. A momentary victory has now been gained by the Italians, but not one that makes for peace. It poisons by annexations, fundamentally unjustifiable, however consecrated by treaty, the whole source of tranquility in the Near East. Paciencia, have patience, you say, in refusing to give alms to a Portuguese beggar, and he follows your advice. But when the Yugoslavs ask for a revision of the treaty, if the Italians do not wisely offer it themselves, it would be rash if in attempting to foretell the future we should base ourselves upon the premise that their patience will be everlasting. A new Alsace has been created, an Alsace to which, in the opinion of competent observers, all the Yugoslavs will turn until the day comes when it is honorable to set the standards forth on a campaign of liberation. New forces in the first Yugoslav parliament. When the Yugoslavs were at last in a position late in 1920 to hold the elections for the Constituent Assembly, the Radicals and the Democrats were the most successful. But even if they made a coalition, they would still have no majority. Now and then, the Democrats asserted themselves against the Radicals. But when the opposition thought that they could perceive a rift, the Democratic press would write that the two parties were the most intimately joined to one another, and especially the Democrats. The small parties were very numerous, the smallest being that of Monsieur Riberac, the old liberal leader who found himself in the Skupština with nobody to lead. The clericals of Slovenia came to grief, a fact which appeared to give general satisfaction, and a similar mishap befell the decentralizing parties of Croatia. On the other hand, the Croat Peasants' Party, whose decentralization ideas were more extreme, had a very considerable success. And the Communist Party, whose fall we have already described, had come to the Skupština with some 50 members. A. Markovic, the Communist. The temporary triumph of the Communists was admittedly due to the exceptional position in which the country found itself. They had in Sima Markovic an enthusiastic leader who had abandoned the teaching of mathematics in order to expound the gospel of Moscow. And in the Skupština, the shrill voice of this kindly, bald-headed little man had to be raised to its uttermost capacity, for most of his fellow members were unwilling to be taught. It so happens that he is Paschitz's godson, and on one occasion, when the little communist was talking with great vehemence, the old gentleman, who was turning over the pages of some old document, was heard by the appreciative house to murmur, "Oh, be still, my child, be still." But the most unfortunate episode in Markovic's oratory was when he expressed the hope that communism would rage through the country like an epidemic, forgetting for the moment that those municipalities which had gone over to communism had won general praise for their improvements in the sanitary sphere. Largely on account of this infelicitous simile, he was replaced in the leadership by another, a less vigorous and less entertaining person. And this party stood in particular need of attractive champions. The Croat Peasants' Party, or the Radic's Party as it came to be called, gave to its beloved chief more than half the seats in Croatia, 49 out of 93, and the whole party refused to go to Belgrade. "Would it have not been better," I asked him, "if you had gone? The Constitution will be settled without you." B. Raditz, the much discussed. "We had various reasons," said he, "for not going. One of them was that the assembly which laid down the Constitution was not sovereign. For example, it was not permitted to discuss whether Yugoslavia should be a monarchy or a republic. I admit that 3/4 of the members would very likely have voted for monarchy, and in that case we should have accepted the situation very much as do the royalist deputies in the French Parliament. What are your views on the subject?" "Well," said he, "for this period of transition I believe, mark you, this only applies to myself, that a monarchy is not merely acceptable but preferable. On the other hand, the Croat peasant was so badly treated by the Habsburgs that he will now hear of nothing but a republic." I ventured to say that this sudden conversion to republican ideas in one who for centuries had lived in a monarchy was peculiar. And Raditz acknowledged that when the first Republican cries were raised at a meeting of the Peasants' Party on July 25, 1918, they came to him as a revelation, one which he accepted. "You don't accept everything that your peasants shout for?" "I do not," said he. "There was a gentleman who asked them at a meeting whether they would kill him if he, elected as their representative, were to go to Belgrade. They shouted back that they would do so. And when the prospective candidate came to tell me this story, thinking that I would be delighted, I told him that a ship's captain cannot have his hands bound before undertaking a voyage, and he must therefore withdraw his candidature. When the time comes, we will go to Belgrade." "And those who say that you are looking for the return of the Habsburgs?" He gripped my arm. "They are fools," said he. "We are looking forward as eagerly as the great Bishop Strasmayer to the union of the southern Slavs. According to the spirit of his time, he began at the top, with academies, picture galleries, and so forth. We prefer to begin with elementary schools." And bubbling with enthusiasm, he told me of the efforts his party was making. It was plain to see that what lies nearest to his heart is to improve their social and economic status. And those observers are probably in the right who believe that he merely uses this Republican cry as a weapon which he will conveniently drop when it has served its purpose. "If only Yugoslavia had a great statesman," said I, "who would weld the new state together so that the Croats remain with the Serbs not alone for the reasons that they are both southern Slavs and that they are surrounded by not overly friendly neighbors. The great statesman, perhaps it will be passage, will make you all happy to come together." "From the bottom of my heart, I hope he will succeed," said Raditz. "And he will be remembered as our second and more fortunate Strasmayer." We generally imagine that the statesmen of southeastern Europe are a collection of rather swarthy, frock-coated personages who, when not engaged in decrying each other, are very busily occupied in feathering their own nests. If any one of them at the outset of his career had a sense of humor, we suppose that in this heated atmosphere it must have long ago evaporated. But strangely enough, the two most prominent politicians in Yugoslavia, the venerable Passage, the prime minister of this new state of Serbs and Croats and Slovenes, even as he used for years to be the autocrat of Serbia, and his opponent, Stefan Radic, are, both of them, by the grace of God, of a humorous disposition. Outwardly, there is not much resemblance between them. passage the picture of a benevolent patriarch letting fall in his deep voice a few casual words which bring down his critic's case, hopefully down like a wounded aeroplane. And Radic, the fervid little orator, the learned man whose life has been devoted to the Croat peasants and who is said to find it difficult to make a speech that is under 8 hours in length. Last year, when the vigorous Probicevic, then Minister of the Interior, who is determined to compel the Serbs and the Croats straight away to live in the closest companionship, whereas Radic, supported by most of the Croat intelligentsia, argues that in view of their very different culture, the Serbs having enjoyed a Byzantine and the Croats an Austrian education, it would be advisable for these two branches of the South Slav nation to come gradually and not violently together. Last year, when Radic was lying in prison on account of his subversive ideas, Probicevic sent a message to say that he was prepared to adopt half his program. And Radic sent back word regretting that the minister could not adopt the whole of it and thus obtain for himself the Peasants' Party. It is wrong to assert that this party is unpatriotic. The enemies of Yugoslavia who welcome Radic, a disruptive element, are totally in error. Years ago, he was working for the eventual union of Serbs and Croats. The Austrians imprisoned him because in 1903 he went to Belgrade at the accession of King Peter and made an admirable speech to this effect. And his present attitude is due to the impatient manner in which Mr. Probicevic and his friends are endeavoring to bring the union about. His peasants are a conservative people. They cannot instantly dispel the anti-Serb ideas which the Austrians forever inculcated, nor the negative anti-Serb frame of mind which they learned from their own intelligentsia. It will take a little time before the Catholic peasant realizes that the Orthodox Serb is his brother, and that now his military service will not be an alien army, but in his own. "Let us go slowly," said Radic, "with our peasants," and he knows them very well. One is told that he changes his opinions from hour to hour. He is certainly very impetuous, very much under the influence of his emotions. But in one thing he has never varied. He has always struggled for the Croat peasant, and he has been rewarded by the unbounded devotion of that faithful, rather incoherent creature. Now the Serbs are a democratic people. They are, by their nature, in opposition to any force, civil or military, which might attempt to make the monarchy more absolute. The wisest Serbs do not forget that in the peasant lies their principal wealth. And although as yet the Serbian Peasants' Party does not hold many constituencies in the Old Kingdom, nevertheless, it appears to have a brighter prospect than any other Serbian party. For in that country the revolt against the lawyer politician is likely to be more efficacious than in France or England. One may look forward to an understanding between Radic and this Serbian party, which is only 2 or 3 years old, although its founder, the excellent Avramovic, an elderly gentleman who sits behind vast barricades of books in various languages, has devoted himself for many years to agrarian cooperative societies, of which in Serbia there are more than 1,500. The most uncertain factors seem to be the moderating hold of Radic over his peasants and over himself. No one doubts but that he has the interests of the peasant very much at heart. And if he succeeds in improving the peasant's lot, then that grateful giant will presumably not sink again into the sleep which he enjoyed when he was under the Habsburgs. The circulation of Radic's weekly paper, Dom, the Home, has risen from 2,000 before the elections and 9,000 during the elections to 30,000. One enterprising vendor, a Serb from the Banat, takes 500 copies a week and tramps over the countryside disposing of his wares either for cash or for eggs, the later of which he sells at the end of the week to a Zagreb hotel. The peasant is making great efforts to raise himself. A case has recently been brought to light of a farmer in Zagorje who, as a hobby, has taught more than 700 persons to read and write. The peasant perceives that he has been assisted far less by the Catholic Church than by the work of Radic. It is not unfair to say that the Church desired, above all things, to keep the peasant under her control. If a parish priest was disliked by his flock, so a prominent Croatian priest tells me, that was all the more reason why the bishop refused to remove him. And the clergy, except for an enlightened minority, have been very much opposed to Radic's policy of democratizing the Church. In return for his unceasing labors, he has now secured the peasants' love and confidence. He will retain them if he satisfies his client, and it seems to be within his power, gaining for him a better position and dissuading him from fantastic demands. He can be of immense assistance in the task of building up the state. But will the brilliant flame within him burn with steadiness? Has he got sufficient strength of will? With all his qualities of heart and brain, he has not managed to discard his zigzag impetuosity. The peasants who recognize his talents ask him to captain the ship, but he runs down too often into his cabin and leaves the unskilled sailors on the bridge. Down in the cabin, he is feverishly and with great skill writing a contradiction of a pronouncement he made yesterday. Those who are openly sailing in Radic's boat are, for the most part, the hard-headed peasants. Yet a number of the intelligentsia are coming on board, some of them, no doubt, with a view to their own advancement, but others on account of their convictions. And a still greater number of the Croat intelligentsia look on him with sympathy. Municipal officers, barristers, doctors, merchants, schoolmasters, and military officers. It is most foolish to pretend that all these people are thinking regretfully of the old Habsburg days. They are, in the vast majority, sincere and loyal Yugoslavs who have certain grievances. They do not believe that Croatia has fared very well since the institution of the new state, and it would seem wise to give them as much autonomy as is consonant with the interests of the whole country. For then they will only have themselves to blame if there is no improvement. Maybe they are unduly sensitive, but they were for many years in political warfare with the Magyars, and this should be taken into consideration. Even if all the grievances are based on misconceptions, on the difficulties of the moment, on the circumstances of the fading past. The new generation of Croats say their teachers are growing up to be excellent Yugoslavs, yet an effort should be made to sweep them away. When Belgrade makes a statesmanlike gesture, then Radic will probably be able to persuade the peasants to abandon their Republican slogan. Both they and the intelligentsia will abandon their reserved attitude towards the government, which they were far from entertaining when the state was first established. It seems as if the role of conciliator may well be filled by that wise old man, Nicholas Passage, who is now no longer a mere Balkan premier. When he was that he very properly used Balkan methods despite the stern remarks of a few Western critics. Footnote regarding Radic's weekly paper, Dom. Whatever may be the limitations of the Dom as a newspaper, it is almost exclusively occupied with the person and program of Mr. Radic. Yet that brings with it the virtue, most exceptional in Yugoslavia, of refusing to engage in polemics. This would otherwise take up a good deal of its space, as Radic has become such a boogeyman that nothing is too ridiculous for his opponents to believe. A Czech newspaper not long ago informed the world that this monstrous personage had told an interviewer that not only had Serbian soldiers in Macedonia been murdering 200 children, but that they had roasted and consumed them. Furthermore, Radic had said that the British minister to Yugoslavia had called upon him and had asked his advice with some persistence, not even wishing to leave Radic time to reflect as to whether the Prince Regent should rule in Russia, while an English prince should be invited to occupy the Yugoslav throne. The first of these remarks proved conclusively, said a number of Belgrade papers, that Radic was a knave, and by the second he had demonstrated that he was an imbecile. And my friend, Mr. Leeper of the Morning Post, speculated as to whether he was more likely to end his days in a lunatic asylum or a prison. But Radic was caring about none of these things. His birthday happened at about this time, and some 30,000 of his adherents came to do him honor at his birthplace. Over 500 of them on decorating horses, having met him at Shishik Station the previous evening. When I asked him what he had to say about these two aforementioned remarks, he gave me an amusing account of how the interviewer had appreciated the various samples of wine which he, Radic, had just brought down from his vineyard. The conversation lasted for about 4 hours, and in the course of it Radic mentioned that a certain Muslim deputy from Novi Pazar, irritated by the fact that Mr. Drašković, Minister of the Interior, found no pleasure in his continued presence on a commission of inquiry in the region of Kosovo, had been throwing out very dark hints about a child which he accused the Serbs of killing in the stormy days of 1878. And then relating to the Tsar that this dastardly deed had been committed by the Turks. This was the basis of that part of the interview. As for the other absurdity, it was mentioned that some courtiers had told the Prince Regent that he alone could establish an orderly government in Russia, whereupon Radic observed that England and France were not likely to allow one person to reign both there and in Yugoslavia. And when I asked why he had not published this explanation in his paper, he said that he could not very well charge a guest with having liked his wine too much. End of footnote. The Serbs and the Croats. We have alluded to the relations between Serbs and Croats. This is a subject of much importance that it would be well to consider it more fully. When Yugoslavia sprang into existence at the end of the war, 70% of the state having previously been under the rule of the House of Habsburg, it was met in various quarters with a grudging welcome. Soon, we were told, it would dissolve again, and every symptom of internal discontent was treated as a proof of this. On the other hand, there were those who told us that the southern Slavs, having come together after all these hundreds of years, were tightly clasped in each other's arms, and that all reports to the contrary came from very interested parties. Little was said of the Slovenes. Their language, as we have mentioned, is not the same as that spoken by Serbs and Croats, and what is of still greater importance, they have Slovenia to themselves. If Croatia were equally immune from Serbs, then by this time the southern Slavs would be a more united nation. Those people were wrong who fancied that the presence of the Serbs in Croatia, they formed between 1/4 and 1/3 of the population, would be of service in welding together the new state. They forgot that for many years the Austro-Hungarian government had in Croatia played off the Roman Catholic Croats against the Orthodox Serbs. The two Slav brothers were incited to mutual hatred, and though such a propaganda would naturally have more effect among the uneducated classes, yet all too often the intelligentsia responded to these machinations. More favor, of course, was shown to the Croats, whose obedience could largely be secured by means of the Church, whereas no similar pressure could be brought to bear upon the Orthodox Serbs. Even if the government approached the Orthodox clergy, these latter had only a very moderate control over their flock. A Serb is always ready to subscribe towards the erection of a new church, which he regards as most other nations regard their flag. But when it is built, he rarely enters it. This being so, the Austro-Hungarian government tyrannized over the Serbs in Croatia by measures taken against their schools, the Cyrillic alphabet, and so forth. It was natural that the suffering Serbs were apt to compare these restrictions with those that were imposed upon the Croats. However, among the intelligentsia an effort, A fairly successful effort was made to nullify the dividing policy. The Serbo-Croat coalition was formed, one of the protagonists being Sviatoslav Pribicevic, that very energetic Serb of Croatia, and in 1906 this party obtained no less than 68 seats, while the power of the older Croat parties was correspondingly diminished. And Radic had his very small following in the Zagreb Landtag. Those who represented Croatia in the Central Parliament at Budapest were chosen by the band Kunhedervari. Those 40 members had practically no acquaintance with the Magyar language, so that some of them drew their 8,000 annual crowns and only went to Pest if an important division was expected. Others who spent more time in the capital wasted their lives amid surroundings just as riotous as, and more expensive than the Parliament, while only those did useful work who managed to confer behind the scenes with the authorities. To some extent, this was done by Pribicevic, and to a greater extent by another Serb, Dr. Dusan Popovic, who passed him in capacity and geniality. It was he, by the way, who demonstrated in the Budapest Parliament that if the average Croat deputy was ignorant of the Magyar language, there was a greater ignorance of the Serbo-Croatian on the part of the Magyars. One day, when he had started on a speech in his native tongue, he was howled down after he had explained that he was talking Serbian. He promised to continue in Croatian, and did so without being interrupted. At Zagreb, the fusion of the Croat and Serb intelligentsia was still very incomplete at the outbreak of the war, the Croat Starchevist Party and others going their own way. During the war, the Austro-Hungarian government ruled by means of the coalition party, but the latter had no choice, and throughout Croatia they were never charged with infidelity to the Slav cause. They did whatever their delicate situation permitted, and in October 1918, when the Slavs of Croatia and Slovenia threw off the yoke of centuries and joined with the Serbs of Serbia and Montenegro, one hoped that the simultaneous arrival in Belgrade of the coalition and the Starchevist leaders heralded in Croatia a cessation of the ancient hostility. Pribicevic became Minister of the Interior in the new state, and very soon it was obvious that he meant to govern in a centralizing fashion despite his earlier assurance that no such steps would be taken without the sanction of the Constituent Assembly. No doubt his motives were unimpeachable. He feared lest the negative anti-Serb mentality which for so long had flourished among the Croats would not, except by drastic methods, be removed. He was met with opposition. Now you see, he cried, there are still in Croatia a number of disloyal Slavs, great landowners, Catholic clergy, and others whom the Habsburg used to favor. And he continued with hundreds of edicts to try to weld the state together. Consumed with patriotism, his great black eyes on flame amid the pallor of his face, his luminous and martyred face, to use the expression of his friends, he never for a moment relaxed his efforts. If those who opposed him were numerous, it was all the more reason why he must be resolute. The role fitted him very well, for he is the dourest politician in Yugoslavia, a perfectly honest, upright, injudicious patriot. His Democratic Party had now taken the place of the Serbo-Croat coalition, and it saw the other parties in Croatia gradually drifting back again from it, or rather from the dominating man. If his place had been occupied by his aforementioned colleague, the burly and beloved Dusan Popovic, there would have been in Zagreb a very much suaver atmosphere. But unfortunately, Popovic is a wealthy man, a highly successful lawyer who cares little for the tumult of politics. It was a thorny problem whether the state should be constituted on a federal or a centralized basis. The federation of the United States depends on the centralization of political parties. whereas in Yugoslavia, the parties have only just begun to combine. Feudalism in the German Empire rested on the predominance of Prussia, a position which the Serbs are, under present conditions, loath to occupy in Yugoslavia. In Germany, moreover, many of the Slavs used to be independent, while in Yugoslavia this was only the case with Serbia and Montenegro. Centralism would tend to obliterate the tribal divisions, but on the other hand it brings in its train bureaucracy, which is slow, cumbrous, and often corrupt. It demands unusually good central institutions and first-rate communications, neither of which are as yet in a satisfactory state. The Constitution has arrived as a compromise between the federal and the centralized systems. A writer of the Contemporary Review, November 1921, said that the division of the whole of Yugoslavia into some 20 administrative areas, he should have said 33, to replace the racial areas was a very drastic proposal to put forward. And he added that when the historic provincial divisions of France were broken up into departments, the nation had been prepared by nearly 200 years of centralization under the monarchy. It is a flaw in his argument to say that the previously existing areas were racial, whereas populations of identical race were divided from one another by the course of events. And in the proposed obliteration of these divisions, to be effected in a less arbitrary fashion than in France, where no account was taken of the former provinces, it can scarcely be maintained that of itself this part of the centralizing program in Yugoslavia is so very drastic. Whatever one may think about the Balkan peoples, it is a fact that the essential Serb, the Serb from Šumadija, is a pacific person. Rather lazy perhaps, but certainly more devoted to dancing than to battle. And some of the wiser Serbs were dubious in 1919 and 1920 as to whether the most sagacious methods were being employed in Croatia. Radic was in prison, but they were told that this impetuous demagogue was insisting on a republic, and the Croat intelligentsia were far from happy. It is true that in the elections of November 1920, the National Party, as the Starchevists now called themselves, had no great success. But the Radic Party had more than half the seats. Surely this had not been brought about merely by the chief's imprisonment. There seemed to be in that province some wider, some growing dissatisfaction. And in the spring of 1921, most of the Catholic Croats, those within and those without the Radic Party, were nourishing a score of grievances. No doubt a large proportion of these were unavoidable in view of the state of Central Europe, or were rather trivial. The mayor of an important town told me that he, who was under the Minister of the Interior, had received an order from the Belgrade Minister of War with respect to the detention of deserters. Conditions, said he, were not so primitive in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. And sometimes the grievances were against the Habsburgs for not having made them more fit to assume these new responsibilities. And sometimes they were against the Serbs for being less civilized, though they might be more moral than themselves, and sometimes the grievances were personal. Now and then, after the Austrian collapse, a Serbian officer or his men, uncertain of the feelings of the population, had acted with unwise, or rather with inexpedient vigor. Instead of shooting those who in the general anarchy were laying waste and plundering, they merely flogged them. And this was, for a long time, remembered against them, although the Croat intelligentsia, who had taken service in the police, flogged in a far more wholesale fashion. But down at the bottom of all the grievances there is the fundamental fact that the Southern Slavs yearn to be comrades, to shake off the differences which in the course of ages has grown up between them. These fraternal sentiments may be crudely expressed. It has happened that a Slav from Bosnia, whose ancestors adopted Islam some centuries ago, finds himself in a Serbian village. He strikes up acquaintance with some native.
"What is your name?"
asked the latter.
"Muhammad."
The Serb has never heard of such a name. He is puzzled.
"Well, never mind,"
says he, and takes his new friend back to dinner. They sit down to the sucking pig. Muhammad refuses to partake of it and informs the Serb that Allah would be angry.
"Don't be afraid,"
says the Serb.
"I'll tell him that it's my fault."
And after a time he overcomes the Bosniak's scruples. In more cultured circles, the wonderful union of the southern Slavs is manifested after a different fashion. And those neighbors who imagine that the aforementioned grievances are going to dissolve the new state will one day see how much they are mistaken. The southern Slavs intend to quarrel with each other, to quarrel like brothers. End of section 12. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 13 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Further Months of Trial, 1919 to 1921, Part 3. The Sad Case of Pribicevic. As between the Catholic and the Orthodox in Croatia, the sole uncertainty is whether this fusion will shortly take place or after an interval. It is agreed by the most malcontent schoolmasters that their pupils are growing up to be excellent Yugoslavs who will have no more fear of what they call Serb hegemony than have the Scots of that of England. As for the present generation of Croats and Serbs, if they were Occidentals, they would be old enough to laugh at each other's peculiarities and each other's statesmen. But southeastern Europe is still under the morning clouds, and they are inclined to take seriously what we in the West make fun of. However, there is one man whose presence in the cabinet the Croats cannot be expected to regard with good humor or with nonchalance. The reconciliation of Croatia will be much more easily effected if Mr. Pribicevic resigns. His merits as a demagogue and political writer are undeniable. He would make an excellent whip, but he prefers to be a minister, and most unfortunately he is not a statesman. A zealous patriot, he is as yet unable to conceive that the business of the state could be more successfully managed without him. The sweets of office appear, if anything, to have made him more bitter. And even among the Serbs of the Old Kingdom, his withdrawal is considered advisable. A friend of his has told me that in the middle of a laughing conversation, he threw out a hint of this. And like a cloud blown suddenly across a summer sky, Pribicevic's face grew black. Unhappily, he is not even Fortinbras, and yet imagines he is Hamlet. A good many people in Yugoslavia call him an fatal. Most of the others fatal. It is said that in the Democratic Party he is actively supported by not more than 10 deputies, but that the others, to preserve the party, take no steps. He himself, however, would probably have not the least hesitation in choosing another party if he could otherwise not stay in the cabinet. For his permanence in office is the one idea that crushes every other from his mind. If he cannot be Minister of the Interior, a post from which he has been more than once and happily for Yugoslavia ejected, then he insists on being Minister of Education. What are his qualifications? Years ago, he gave instruction at a school for elementary teachers, and so faint a conception has he of the educational needs of his country that one day when a professor of Belgrade University asked him if no steps could be taken to diminish the prohibitive cost of books, especially foreign books, the minister simply stared at him as if he had been talking Chinese. And yet in a recent book of national verses published by his brother Adam, we were told that
At the table also sat the sage Probitchevich, who can converse with emperors.
There are some who curiously have compared Radich's party with the Sinn Feiners. Radic may have announced that he would approach the Serbs as the representative of an independent country, but he never proposed, even when his views were most extreme, to realize them with physical force. At a great open-air meeting of his adherents, the speeches were so mild that only twice did the chief of police, who was next to me, raise a warning finger, and on each occasion to keep the orator from very innocent digressions. Nevertheless, there is no concealing the fact that even in these unsatisfactory times,
"It seems to me,"
said a philosophic peasant recently at Valjevo in the heart of Serbia,
"it seems to me that if we had a plebiscite, then Valjevo might not wish to remain with Serbia."
Even in a world that is so awry, the Croats are more reserved towards the Union than is good for the state. Perhaps they would cherish fewer grievances if they had gained their freedom with greater difficulty. And surely they need have no more uneasiness than have the Scots that their name and nationality will be swamped for what the Magyars were unable to do that the Serbs do not wish to do. There are among the Serbs a few extremists, such as a pernicious editor or two, but their anti-Croat tirades find extremely little favor anywhere. Last autumn, when the Prince Regent, now King Alexander, visited the Croat capital, his reception was most enthusiastic.
"Let us keep him here," cried the people, "and let King Peter stay in Belgrade."
The prince, by his tact, brought the Croat out of his tent. He must not be allowed to go back again. Let the southern Slavs observe what each of their provinces can bring towards the common good. The Croats acknowledge that the military system of Serbia is more endurable. Only one son is taken out of each family. And that, whereas in Slovenia a lawsuit can be settled in 14 days, it has been wont in Croatia to take as many years. Unfortunately, human nature in Serbia, Croatia, and everywhere else finds that the bad points of other people are more worthy of comment than the good. When two brothers have been brought up in very different circumstances, there will be so many points on which they differ. And when a Serb taking part in a technical discussion of a scientist wishes to say that he will differ from the previous speaker, he will not commonly observe that the person has made a fool of himself. When an editor alludes to a political opponent, he may call him an assassin and be much astonished if this is resented.
"Je suis un ours,"
said a Serbian savant of European repute. Occasionally he behaves like one and is rather proud of it. The Serbs of Croatia have been imitating, nay, exaggerating the emphatic manners of their countrymen in the Old Kingdom. And Probitchevich, as Minister of Education, has not attempted to give the Croats a tactful course in courage, patriotism, and morality, where they have much to learn from the less civilized Serbs. But scowling at them, he has made up his mind that, in and out of school, they must straightway be the closest of companions. However, the Serbs and Croats have a man whose counsel is more worthy of attention. Dr. Trumbic, formerly the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has been elected at the head of 4 different lists in his native Dalmatia, but had entered the Constituent Assembly without giving his allegiance to any party. And in April 1921 he made a speech as memorable as it was long, for it occupied the whole of one sitting and was continued the next day. Careless of the applause and the antagonism which he excited, the serene orator pointed out that the conflict between Serbs and Croats was based on their different psychology. Croatia had had her independent life and must be considered as a factor in Yugoslavia. But having come in, like Montenegro, of her own accord, she had not wished to be a separate factor. Tradition should not be so lightly set aside. And while there was perhaps no people more homogeneous than the Yugoslavs, it should be remembered that none was more ready to resist the application of force. Lessons of the Montenegrin elections. Except at Kolyashin, where a few friends of Nikita tried their brigand tactics, there was perfect calm in Montenegro during the elections. As elsewhere in Yugoslavia, there was a general amnesty and a prohibition for the 3 preceding days to sell wine or rakia. The 10 elected candidates, all of them for the Yugoslav Union and against Nikita, were equally divided between radicals and Democrats on the one hand, and communists and Republicans on the other. The authorities took not the slightest step to favor any candidate. Various prominent deputies, such as Dr. Jojic, the Minister of Food Supplies, were beaten, and in a letter to the press were told by Mr. Ronald McNeil, MP, that these elections were certainly both farcical and fraudulent. He is contradicted by Mr. Roland Bryce, who, after his excellent work on the Allied Plebiscite Commission in Carinthia, was sent by the Foreign Office with Major Eli Otley to report on the Montenegrin elections. He says in Command Paper 1, page 124, that in actual practice, the method of voting prescribed by the electoral law was found to ensure absolute secrecy. The system adopted, the only feasible one in a country where the adoption of illiterates is great, and the manner in which the ballot was supervised and carried out was unimpeachable and proof against the most exacting criticism. Mr. McNeil is also contradicted by the Republican candidate Monsieur Djordjevic, who, in a manifesto drawn up after the election, declares that none can say that the elections were not free or that anyone who wished could not make up a list. At the elections, only the lists and boxes of the Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Radicals, and Communists were represented. All of these parties had in their programs the motto, "The People in State Union," with, of course, different points of view and different opinions as to the organization of our national and state forces. Except the communists, who go further and desire the union of all peoples. Which one gentleman refuses to take. It will thus be seen that the friends of Nikita were altogether wrong in suggesting that those who voted for the Republicans or Communists were opposed to the union with Serbia in Yugoslavia. Both Republicans and, paradoxically though it sounds, the Communists represented this insinuation very bitterly. And considering that the leaders of both parties are pronounced antagonists of the old regime and were indeed severely condemned to death by Nikita, it would have been strange if they now supported him. Thus, every single program put forward by the different parties included, in some form or other, union with Serbia. The candidates themselves explicitly said so, but Mr. McNeil knows better and informs us how very hostile to the Serbs they really were. He is a wonderful man, Mr. McNeil. Standing up in the House of Commons, he directs his penetrating gaze upon the Black Mountain, and with such effect that he can see in the minds of Montenegrin politicians what they themselves have never dreamed of. Since we have such a man as Mr. McNeil in the country, one would think that the Foreign Office might have saved itself the expense of sending out Mr. Bryce and Mr. Otley. But since we have it, let us look at Mr. Bryce's very interesting and detailed report. After explaining that both Republicans and Communists were in favor of union with Serbia, he tells us how it happened that so many people voted for these two lists instead of for the Orthodox Radical and Democratic parties. The Communists, according to Mr. Bryce, were benefited by a party organization, a vigorous canvass, and a better discipline than that of any other opponents. Their policy won the support of many ardent and very patriotic nationalists who voted in many cases for communism on the ground that it was the Russian policy out of gratitude for what the Tsars had done for Montenegro in the past. Major Temperley, assistant military attaché, in another report, Command Paper 1, page 123, observes that some local discontent had arisen in Montenegro because the native does not understand and has never experienced before a real efficient system of government. and because the introduction of conscription was not well adapted to the national tradition of lawless and untrained vigor. Major Temperley testifies that the Republican Party gained the suffrages of numerous returned emigrants who admired the state of things in America. He shares Mr. Bryce's opinion as to the insignificance of the pro-Nikita party.
"Even making large allowances," says he, "there seemed to me to be no doubt that the pro-Nicholas party were the weakest in Montenegro."
Certain of his devotees were simply brigands who, like the Neapolitan miscreants after 1860, sought to cast a glamour over their depredations by affecting to be in arms on behalf of their former king. This personage himself was so well aware of his unpopularity that he was prudent enough to tell his supporters to abstain from voting. Those who did abstain were altogether only 32.69% of the electors, though one would have been justified in expecting a much higher proportion since the people have not yet fully grasped their rights and duties with respect to the franchise. The distances to the booths were often very great, and the peasants were often indifferent as to whether one candidate or another with a very similar program should be elected. The tribal or family system is still so prevalent in the villages that one member of a family would be sent to express the considered views of his fellows. The effect of the elections being held on a Sunday was to increase rather than diminish the number of abstainers. For although Sunday is a public holiday, the Christian Montenegrin is under no obligation to hear Mass and for that reason travel to the village. The churches are practically deserted, for he is accustomed on that day to remain at home, while the Muslim voters largely declined to vote because there were no Muslim candidates. That is why it would appear that those of the 32.69% who abstained because they were in favor of Nikita were extremely few. Their simple-mindedness has its limits, while that of good Mr. Menil believes that because France, Great Britain, and America undertook to restore Montenegrin independence, they were still obliged to do so after they perceived at the conclusion of the war that an overwhelming majority of Montenegrins did not desire it. This majority dethroned its traitor king, but Mr. Menil maintains that France and England have dethroned a monarch who was a friend and an ally. Because Monsieur Poincaré, in the days before the Montenegrins had rejected Nikita, addressed him as "very dear and great friend," the ordinary form of words for a reigning monarch. Mr. Menil actually seems to think that France was forevermore compelled to clasp Nikita to her bosom. He clearly admires those who since the end of the war have risen in the cause of their old king, and I suppose that in consequence he disapproves of the Omladina, the voluntary association of men who banded themselves together to resist the terrorism of the pro-king Komitadjis. If he had been in Montenegro during the years after the war, he would possibly agree that Komitadja is the proper name for the many lawless elements who have found the traditional fighting life more congenial than the thankless task of tilling their very barren land. The moral effect of opposing to these the Montenegrin Omladina instead of Serbian troops was to destroy all pretense of the movement being a national Montenegrin insurrection against the Union. And the cessation of assistance from Italy resulted in the complete suppression of the movement. The few outlaws who still remain at large, said Mr. Bryce in December 1920, are in no sense political, but are merely bandits. And as the Omladina has no raison d'être, they have disbanded themselves. Much now depends on the Constitution. If it gives them equal rights, and naturally it will, with the other inhabitants of Yugoslavia, the Montenegrins will be content. In August 1921, the Sekolah of Milan sent a famous correspondent to Montenegro. He came to much the same conclusions as Messrs. Bryce and Temperley. Not a single political prisoner was to be found, and not one of the ex-soldiers who returned from Gaeta had been molested. The correspondent thought that the Serbs had been ill-advised at the beginning to employ forcible methods against the pro-Nikita partisans who were opposed to Yugoslavia. They should, said he, have let the pear ripen spontaneously and fall into their lap. But now their policy had become one of conciliation. During the last 2.5 years, Montenegro had received from Belgrade for public works, pensions, and subsidies 93 million dinars, and had paid in taxes only 5 millions. Secondary education had been increased, and 700 Montenegrin students, of whom 500 are allotted a monthly grant, frequent Yugoslav universities. The fertile lands of Yugoslavia were open to Montenegrin emigration. In fact, an isolated, independent Montenegro was no longer needed. With the disappearance of the Turk from all Serbian territory in 1913, a return to the union of the Serbs, as in the days of Stefan Dusan, was only hindered by historical, sentimental, and above all by dynastic reasons. It was sad, quoth the correspondent, that the glorious history of Montenegro should have come to such a tame end. But her historic mission was closed in 1913, even as that of Scotland in 1707, to the benefit of both parties. Now the Serbs were leaving them to manage their own affairs. Many ex-Nikita officials had been confirmed in their posts, while officers were given their old rank in the Yugoslav army. It is unfortunate for itself that the Near East, of London, does not employ so discerning a correspondent. We should then hear no more of such folly as that which, to select one occasion out of many, caused it in November 1921 to speak about the forcible absorption of Montenegro. And the world may be pardoned if it is more ready to accept the observations made on the spot by an expert Italian correspondent rather than the futile remarks sent by the Honorable Aubrey Herbert from the House of Commons, also in 1921, to the Morning Post. This gentleman informs us that it was probably because the Yugoslav government was allowed to annex the ancient Principality of Montenegro, exile its king, and subjugate its people without any interference from the great powers that Mr. Paschitz thought that he could do as he liked in Albania. That is the sort of statement which one may treat with Matthew Arnold's patient, deep disdain. Medieval doings at Riga. On July 14, 1920, a letter marked urgent, number 2047, was written by Colonel Sani, the chief of D'Annunzio's cabinet, in which he confirmed the orders which he had already given verbally, to the effect that all the foreign elements, especially the Serbs and Croats who exercised an obnoxious political influence, should be expelled from Riga at the earliest possible date. He mentions that this is the command of D'Annunzio, who is in full accord with the president of the Consiglio Nazionale. This was the continuation of a practice which the Italian authorities had carried on in a wholesale manner. Father J. N. MacDonald, in his unimpeachable little book, A Political Escapade, London, 1921, gives us numerous examples of persons who in the most wanton fashion were expelled from the town. Thus, a merchant called Pliskevich was arrested by the Carabinieri while talking to some English soldiers. After 3 days spent under arrest, he was told that he would have to depart from Italy. He was given a faglio de via obligatorio by the Carabinieri, according to which he was banished on the ground of being unemployed. Yet this man had had a fixed residence at Riga for 36 years, was employed as a merchant, and furnished with a regular industrial certificate. His name had been found on one of the lists in favor of annexation to Yugoslavia. When the world in general turned its attention away from Riga, very much relieved to think that there would be an end to all the turmoil now that an agreement had at last been reached and the poor harassed place was to be neutral. It presumed that those among her citizens who had been openly in arms against the other party would as soon as possible resign. They would have been astonished to be told that the notorious self-elected Consiglio Nazionale Italiano, under the self-same president, Mr. Grosschutz, cheerfully remained in office. It is true that they now called themselves the Provisional Government. In Paris and London, this change of title made a good deal more impression than upon the local Yugoslavs, whose treatment did not vary. A decree was printed on January 21, 1921 in the Vedetta, which laid it down that the expulsions ordered by the previous government retained their force, but that appeals might be addressed to the Rector of the Interior. A deputation was received by this gentleman, and was told that the procedure would be so complicated and so lengthy that it would not permit anyone to return until after the elections. These elections had been fixed for the end of April, and it seemed as if France and England were so blinded by the blessed words provisional government that they could see nothing else. That over 2,000 Arditi, clothed in mufti, had either stayed from the D'Annunzio era or had been since introduced was surely gossip. And now could anyone believe that those men had been granted citizenship on the simple declaration of a Rica shopkeeper or some such person as the applicant worked under him? These declarations, by the way, must have refrained from going into details, for there was an almost total lack of work, except in the political department of the police. Rica was to all intents in the possession of Italy, and she was learning what that meant. The town was like a dead place. Shops were only open in the morning, and if the shopkeepers had not been compelled by the authorities to remove their shutters, they would have strolled down to the quays where the grass was growing.
"But thank heaven," cried Grosich, "thank heaven it is Italian grass."
If he ever recalls that long-distance day when, as a student, he fought for his fellow Croats, and when, as a young doctor, he was an enthusiastic official of the Croat club at Kastua near Rica, perhaps this gentleman thanks his God for having led him to Rica and turned him into an Italian. Cut off from its Yugoslav hinterland, the population of Rica, which consisted more and more of Arditi and Faciti, less and less of Yugoslavs. The population had nothing to do save to speculate in the rate of exchange, but not in the local notes, which no one wanted, and to prepare for the elections. Thus, with time very heavy on their hands, there was a great deal of corruption. Cocaine could be obtained at nearly all the cafes. The elections drew nearer, and one wondered whether the Entente was going to look at the lists of voters and to inquire how it came that many natives of the town were not inscribed. What was likely to happen if the place was delivered altogether to the CNI could be seen even when the harbor of Baros, given by the Rapallo Treaty to Yugoslavia, was demanded, simply demanded by the Italian nationalists. Those ultra-patriots, the Faciti in Italy and in Rica, when they saw that in the Holocaust city, everything was going just as well for them as in the brave days of D'Annunzio, persisted loudly in claiming Baros as an integral part of Rica. The Yugoslavs must be prevented wherever possible from approaching the Adriatic, this being the furious policy of the Italian capitalists who had succeeded in sweeping most of the Italian people off their feet. With Baros, a port of limited possibilities, in the hands of the Yugoslavs, it would mean that the adjacent Rica through its Yugoslav commerce would prosper. But anything that savored of a Yugoslav Rica was obnoxious to the capitalists and their wild followers, since they feared that in the first place it would raise a grievous obstacle to their penetration of the Balkans, and secondly, it would involve the ruin of Trieste, where German capital still plays a predominant part. So in their folly, they strenuously fought for the Germans, spurred on by the terrible thought that Riga might become predominantly Yugoslav. They refused to listen to their wiser men, who pointed out that the possession of an odd town or island was to Italy of not so much importance as friendship with their Slav neighbors. When at the beginning of April 1921 a large sailing boat, the Rad, Captain Vlaho Grubisic, came into Baroš, the first ship to bring the Yugoslav flag to that port, there was intense commotion among the Faceti. 40 of them with weapons ran down to the harbor, but Grubisic told them that he saw no reason why he should not fly the flag of his state. A number of workmen, Italians and Yugoslavs, then appeared and made common cause against the Faceti, so that the latter withdrew, and the captain of the Italian warship Carlo Mirabello sent to ask Grubisic if he had removed the flag. On hearing that he had not done so, the captain said that he had acted perfectly correctly. It seems to be too much to hope that such honorable Italians as this captain and these workmen will be able, without certain measures on the part of France and England, to prevail over those elements who have dragged Riga down to death and dishonor. At last, on April 25th, the elections were held. There were two parties, that of the CNI, swollen with Arditi and Faceti, who would have nothing to do with the Treaty of Rapallo. Their program consisted in annexation to Italy, and the other party whose object was to carry out the provisions of the treaty. Professor Zanella was its chief. There did not seem to be much hope that it would be successful, although it contained what was left of the autonomists, who in 1919 were the largest party, desiring that the town should be neither Yugoslav nor Italian, and these autonomists were now reinforced by the Yugoslavs. But so numerous had been the expulsions that many of the survivors feared that it would be futile to vote. And on the other hand, the annexionist party was quite confident that it would win. During the afternoon of the election day, however, they perceived that the impossible was happening, and that Zanella was marching to victory. Thereupon, the enraged Faceti had recourse to violence.
Zanella's victory was intolerable to these patriots, said Lenichon, because they remembered the 2 years of tenacity and of splendid Italian spirit and of suffering which the town had lived through.
Most of the electors remembered the suffering. The Faceti seized a number of urns and made a bonfire of them. There was presented the spectacle of Signor Gigante, the Annunzio's obedient mayor, bursting with armed companions into that room of the Palace of Justice where the votes were being scrutinized.
"I yield to violence,"
said the presiding official, and 20 minutes afterwards the contents of the urns were burning merrily. But these measures did not help the cause of the Faceti, no more than did their screams that they had been betrayed. And if Zanella had to fly from Riga because, as the nationalist paper put it, he could not stand up against the vehement indignation of so many of the citizens, yet he and his party have triumphed.
Fiume, or death,
used to be the device dear to D'Annunzio. He placarded the long-suffering walls with it, and it was on the lapels of the coats of his adherents.
"Fiume must belong to Italy, or be blown up,"
cried the poet. But strange to say, a majority of the inhabitants prefer that their town should continue to exist. And this it can only do if, in accordance with the Treaty of Rapallo, it becomes a neutral state on friendly terms with both its neighbors, Italy and Yugoslavia. The Italian government desires, of course, to execute its treaty obligations, And if it finds it too painful the task of moderating the ardors of its own super patriots, it will no doubt be glad to have this done by an international force. That method, which was only prevented by D'Annunzio's arrival in 1919, offers the speediest and most efficacious solution of Rica's troubles. Footnote regarding the Italian treaty obligations. Unhappily, it became apparent that the Italians were not disposed to have the treaty put in force. End of footnote. The stricken town. If anyone imagined that they would be ended with the installation of Zanella, he was wrong. At the municipal elections, 90% voted for the Autonomist Party, the Yugoslavs having had the good sense to join them. But the Italian nationalists were not going to yield to moderation. And immediately after the elections, Zanella was obliged to flee for his life so that he was not installed in office until October 5th. He struggled manfully to clear away the chaos and to make such economic arrangements as would eventually convert Riga into a prosperous port. This the Faceti of Trieste and Venice could by no means tolerate. And on January 31st, an unsuccessful attempt was made by them on his life as he was leaving the Constituent Assembly. On February 16th, the ANAI, Associazione Nazionale fra gli Arditi d'Italia, sent out a very urgent message from their headquarters in the Via Machiavelli in Trieste. They informed the subsections that not only was Zanella preparing to deliver Riga to the Croats, but the army of the globetrotter, Wrangel, was waiting in Sushik to seize the wretched town. Therefore, Gabriele D'Annunzio had commanded that every loyal servant of the cause was to be mobilized. And after a few rhetorical sentences, it continued, "I will give the marching orders by telegram as follows. Send the documents, Farina. If only a small number of people are needed, I will telegraph. Send Quintel, Farina." The men were to assemble at the Italian Labor Bureau, 9 Via Pozza Bianca in Trieste. They were to be clad in mufti, to be armed so far as it was possible, and to have with them 3 days' provender. The subsections are asked to telegraph the approximate number of those on whom they can rely, and this memorandum should be acknowledged. It is signed, "With brotherly greetings, Farina Salvatore." About 10 days later, between February 26th and 28th, there was a meeting at the Hotel Imperial in Vienna under the presidency of William Stipicic, formerly a major of the Austrian General Staff. Some dissident Croats, among them Dr. Emanuel Gagliardi, Captains Kenkel and Petricevic, Euroklišeric, Josip Bolden, and Major General Istvanovic. 2 dissident Montenegrins, Jovo Plamenac and Marko Petrovic, together with 2 Italian officers, adherents of D'Annunzio, Colonel Finzi of Trieste and Major Ventura of Rome, assembled for the purpose of stirring up trouble for the Yugoslavs in the spring. They referred with pleasure to the presence of sundry Bulgarian komitadjes in Albania. Finzi declared that the Italian government would satisfy the Croats and give them Riga as soon as Croatia had achieved her independence, and a less visionary promise was made of disturbances in Riga. On March 1st, the 2 Italian officers left for Trieste, and on March 3rd, Riga was confronted with another coup d'etat. The Faceti of Trieste and of Giulia Venetia descended on the town in 2 special trains of the Italian State Railway. They had not the slightest confidence in Zanella, who was an honest man, working on the basis of the Treaty of Rapallo, whereby Italy and Yugoslavia recognized the Free State of Riga. In their eyes, it was a monstrous thing that Italy should be expected to observe this instrument. So let the town be freed, let Zanella be expelled. And as he only had at his disposal a force of about 300 local gendarmes with rifles but without munition, it was not particularly difficult for the Faceti heroes to accomplish their task. Zanella had to fly once more.
If Italy were to offend against the freedom and independence of the state of Riga, she would deprive herself,
said Signor Schanzer, the Italian Foreign Secretary.
She would deprive herself of the name of a great power, and in the Society of Nations she would retain no authority.
Thus did the successor of the relentless but unavailing Della Torreta try with eloquent and noble words to wipe the blot from Italy's escutcheon. She could scarcely have the nations coming to the Congress of Genoa, there to debate with regard to the economic re-establishment of Europe, while her own conduct was so very much under suspicion. It would have been rather curious, so the Zagreber Tagblatt pointed out, for a robber to invite you to his house with a view to taking steps against robbery. Something drastic had to be done so that Europe would not look askance at the Italian government. Zanella, it was true, had been thrown out. But why should not the world be told that this had been effected by the people of the town? A very excellent idea. And so a certain Lieutenant Cabruna of the Gendarmerie made a plan to get together the Constituent Assembly. And then, well, there are always methods by which resolutions can be passed. Perhaps it would not even be necessary for a single rifle to be fired at the deputies from the Distinguished Strangers Gallery. But most of the deputies succeeded in escaping from the town, although frantic efforts were made to prevent them. Out of the 80, only 13 poor devils were held fast and came to the futile meeting. The others, with Zanella, assembled on Yugoslav territory at a place called St. Anna. And Signor Schanzer went on talking. Officers and men of the Italian army and navy, said he, had shown perfect discipline. Signor Schanzer may not be an expert on discipline, but as a humorist he wins applause. One's ordinary notions of discipline do not include the seizure of a warship by a handful of bandits, the cannons of the vessel being afterwards directed against the government palace of a neutral state. The VIII, with the help of Italian troops and accompanied by several Italian deputies, eject the legal government of Riga. One of these deputies, Giurati, is chosen by his friends to be president of the Free State. Giurati of the VIII, Giurati, who most barbarically had ill-treated the Istrian Slavs. But, for we will be just, this was when he believed they were barbarians, savages, quite common, brutal men. Well, he had learned, he wrote, that this was not the case. They had adopted Western culture. They had raised the revolutionary flag against the dynasty of Karađorđević. And if Yugoslavia's dismemberment should ever come to pass, then, as I confidently hope, said he, the Croats, with their righteous national aspirations, will unite with their great neighbor Italy. We salute the Croat Revolution with the sincerest sympathy. And so on, and so on. That was the kind of calm, impartial personage to have as governor of the distracted Free State, where in one point anyhow most of the population think the same, and that is that their union with Italy would be an absolute disaster. Behold this Giurati posing his candidature. Giurati, whose patriotism and idealism are, says the Italian government, fully appreciated by them. Nevertheless, it has advised him to refuse the suggested honor. That he should be punished did not occur to them. But what would they have said if a Yugoslav, surely with more right than Italian, and certainly with a larger following of townsfolk, had been selected as president?
The proceedings of the Italian government,
said Schanzer,
are clear, speedy, and determined.
But did anything unpleasant happen to Commandant Castelli? An officer sent to make order when he quite openly placed himself on the side of the VIII. Would degradation be the lot of any officer or soldier who mutinied and joined the VIII? Apparently, it was due to the unhappy political condition of Europe that the whole civilized world did not launch an indignant protest against the baseness and cynicism of the Italians. But how utterly they failed to persuade others that the wishes of Rica were as they represented them. Rica desires to remain independent, and this desire the Italians will have to respect. And the later they make up their mind to keep their promises, so much the worse for them. The Yugoslavs can wait, for theirs is the future. A cartoonist in the Belgrade Vreme depicted a ruffled Serbian warrior holding on his open hand a very neat little Italian soldier. "Now listen to me," he was saying, "and I will tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a country called Austria." There was a characteristic little affair at St. Anna on March 23rd. A few minutes after Zanella had left the Lubitsch Inn, a suspicious-looking person appeared. He began observing the customers and their surroundings when the police commissary Pershitz came up to him and asked for his passport.
"Take yourself off!"
shouted the intruder as he pulled a bomb out of his trouser pocket. Pershitz grappled with him and soon overpowered him. And outside the house, 4 other Faciti, Armano, Viola, Carpinelli, Belia, and Mirallo, were captured. They claimed to be journalists, and it is quite true that Viola is on the staff of the notorious Vedetta Italiana. But when he comes into a foreign country as a special correspondent and is teaching others how to go about that business, for until then they had been otherwise engaged, Mirallo being charged with numerous thefts and attempted murders, while Belia and Carpinelli were accused of breaking into the Abbazia casino. If Viola was teaching them how to be journalists, he would on this occasion have been better advised if he had restricted them to the conventional tools of the profession instead of bombs, revolvers, and daggers. Little use did they get out of them, for a trio of these armed individuals were seized and disarmed by one Yugoslav gendarme who was himself very meagerly equipped. With tears in their eyes, they begged for mercy. "Pieta! Pieta!" they exclaimed. So long as their own lives were spared, they were very willing to forgo the 60,000 lire which had been put on Zanella's head. Unfortunately, it seems obvious that this exploit, if not ordered by the Italian government, was at any rate permitted by them. How otherwise could the automobile containing these men have got past the sentries at the Shusik Bridge and 2 other Italian sentry posts? Moreover, these men were in possession of documents which proved that official Italian circles at Riga were privy to their undertaking and that they proposed to investigate the Yugoslav military positions on the frontier. These 5 Faciti brigands, who were also lieutenants of the Italian army, would therefore have to be tried not only for attempted murder, but for attempted espionage. They were put into a train and transported to the prison at Zagreb.
"If once we begin the march,"
so the Italian soldiers at Riga had over and over again been telling the Croats,
"then we shall not halt before we come to Zagreb, your capital."
Those 5 will perhaps someday explain to their comrades how quickly Zagreb can be reached. As yet, those whom they left behind them had not lost their bombast. A manifesto was issued by them which declared that 5 true patriots had sallied forth to St. Anna for the purpose of parleying with the Constituent Assembly, and that in a barbarous fashion they had been arrested, maltreated, and possibly killed. Let the people avenge the shedding of such noble blood. Everything must be done in order to liberate the captured brethren. And so, towards 11 at night, about 60 Faciti and legionaries came together. Armed to the teeth, they designed to cross over into Yugoslav territory. But when they noticed that the sentry posts had been strengthened, they went home to bed. A number of American and European journalists rushed out to Belgrade under the impression that the Yugoslav-Italian War could now no longer be avoided. But they did not realize how great a self-control the Yugoslavs possess. It may be, as a commentator put it in The Nation, that Italy is practically at war with Yugoslavia, for she is obsessed by the pan-Slav menace. But if they insist on the arbitrament of arms, they will have to wait until the Yugoslavs have time to deal with them. The Free State of Riga owes its existence to a treaty between Italy and Yugoslavia. Both of them should therefore guarantee its freedom. Italian and Yugoslav gendarmerie and troops should resist together the incursions of VIII. And if the two races cannot work in harmony, then let the administration of the town be entrusted to neutral troops. And as High Commissioner, one would suggest Mr. Blakeney, the British consul at Belgrade. If this imperturbable and most kindly man were to fail in an attempt at repeating in Riga what had been accomplished in Danzig, then indeed one might despair. But he would brilliantly and placidly succeed. All the other qualifications are his: an intimate knowledge of every Near Eastern language, and of course Italian. A perfect acquaintance with the mentality of all those peoples, common sense of an uncommon order, and the wholehearted confidence of those with whom he comes into contact. Great Britain and France compelled the Yugoslavs at enormous sacrifices to sign the Treaty of Rapallo. They are therefore morally obliged to see that it is executed. For too many months, the Italians were saying that they would carry out their part of it and leave the third zone in Dalmatia if the Yugoslavs would agree to a few more concessions, commercial and territorial, that were not in the treaty. During the Genoa Conference in the spring of 1922, the Italian authorities confessed to the Yugoslav delegates that their hands were bound by the VIII. These elements would certainly object to the execution of that part of the Treaty of Rapallo which refers to the port of Baros. Accurately speaking, the arrangements with regard to Baros are embodied in a letter from Count Sforza, the then Foreign Secretary, and are added to the treaty as an appendix. Both were signed on the same day, and apparently this plan of an appendix was adopted on account of the VIII. Yet, if Count Sforza had not signed that letter, it is safe to say that the Yugoslavs would not have signed the main body of a treaty which, to them, was the reverse of favorable. And at Genoa, the Italians started haggling about a strip of land near Baros in the hope that some success would stay the zeal of the VIII. Furthermore, they pleaded that Zadar could not live if Yugoslavia did not, in addition to supplying it with water, give it railway communication with the interior. The Yugoslavs were thus invited to construct at great expense a railway to a foreign town which their own Šibenik and other Adriatic towns did not possess. This, naturally, they refused to undertake, as also to agree to the Italian suggestion that a free zone of some 20 kilometers should be instituted at the back of Zadar. One might safely say that the Italian agents in this region would not have confined themselves to salutary measures for the welfare of the town. It is stated in the Treaty of Rapallo that in case of disagreement, either party could invoke an arbitrator. And the Yugoslavs, who happen now to be the weaker party, have been contemplating application to the League of Nations. Well, in Genoa, it was proposed by Italy that Yugoslavia should renounce the clause which deals with an eventual arbitration. If you make a large number of demands, never mind that they should be in opposition to a treaty you have signed, then you may gain a few of them. and Italy was hoping that the Free State would repay the costs which she incurred there on account of her unruly son D'Annunzio, and likewise that the good Italianists who, at the end of the Great War, committed wholesale thefts from the state warehouses should not be made to pay for it. With all their guile and strength, the Italians were endeavoring to avoid the execution of her Treaty of Rapallo.
"Italy is the one power in Europe,"
says Mr. Harold Goad, who thrusts himself upon our notice.
"Italy is the one power in Europe that is most obviously and most consistently working for peace and conciliation in every field."
Hopes in the Little Entente. The complicated troubles, avoidable and unavoidable, that have been raging in Central Europe after the war are being met to some extent by the Little Entente. An association in the first place between Yugoslavia and the kindred Czechoslovakia, and afterwards between them and Romania. The world was assured that this union had for its object the establishment of peace, security, and normal economic activities in Central and Eastern Europe. No acquisitive purposes were in the background, and since these three states now recognize that if they try to swallow more of the late Austro-Hungarian monarchy, they will suffer from chronic indigestion, we need to be suspicious of their altruism. It is perfectly true that the first impulse which moved the creators of the Little Entente was not constructive but defensive. Their great allies did not appear, in the opinion of the three succession states, to be taking the necessary precautions against the element of reaction. Otherwise they, especially France, which was naturally more determined that Austria should not join herself to Germany, would not have favored the idea of a Danubian federation, in which Austria and Hungary would play leading parts. The great powers would also, if they had been less exclusively concerned with their own interests, have handled with more resolution the attempts of Charles of Habsburg to place himself at the head of the present reactionary regime at Budapest. And if it had not been for certain energetic measures taken by the members of the Little Entente, it may well be doubted whether the government of Admiral Horthy, which does not conceal the fact that it is royalist, the king being temporarily absent, would have required Charles to leave the country. The Little Entente pointed out to their great allies what these had apparently overlooked, namely that the return of the Habsburgs was not opposed by the succession states out of pure malice, but for the reason that it would inevitably strengthen the magnates and the high ecclesiastics in their desire to bring about the restoration of Hungary's old frontiers. As the frontiers are now drawn, there dwell, and this could not be prevented, a number of Magyars in each of the three neighboring states, the fewest being in Yugoslavia, just as the present Hungary includes a Czechoslovak, Romanian, and Yugoslav population. But the great powers agree that if the frontier is to be changed at all, every precaution should be taken against having it changed by force. It is no exaggeration to say that there can be no real peace in Central Europe until normal intercourse with Russia is reestablished. But let it, in the meantime, be the task of the Little Entente to guard the temporary peace from being shattered. Apart from this defensive object, the countries of the Little Entente have the positive aim of a resumption of normal economic conditions and the institution of a new order of things in accordance with the new political construction of Central and Eastern Europe. It is obvious that these three states have numerous interests in common, which make their cooperation very natural, if not indeed indispensable. Footnote regarding neighboring Hungary. The magnates of Hungary and their friends do not grow weary of lamenting the sad fate of the Magyar minorities. Whatever may be happening in Transylvania, they have a very poor case against the Serbs. In the Vojvodina, there are, according to Hungarian statistics, about 382,000 Magyars out of 114 million inhabitants. These Magyars have their primary and secondary schools, their newspapers, and so forth. Whereas in the spring of 1922, the schools in various Serbian villages near Budapest were forcibly closed. The lady teachers being told that if they stayed, they would have to undergo the physical examination, which is applied to prostitutes. End of footnote. End of Chapter 7. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 14 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Yugoslavia's Frontiers, 1921, Part 1. Nobody could have expected in the autumn of 1918 that the frontiers of the new state would be rapidly delimited. Ethnologically, economic, historic, and strategical arguments, to mention no others, would be brought forward by either side, and the Supreme Council, which had to deliver judgment on these knotty problems, would be often more preoccupied with their own interests and their relation to each other. It would also happen that a member of the Supreme Council would be simultaneously judge and pleader. The mills of justice would therefore grind very slowly, for they would be conscious that the fruit of their efforts, evolved with much foreign material clogging the machinery and with parts of the machinery jerked out of their line of track, would be received with acute criticism. When more than 2 years had elapsed from the time of the armistice, a considerable part of Yugoslavia's frontiers remained undecided. We will travel along the frontier lines, starting with that between Yugoslavs and Albanians. A. The Albanian frontier. 1. The actors. Those who, in old Turkish days, lived in that wild border country which is dealt with on these pages would have been surprised to hear that they would be the objects of a great deal of discussion in the west of Europe. But in those days there was no Yugoslavia, and no Albania, and no League of Nations, and very few were the writers who took up the question. It is undoubtedly a question of importance, though some of these writers, remembering that the fate of the world was dependent on the fraction of an inch of Cleopatra's nose, seem almost to have imagined that it was proportionately more dependent on those several hundred kilometers of disputed frontier. It would not so much matter that they have introduced a good deal of passion into their arguments if they had not also exerted some influence on influential men. And this compels one to pay them what would otherwise be excessive attention. Let us consider the frontier which the Ambassadors' Conference in November 1921 assigned to Yugoslavia and the Albanians. We have already mentioned some of the previous points of contact between those Balkan neighbors who for centuries have been acquiring knowledge of each other and who, therefore, as Brody Bey, the Albanian delegate in Paris, very wisely said, should have been left to manage their own frontier question. A number of Western Europeans will exclaim that this could not be accomplished without the shedding of blood. But it is rather more than probable that the interference of Western Europe, partly philanthropic and partly otherwise, will be responsible for greater loss of life. If it could not be permitted that the two of the less powerful peoples should attempt to settle their own affairs, then, at any rate, the most competent of alien judges should have sat on the tribunal. A frontier in that part of Europe should primarily take the peculiarities of the people into account. And I believe that if Sir Charles Eliot and Baron Nopska, with their unrivaled knowledge of the Albanians, had been consulted, it is probable they would, for some years to come, have thought desirable the frontier which is preferred by General Franchet d'Espèrey, by a majority of the local Albanians and by those who hoped for peace in the Balkans. 2. The audience rushed the stage. A battle which took place near Tuzi, not far from Podgorica in December 1919, may assist the study of the difficult Albanian question. At the first attack, about 150 Montenegrins, mostly young recruits, were killed or wounded. But in the counterattack, the Albanian losses were much greater, 167 of them being made prisoners. On all of these were found Italian rifles, ammunition, money, and army rations. On the other hand, a few Montenegrins with 3 officers were also captured and were stripped and handed over naked to the Italians. But these declined to have them, saying that the conflict had been no concern of theirs and the unfortunate men, with the exception of one who escaped, remained among the Albanians. The fact that Tuzi would be of no value to the Italians neither weakens nor strengthens the supposition that they were privy to the Albanian attack. But it may very well be that the natives had taken their Italian equipment by force of arms. It would anyhow seem that the Italians have little understanding of this people. During the war, when General Franchet d'Espere was straightening his line, he paid some hundreds of Albanians to maintain his western flank, and they were very satisfactory. It troubled them very little whether they were holding it against the Austrians or against other Albanians. When Italy took over that part of the line, she employed a whole division, which, to the amusement, it is said, of Franchet d'Espere, provided the local population with a great deal of booty, and in particular with mules. There was constant trouble in those regions of Albania which were occupied by the Italians, and in June 1920 things had come to such a pass that the Italian garrisons, after being thrown out of the villages of Bistrovo and Silica, were actually retiring with all their stores they could rescue to Valona. Their retreat, said Reuter in a euphemistic message from Rome, was attended by some loss. As Valona was their last stronghold in Albanian territory, it seemed that very few, if any, of the tribes were in favor of an Italian protectorate. And since it was calculated that during the first 6 months of 1920 the Italian government was paying from 400 to 500 million lira a month for corn, and the year's deficit might be enough to lead the state to the very verge of bankruptcy, one was asking whether from an economic, apart from any other point of view, it would not be advisable for the Italians to cut their losses in central Albania. In this they very wisely determined to do. Would that their subsequent policy in northern Albania have been as well inspired. It would also seem as if the affair of Tuzi shows that the Albanians have no wish for a Yugoslav protectorate. And there are a good many Serbs, such as Professor Sivic, who view with uneasiness any extension of their sway over the Albanians. Many of the tribes are prepared, after very small provocation or none, to take up arms against anybody. And those who, in the north and northeast of the country, are in favor of a Yugoslav protectorate would undoubtedly have opposed to them a number of the natives, less because they are fired with the prospect of Albania for the Albanians than on account of their patriarchal views. We must, however, at the same time acknowledge that those Albanians who are impelled by patriotic ideals and who would like to see their countrymen with the 1913 frontiers resolutely turn away from the various attractions which the Slavs undoubtedly exercise over many of them and combine in a brotherly fashion under the guidance of a disinterested state to work for an independent Albania. Those idealists have every right to be heard. Their solution is, in fact, the one that would, as we have elsewhere said, be best for everyone concerned. The late Professor Barrows, who believed in the possibility of such an arrangement, thought that it would take generations for this people to pass from blood feud and tribal jealousy to the good order of a unified state, unless they have tutorage in the art of self-government. There seems to be grave difficulties, both external and internal, in the way of setting up such a tutorage over the whole of the 1913 Albania. And if a majority of the northern and northeastern tribes prefer to turn to Yugoslavia rather than to join the frustrated patriots and the wilder brethren in turning away from it, they should not be sweepingly condemned as traitors to the national cause. The frame of mind which looks with deep suspicion on a road that links a tribe to its neighbor is not very promising for those who dream of an Albanian nation. It is a prevalent and fundamental frame of mind.
The Prince of VIII,
we are told by his countryman Dr. Max Müller,
succeeded in conquering the hearts of those Albanians who supported him and of gaining the highest respect of those who were his political opponents.
No doubt they were flattered when they noticed that he had so far become an Albanian as to surround his residence at Dirazo with barbed wire entanglements. Among the solutions of the Albanian problem was that which Dr. Müller very seriously, not to say ponderously, put forward in 1916. This gentleman, with a first-hand knowledge of the country which he gained during the war, did not minimize the task which would face the Prince of VIII on his return. Of that wooden potentate, one may say that his work in Albania did not collapse for the reason that it was never started. A few miles from Dirazo, his capital, from which I believe he made only that one excursion whose end was undignified, a few miles away he excited the derision of his subjects, and a few miles further off they had not heard of him. Dr. Müller, after reproving us sternly for smiling at the national decoration in several classes with which His Highness, on landing at the rickety pier, was graciously pleased to gladden the meritorious natives, admits that at his second coming he will have to take various other steps. Austrians and Germans should be brought to colonize the country, and not peasants, forsooth, like those who have laboriously made good in the Banat, but merchants, manufacturers, engineers, doctors, officials, and large landowners. Not by any means without close inquiry, so as to admit only such as are in possession of a blameless repute and a certain amount of cash. Dr. Müller was resolved that, so far as lay with him, none but the very best Teutons should embark upon this splendid mission. He desired that, after landing, they should first of all remain at the harbor, there to undergo a course of tuition in the customs and peculiarities of the tribe among which they proposed to settle. His compatriots would be so tactful, apparently not criticizing any of the customs, that the hearts of the Albanians would incline towards them, and by their beautiful example they would make these primitive, wild hearts beat not so much for local interests, but very fervently for the Albanian fatherland. One cannot help a feeling of regret that circumstances have prevented us from seeing Dr. Müller's scheme put into action. Footnote regarding Albanian regions occupied by the Italians. The Italians had originally landed a hygienic mission at Valona early in the European War, and this, of course, developed into something else. That ingenious propagandist, Mr. H.E. Goad, tells us in the Fortnightly Review of May 1922 that while nature had made the innumerable deep-water harbors on the eastern coast of the Adriatic practically immune from Italy's attack, a landing or raid from one of them at Ancona, Bari, or Barletta would be a vital blow at Italy, severing vital communications. He therefore justifies Italy's landing at Valona in that it was a purely defensive step made to ensure that its harbor should not be used against her. He may hold that the seizure of one town is better than the seizure of none, but from the strategic and political point of view, it would seem that Mr. Goad is an injudicious advocate. End of footnote. 3. Serbs, Albanians, and the mischief makers. In 1913, after the Balkan War, the flags of the powers were hoisted at Scutari, and a frontier dividing the Albanian from the Yugoslavs, Montenegrins, and Serbs was indicated by Austria and traced at the London Conference. This boundary was still awaiting its final demarcation by commissioners on the spot when the European War broke out. Then, in the second year of the war, disturbances were organized by the Austrians in Albania. Their friend, the miscreant ruler of Montenegro, caused money to be sent for this purpose to the Austro-Hungarian consul at Scutari. And in April and May of that year, the Serbs were authorized by their allies to protect themselves by occupying certain portions of the country. Various battles took place between those Albanians who were partisans of Austria and those who were disinclined to attack the Serbs in the rear. The Serbian government opposed the Austrian propaganda by dispatching to that region the Montenegrin Poniša Ratchets, of whom we have much to say. He was accompanied by Smile Ferović, a Muslim sergeant of Komitadjes. They explained to the Albanians that the Serbs had been offered a separate peace with numerous concessions, but that Mr. Paschitz had refused to treat. When the two Albanian parties discussed the situation by shooting at each other, the Austro-Hungarian officers made tracks for Kotor, and that particular intrigue came to an end. When the war was over, the Serbs, sweeping up from Macedonia, were requested by General Franchet d'Espere to undertake a task which the Italians refused, and pushed the demoralized Austrian troops out of Albania. Some weeks after this had been accomplished, the Italians, mindful of the Treaty of London, demanded that a large part of Albania should be given up to their administration. The Serbs agreed and withdrew. They even took away their representative from Scutari, where the Allies had again installed themselves. The Treaty of London bestowed upon the Serbs a sphere of influence in northern Albania. But save for a few misguided politicians, they were logical enough to reject the whole of the pernicious treaty, both the clauses which robbed them in Dalmatia and those which in Albania gave them stolen goods. Over and over again did the Yugoslav delegates declare in Paris that it was their wish to see established an independent Albania with the frontiers of 1913. These, the first frontiers which the Albanians had ever possessed, were laid down by Austria with the express purpose of thwarting the Serbs and facilitating Albanian raids. It is true that several towns with large Albanian majorities were made over to the Serbs, very much, as it turned out, to their subsequent advantage. Yet being separated from their hinterland, this was a doubtful gift. Nevertheless, if a free and united Albania could be constituted, the Serbs were ready to accept this frontier, and even Monsieur Justin Godard, the strenuous French Albanophile of whom we speak elsewhere, cannot deny that this attitude of the Yugoslavs redounds very much to their honor. But before relative tranquility reigns among the Albanians, it is, as General Franchet d'Espere perceived in 1918, an untenable line. He therefore drew a temporary frontier which permitted the Serbs to advance for some miles into Albania, so that on the river Dren or on the mountain summits they might ward off attacks. These, by the way, had their origin far more in the border population's empty stomachs than in their animus against the Slavs. And nobody with knowledge of this people could regard the 1918 frontier as unnecessary. The Albanians were themselves so much inclined to acquiesce that one must ask why, in the months which followed, there was a considerable amount of border fighting. What was it that caused the Albanians in the region of Scutari to make their violent onslaughts of December 1919 and January 1920, the renewed offensive of July 1920 at the same places, after which the Albanian government forwarded to that of Belgrade an assurance of goodwill. And the organized thrust of August 13th against Dubra, which was preceded on August 10th by a manifesto to the chancellors of Europe falsely accusing the Serbs of having begun these operations, and which was followed by the Tirana government promising to try to find the guilty persons. The 19th of the same month saw the Albanians delivering a further attack in the neighborhood of Scutari. And then the Yugoslav government decided that their army must occupy such defensive positions as would put a stop to these everlasting incidents. But a voice was whispering to the Albanians that they must not allow themselves to be so easily coerced. "You have thrown out all the land behind Valona," said the voice, "and out of Valona itself. You must, therefore, be the greatest warriors in the world, and we will be charmed to provide you with rifles and machine guns and munitions and uniforms and cash. We will gladly publish to the world that your delegation at Rome has sent us an official note demanding that the Yugoslav troops should retire to the 1913 line, pure and simple." Of course, we, like the other allies, agreed that they should occupy the more advanced positions which General Franchet d'Esperet assigned to them. And to show you how truly sorry we are for having done so, we propose to send you all the help you need. In dealing with us, you will find that you have to do with honorable men, whereas the Yugoslavs, what are they but Yugoslavs? Anyone who traveled about this time along the road from Scutari down to the port of San Giovanni di Medua would inevitably meet with processions of ancient cabs, ox wagons, and whatnot, laden with all kinds of military equipment. Some of these supplies had come direct from Italy, while others had been seized from the Italians near Valona. The detachment of Italian soldiers at San Giovanni and the much larger detachment at Scutari may have looked with mixed feelings at some of these commodities. But, on the other hand, they may have thought with General Bentivanga that it was good business, un buon affare, in exchange for Valona to obtain a solid and secure friendship with the Albanians. Roads, as he pointed out, lead from Albania to the heart of Serbia. And for that reason, a true brotherhood of arms between Italians and Albanians was, in case of hostilities, enormously to be desired. And so the Italians stationed at Scutari under Captain Pericone of the Navy may have felt that it was well that all those cannon captured from their countrymen were in such a good condition. They would now be turned by the Albanians against the hateful Yugoslavs.
"Italy is the one power in Europe,"
says her advocate, Mr. H.E. Goad, in the Fortnightly Review, May 1922.
"that is most obviously and most consistently working for peace and conciliation in every field."
A further supply of military material is said to have reached the Albanians from Gabriel D'Annunzio in the SS Canin. To the Irish, the Egyptians, and the Turks, the poet Filibuster had merely sent greetings. Someone may have told him that even the most lyrical greeting would not be valued by the Albanians half as much as a shipload of munitions. For a considerable time, the more intelligent Italians had noticed that these two Balkan peoples were disposed to live in amicable terms with one another. Traditions that are so powerful with an illiterate people. Under 5 per 1,000 of the Albanians who have stayed in their own country can read and write. Numerous traditions speak of friendship with the Serbs. Lech, the great legislator, was related to Serbian princes. Skanderbeg was an ally of the Serbs. Most of the celebrated leaders of northern Albania and Montenegro, says Miss Durham, seem to have been mixed with Serbian blood. Mustafa Vizir Bushatli strove together with Prince Miloš against the Turks, and the same cause united the Serbian authorities to the famous Vizier Mahmud Begović of Peć. A primitive people like the Albanians admire the warlike attributes beyond all others. And the exploits of the Serbian army in the European War inclined the hearts of the Albanians towards their neighbors. Some of them remembered at this juncture that their great-grandfathers or grandfathers had only become Albanian after having accepted the Mohammedan religion. Now, the old icons were taken from their hiding places. And there was, in fact, between the two Balkan people a spirit of cordiality which gave terrible umbrage to the Italians. So they took the necessary steps. Many of the Catholic priests had been in Austria's pay, and these now became the pensioners of Italy. Monsignor Ceregi, the metropolitan, used to be an anti-Turk. But as was evident when in 1911 he negotiated with Montenegro, he is not personally anti-Slav. Yet he must have money for his clergy, for his seminary, and so forth. His friendship would be easily, one fancies, transferred from Rome to Belgrade if the Serbs are willing to provide the cash. And nobody can blame him. Leo Fruend, who has been Vienna's secret agent and a great friend of Monsignor Bunzi, the Albanian bishop, was succeeded by an Italian. But of course the new almoner did not confine his gifts to those of his own faith. Many of the leading Muslims were in receipt of a monthly salary, and this was not so serious a burden for the Italians as one might suppose. Since Albania is a poor country, and with no Austrian competition, you found quite prominent personages deigning to accept a rather miserable wage. "And do you think," I asked of Musa Yuka, the courteous mayor of Scutari, "that those mountain tribes are being paid?" "Well," he said, "I think that it is not improbable." At the time of the Bosnian annexation crisis, the Serbs had, as their Minister of Finance, the sagacious Patua. The war minister, a general, was strongly in favor of an instant declaration of war, and the premier suggested that the matter should be discussed. He turned to the Minister of Finance and asked him whether he had sufficient money for such an undertaking. Patua shook his head. "But our men are patriots. They will go without bread. They will go without everything," exclaimed the general. "The horses and mules are not patriots," said Patua. "And if you want them to march, you'll have to feed them." The Albanians were so little inclined to go to war with Yugoslavia that the Italians had, in various ways, to feed them all. And what did the Albanians think of these intrigues? At any rate, what did they say? "Italy," quoth Professor Shimago, a prominent Albanian who teaches at Bologna, "Italy is always respected and esteemed as a great nation. The Albanian government," said he, "has charged me to declare in public that Albania does not regard herself as victorious against Italy, but is convinced that the Italians, in withdrawing their troops from Valona, were obeying a sentiment of goodness and generosity." Such words would be likely to bring more plentiful supplies from Rome. And fortunately, the Italians did not seem to suffer, like the Serbs, from any scruples as to the propriety of taking active steps against another allied and associated power. When Sena Beg, Beg of Jakovica, came in the year 1919 to his brother-in-law, Ahmed Beg Mati, one of the Albanian leaders, he told him that the Belgrade government, in pursuance of their policy, the Balkans for the Balkan peoples, would be glad if the Italians could be ousted from Albania, Sena Beg returned with a request for money, guns, and so forth, but they were not sent. Ahmed Beg and Sena Beg are patriotic young Albanian noblemen of ancient family and great possessions. But Sena Beg has the advantage of living in Yugoslavia outside the atmosphere of corruption which is darkening his native land. Ahmed Beg, who in 1920 was Minister of the Interior, Minister of War, Governor of Scutari, and Director in Mufti of the military operations against the Yugoslavs, did not accept Italian bribes, but he was surrounded by those who did. And thus the gentle and industrious young man was being led to work against his own country's interests. With him at Scutari was another of the 6 ministers of the Tirana government in the person of the venerable Muslim priest Kadri, Minister of Justice, and one of the 4 regents, Monsignor Bumsi. There was about it all an oriental odor of the less desirable kind, which caused some observers to say that when Albania obtains her independence, she will be a bad imitation of the old Turkey, a little Turkey without the external graces. When the thoughtful, gray-bearded Kadri went limping down the main street, a protective gendarme dawdled behind him smoking a cigarette. But this endearing nonchalance was absent from the methods of government. Any Albanian whose opinions did not coincide with those of the authorities could only express them at his peril. Blood vengeance is, to some extent, being deposed by party vengeance, this having originated in the time of VIII when the politicians were divided into nationalists and Ethodists, after which they became Italophiles and Austrophiles, which now have been succeeded by Italophiles, who ask for an Italian mandate, and Serbophiles and Grecophiles, who desire that these countries should have no mandate, but should act in a friendly spirit toward an independent Albania. Meanwhile, the Italophiles, nearly all of them on Italy's payroll, were, till a few months ago, in the ascendant. And their attitude towards the other party was relentless. One Alojz Loka, for example, said that he thought it would be well if Yugoslavia and Albania lived on friendly terms with one another. Because of this, the government having adopted other ideas, his house at Scutari was burned. And when we were discussing the matter at the palace of the Metropolitan, Monsignor Seregi, I found that his grace was emphatically in accord with a fiery Franciscan poet, Father Fichte, with the more placid Monsignor Bumsi, and with 2 other ecclesiastics who were present.
We did well to burn his house. Very well, I say,
exclaimed Father Fichte.
Because Alojz is only a private person, and he has no business to concern himself with foreign countries.
Of course, when Father Fichte made his comments on foreign countries, it was not as a private person, but as a responsible editor. Thus, in the Posta Ashapia during the war, he denounced Clemenceau and Lloyd George as such foes of humanity that their proper destination was a cage of wild beasts. And after having visited France during 1919 as secretary to the sincere and credulous Bumsi, he contributed anti-French and I believe anti-English poems to the Epopa Scutari. I have been told, I said, by an intelligent Albanian who was educated at Robert College at Constantinople, that the greatest hope for this country lies, in his opinion, in the increase of American schools, such as that one at Elbasan, and the admirable institution at Samakov in Bulgaria, where the Americans, in order not to be accused of proselytism, teach everything except religion.
If I had my own way,
cried Fichte,
I would shut up these irreligious American schools. Religion is the base of the social life of this country.
And you and the Mohammedans, I asked, do you think that your cooperation has a good prospect of enduring? With a country of no more than 1.5 million inhabitants, it is essential that you should be united.
God in heaven! Who can tolerate such things?
Exclaimed the Metropolitan. That very corpulent old gentleman was bouncing with rage on his sofa.
Is it not horrible,
he cried in Italian,
that this man should dare to come to my house and make propaganda against us?
Really, sir, I am astonished, said Monsignor Boomsy reproachfully in French,
that you should ask such a question.
It was answered a few weeks later when Halim Beg Durralla and Sena Beg, who, being outside Albania, were free to utter non-governmental opinions, said that they had not the slightest doubt but that the friendship between the fanatic Muslim and the fanatic Catholic would come to an end. And each of them would, again, in the first place, think of his religion so that, as heretofore, they would regard themselves as Turkish and Latin people rather than as Albanian. This foible does not apply to the Orthodox Albanians of the South, who are more patriotic. I am astonished, said the Monsignor, that you should question our friendship with the Muslim. They have been the domineering party, but all that is finished, and we are the best of friends. See, they have chosen me to be one of the regents. Our government of all the 3 religions is very good. And, said he as he thumped the arm of his chair, it insists on the Albanians obtaining justice in spite of our enemies. It chanced that I had met Father Achicu, Doctor of Theology and Philosophy in the Franciscan Church. Because his brother had had occasion to kill an editor in self-defense, this, perhaps the most enlightened member of the Albanian Catholic clergy, had been compelled to remain for 8 months in the church and its precincts, seeing that the government was powerless to guarantee that he would not be overtaken by that national curse, the blood vengeance.
Well, one cannot praise the custom of blood vengeance,
said the Monsignor. You spoke, I said, of your government insisting on justice for the Albanians. And some time after this, Professor Achicu and another prominent young priest were deported to Italy, and, I believe, interned in that country. With their fate, we may compare that of Dom Nadak Nakai, a priest whose anti-Slav newspaper, the Besipshutare, is alleged to exist on its Italian subsidy, and Father Paul Dode, whom Italy insisted on installing as provincial of all the Franciscans, after vetoing at Rome the appointment of Father Vincent Pernucci, whom nearly all the Franciscans in Albania had voted for. Father Dode, it is interesting to note, is of Slav nationality, for he comes from Janjevo in Kosovo, but he studied in Italy and has abandoned the way of his ancestors. This town of some 500 houses, inhabited by Slavs from Dalmatia and a few Saxons who are now entirely Slavicized, still retains a custom that resembles the Dalmatian as also a rather defective Dalmatian dialect. The Austrians for 30 years endeavored to Albanize them, but the people resisted this and boycotted the church and school. The priest Lazar, who defended their Slav national conscience, was persecuted and forced to flee to Serbia. He is now mayor of Janjevo. It usually happened, by the way, that the priests of this Catholic town came from Dalmatia, but the Slav idea could bridge over the difference between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, so that if no Catholic priest was available, his place would be taken by an Orthodox priest from the neighboring village. Only a few of the natives are anti-nationalists, having been brought up like Father Dode in some Italian or Austrian seminary. There are in Albania today about 10 such priests who come from Janjevo. How well this Father Dode has served his masters may be seen in the case of the Franciscan priest in Shala, who, with the whole population of armed Catholics, resisted the Italian advance of 1920. Together with Lieutenant Lik Marache, he organized comitadias in Shala and elsewhere, his purpose being to liberate his country from the Italians. Since these later could do nothing else against him, they compelled the bishop of Pulati to punish him. However, all that the bishop did was to tell the patriot priest to go away. But Father Dode was more willing to work for the Italians. He excommunicated his fellow countrymen on the ground that he would not come to Scutari, where his life would have been in danger. Footnote regarding burning the house at Scutari. The delegates of the League of Nations were told at the beginning of 1922 by the authorities in southern Albania that it was iniquitous to believe that they would employ this kind of punishment for political refugees. Did they not advertise an amnesty to all those who returned within 45 days? And in what newspaper, they indignantly asked, in what newspaper had they published the slightest threat of arson? Footnote regarding Monsignor Boomsey. In the winter of 1921, this gentleman was expelled from his country. End of footnote. 4. The state of Albanian culture. But, you may say, one cannot in fairness expect the new Albanian government to achieve in no short a time what the Serbian government has effected among the Albanians of Kosovo, who are being persuaded to relinquish their devastating custom of blood vengeance. Prior to March 1921, over 400 of its devotees and of brigands had given themselves up in Kosovo, turning away from the old days when, as one of them expressed it, a shot from my rifle was heard at a distance of 3 hours' travel. One of the most eminent among them disdained to surrender to a local authority and made his way to Belgrade, where he presented himself one afternoon to the astonished officials at the Ministry of the Interior. After all, as Miss Durham has written, the most important fact in northern Albania is blood vengeance. What we must set out to probe is whether the Albanians, if they are left to themselves, will be able after a time to administer their country in a reasonably satisfactory manner. Their culture is admittedly a very low one. In the realm of art, a few love songs and several proverbs were all that Consul Hahn could collect for his monumental work, though his researches, which lasted for years, took him all over the country. One of these love songs, a piece of 6 lines, will give some idea of their aesthetic value. A lover, standing outside the house of his lady, invites her to come out to him immediately. He threatens that if she disobeys him, he will have his hair cut in the Western style. Nay, more, he will have it washed, and then he will return, howling like a dog. Consul Hahn's summing up of the Albanians, by the way, stated that the social life of Caesar's Bellum Galicium was applicable to the tribes which now inhabit southern Albania, those of the north not being equal to so high a standard. Yastrebo, the well-known Russian consul general, tells us of the villages of Resh and Tichna, where in winter men and women clothe themselves with rags, in summer with no rags, so that in the warmer months a visitor, presumably in order not to shock the natives, would take the precaution of depositing his clothes in some convenient cavern. On the other hand, when the ladies-in-waiting on the Prince of V drove out in low-cut dresses, it being warm weather, the people of Durazzo were scandalized at what they called the terrible behavior of their prince's harem. These mountain people live on maize and milk and cheese. Salt is unknown to them. Baron Nabska is regarded by the few educated Albanians as the most competent foreign observer. He knew the language well and traveled everywhere. One custom he relates of the Mercury is the sprinkling of ashes on a spot where they suspect that treasure is buried. On the next morning, they look to see what animal has left on the ashes, the print of its feet. And this tells them what sacrifice the guardian of the treasure demands: sheep, or hen, or human being. Miss Drum says that human excrement and water is the sole emetic known to the Albanians. It is used in all cases of poisoning. But the Albanian's death is most frequently brought about by gunshot. In Toplana, as they say, people are killed like pigs. 42% of the adults, according to Napsket, dying a violent death.
It was her good government and her orderliness that obtained for her her admission to the League of Nations,
said the Honorable Aubrey Herbert, MP in the Morning Post of November 29, 1921. And the enthusiastic president of the Anglo-Albanian Society is modest enough to refrain from telling us how much she was indebted to his own championship. The evil eye is feared in Albania more than syphilis or typhus. Sieberts mentions a favorite remedy, which is to spit at the patient. A ceremonial spitting is also used by anyone who sees two people engaged in close conversation. Very likely they are plotting against the third party, and by his timely expectoration their wicked plans will be upset. Absurd as it may sound, there are not a few Albanian apologists who lay the entire blame upon the Turks. They assert, and it is true, that Constantinople left this distant province so completely almost to its own devices that the suzerain might just as well not have existed. A few Turkish officials lived in the towns. In the country, they showed themselves when they were furtively traveling through it. And the chief officials, such as the Vali of Scutari, were wont to be Albanians. And being left by the Turks to evolve their own salvation, they turned Albania into a region of utter darkness. At any rate, they did practically nothing to shake off the barbarism which they had inherited. They have certain alluring attributes, such as their unpolluted medieval ideas on the sanctity of guests and the punctilious maintenance of their honor, their readiness to die for freedom, as well as for a quarrel about a sheep, and their not infrequent personal magnetism. They are very abstemious, their morals are pure, they have certain mental qualities as yet undeveloped, and they are thrifty. But
they are so devoid of both originality and unity,
says Sir Charles Eliot, the acutest of observers,
that it is vain to seek for anything in politics, art, religion, literature, or customs to which the name Albanian can be properly applied as denoting something common to the Albanian race.
The apologists, such as Miss Durham, argue that the other Balkan peoples suffered from a good deal of internal tumult after they had set themselves up as independent countries. And it is submitted that the Albanians would gradually develop the same national spirit as their neighbors. But there are as yet, Miss Durham must acknowledge, very few signs that this will ever come to pass.
"We are Albanians,"
said Monsignor Boomsey.
"We ask for Albania. We demand it. Surely you can see that we are all marching together, men from all parts of Albania, marching against the Yugoslavs. I say, we are united."
And some miles from Scutari, a part of the Albanian army was returning from a foray into Yugoslavia. When they came into the territory of a certain tribe, they were compelled, by way of toll, to surrender their booty. Such incidents occurred in several places, so that obviously the conditions still prevail that were described in 1905 by Karl Steinmetz, an Austrian engineer who learned the language and traveled through the country in the disguise of a Franciscan monk.
"The tribes cannot conceive the idea of a higher unity,"
says he in one of his valuable books, so that in attempting to build up the new state, these tribal institutions should be used as much as possible, except in the towns, which play a relatively small part in the country's life. The voting should be by tribes.
"How could the Nikai and the Shala meet,"
said he,
"except for mutual destruction? Will a Murdite, for a nice word, give up his bandit expeditions to the plain? The local antagonisms are as yet far too great."
More often than not, you would find that the Albanians regard each other as at a time of the Balkan War, when, for example, a Serbian cavalry officer took the village of Puka and asked the mayor to lead him to the neighboring village of Duzi. His worship consented, But after walking on ahead for half an hour, he stopped.
"We are now midway between the two villages," he said, "and I can go no farther." "Unless you continue," said the captain, "I shall be obliged to have you shot." "Nuka hell, I don't care," said the Albanian. "It is all the same to me whether I am killed by you or by the men of Doozy. And I certainly shall be killed if I show myself there." "We are all united, Catholic and Muslim." "It is splendid," said Monsignor Boomsey. "And we are not by any means fanatical. With us it is the country first, and our religion afterwards." Certainly the Schipter is not so good a churchman as we have sometimes been led to believe. Prankbibdota is said to have cherished the precepts of the Catholic Church with such devotion that he could not bring himself to institute divorce proceedings against his childless wife. We are told that his mother was animated with similar scruples, and that, to solve this awkward question, the old lady one day seized a rifle and shot her daughter-in-law dead. There is not more truth in this tale than in that of the brigands who, on a certain Friday, overpowered and slew a caravan of merchants between Debra and Prizren. On examining their spoil, they are said to have discovered a large amount of meat, but, as it was Friday, to have refrained from consuming it. Prankbibdota was, as a matter of fact, impotent, and his widow, Lucia Bibdota, survives him. One agrees with Monsignor Boomsey that the Albanian is not altogether so blindly a supporter of his church as we have been told, and his murderous intentions against a neighboring tribe will be not at all diminished if they happen to profess the same religion as himself. "Any one can see," quoth the Monsignor, "that the government is dear to us. Men are coming from all over the country, anxious to execute its wishes and to be enrolled against the Yugoslav." Yes, we saw numbers of men tramping up to Scutari, from boys to septuagenarians. They were going to fight. It pleased them enormously. But if the Tirana government had ordered them to go back and work on their fields, if it had asked them to take some precautions against the ravages of syphilis, if it had expressed the hope that they would no longer sell their women for an old martini, or that the village prefects would pay some regard to sanitary matters, in the whole of Albania, says Sieberts, there is only one VC. Then they would have laughed at this government which tried to lay a hand on their ancestral liberties. "The end of it all is," said the Monsignor, "we are Albanians. We demand the independence of our country." "As a Latin," writes Professor Caterani, "I was fire and flames for Albania. But after a few months I was forced not only to change my views about them, but to regret that I had written in the Mattino and the Tribuna. They are not a people, but tribes. They are against every principle of public officials. They live the most primitive lives. I, who know Albania from end to end, who have sacrificed myself for that country, am absolutely convinced that there could be no greater misfortune than if, in its present state, it were given autonomy or independence. Otherwise, I confess that an Albanian free from any foreign power would be to the interest of Italy." And he concludes by saying that the Albanians have done nothing to deserve an independent state. It is well known that in the Albanian societies that after May 1913 were engaged at Constantinople and Sofia, at Rome and Vienna, in striving for the independence of the country, it was not the Albanians themselves who had the chief word.
Those who were initiated into secret Balkan policies were aware that Albania was the domain with which Article 7 of the old Triple Alliance was concerned. The fiery Albanian patriot Basri Bey, Prince of Dukajan, also agrees that in the beginning an independent Albania would be productive of anarchy.
I greatly regret to acknowledge it,
says he,
but Albania is, so to speak, the classic type of a country which has never had a real government.
Nevertheless, he is strongly in favor of independence, his reasons being because Albania is,
at the same time, the oldest mother and the youngest daughter of the Balkans.
This flamboyant prince and doctor and deputy who denounces both Asad Pasha and his nephew Ahmed Beg Mati has grown his own panacea for the country, which is a Turkish army of occupation commanded by a French general. Basri Bey seems to confirm the remarks of his more enlightened co-religionists, Halim Beg Durralla and Sena Beg. For whereas the Muslims can claim no more than a rather larger third of the inhabitants, he calmly assumes that the whole country is Muslim. Albania, he says, is now more than ever attached to Turkey, for the attachment is purely moral. The influence of this gentleman seems to be confined to Dibra, but he has a good opinion of his own importance. In 1915, in the days of the greatness of Asad Pasha, he set up a government at Dibra with himself as prime minister and Asad Pasha as his minister of the interior. There does not seem to be much justification for Basri Bey to call himself a prince. He is a Pomak, for his ancestors were Bulgars who accepted Islam. His father was an official of the Turkish government at Philippopolis. Father Fichte told me that his countrymen would do very well indeed if they could import from other parts of Europe financial help, technicians, and judges. Some years ago, the Turks settled to send 2 judges to Scutari. Then the Albanians would no longer be able to charge them with not administering the law, so that each man was obliged to take it into his own hands.
It is entirely your fault,
said the Albanians,
that we are driven to adopt the method of blood vengeance.
So thoroughly did they adopt it that the assassinations in the regions of Prizren, Jakovica, and Patch amounted, according to Gluck, to a total of about 600 a year. The Turks therefore sent a couple of judges to Scutari, and on the day after their arrival, they were murdered. What memory have the Albanians of their own great men? One sultry afternoon, as we were driving in a mule cart from the quaint town of Alizio, the driver lashed his mule with a long stick. But after half a mile of this, the animal applied a hind leg sharply to the driver's mouth. He roared and fell back in our arms and bled profusely and was doctored by the fierce gendarme, who put a handful of tobacco on the wound so that the driver had to keep his mouth shut. For the remainder of the afternoon, our mule went at a walking pace, and presently, to while away the time, we begged the gendarme and a merchant of Alizio who was traveling with us to repeat the song of some old hero, such as Skanderbeg. They stared. Their mouths were also shut. And finally the gendarme said he knew a hero song. It dealt with Seth, a man with sheep, and Mark, who stole them.
"Give me back my sheep," said Zeph. "No, no," said Mark. "Beware," said Zeph. And one day, as he hid behind a wall, he fired at Mark and slew him. That is the song, said the gendarme, about the hero Seth.
To whatever state of culture the Albanians may climb, I think it will be generally agreed that some regime other than unaided independence must, in the meantime, be established there. One hears of those who argue that Albania should forthwith be for the Albanians because they are a gifted and a very ancient people. They are not more gifted than the Basques, and their antiquity is not more wonderful. Nor do they stand on a higher level of culture with respect to their neighbors than do the Basques as compared with theirs. Not many tears are shed by the Basques or by anyone else, because those interesting men are all the subjects of France or Spain. Footnote regarding the punctilious maintenance of Albanian honor. But this is less rigorously upheld in the towns if it is a question of their honor or of cash. When, to give an example, Scutari was occupied by the Montenegrins at the beginning of the Great War, a Catholic Albanian merchant came to a Montenegrin lawyer and asked him to institute proceedings against another merchant who had gravely and publicly insulted him. The lawyer drew up the complaint, for which he charged the small sum of 20 purpers, or francs. But although his client was a wealthy man, this fee appalled him. He resolved to take no further steps. In general, the Scutarans prefer to suffer imprisonment rather than part with any money, and the willingness of the Albanians not to look a gift horse in the mouth could often be observed at Podgorica between the years 1909 and 1912, when Nicholas of Montenegro would occasionally appear in the marketplace with a supply of caps and other articles for the Albanians. These he would distribute, having first exclaimed, that is to say, the Albanians and the Montenegrins are equal in the eyes of King Nicholas. Kachak is a word meaning a brigand, an outlaw. The Montenegrins apply it to their neighbors, and these later, throwing their new caps in the air and cheering for Nikita, did not mind what he called them. End of footnote. End of section 14. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 15 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Yugoslavia's Frontiers, 1921, Part 2. 5. A method that might have been tried in Albania. If only the Albanian question would be taken in hand by humanitarians. Here you have 1.5 million of wild children. Build them schools and roads, police their country. They themselves agree that the savage atmosphere in the northern mountains was radically altered by the Austrians when they occupied that country during the war. One has heard of numerous philanthropic societies in Great Britain whose object has been more remote and less deserving. If some such society would go to Albania, their educational and economic labors might, after a time, be made self-supporting by the permission to exploit, of course with due regard to Albania's future, the forests and mines. To be master in Albania, says Monsieur Gabriel Hanato, one would have to dislodge the inhabitants from their aires. Another French statesman has used a less exalted simile. Albania, Monsieur Briand once said, is an international lavatory. And it goes without saying that any corporation which undertakes to civilize the Stuptart would need to bring in a military force on similar lines to the Swedish gendarmerie in Persia. The Swedes, in fact, who are a military nation, might be glad to accept this mandate. The expenses could be met by an international fund. A certain number of Albanians would be admitted to the gendarmerie, and the more unruly natives would be dealt with as they were, for everybody's good, by Austria. The Yugoslavs would then be delighted to accept the 1913 frontier, which is also what the Albanians ask for. And Yugoslavs, Italians, and Greeks would all retire from Albania. There is really no need for the Italians to demand Valona or Sassino, the island which lies in front of it. The Italian naval experts know very well that the possession of Pola, Lucin, and Ligusta would not be made more valuable by the addition of an Albanian base. 6. The attraction of Yugoslavia. But as Europe has not arrived at some such solution, and since the Albanian government has been prematurely recognized by the powers, then while the Albanians are engaged in the stormy process of working out their own salvation, it is only fair that Yugoslavia should be given a good defensive frontier. The 1913 frontier is only possible if the Albanians are pacific. But as it has now been thought wise to set up an unaided and independent Albanian state, there is nothing more certain than the turmoil of which its borders will be the scene. And this will be so whether the Italians do or do not come to the Albanians' assistance. What hope is there of even a relative tranquility on the Albanian border when so many of the natives, preferring Yugoslav rule to that of their own countrymen, will be waging a civil war? That this preference is fairly widespread one could see in 1920 by the number of refugees on the Yugoslav side of the frontier. Of course, a large number of Albanians also fled to Scutari and elsewhere from the districts lately occupied by the Yugoslav army. In both cases, the refugees were moved, sometimes by hopes for a brighter future, sometimes by fears which were caused by their clouded past. To speak first of those who fled on account of a guilty conscience, it is evident that these were more numerous among the refugees in Albania than among those in Yugoslavia, for it was the Yugoslav authorities and not the Albanian who extended their sway. Mr. Aubrey Herbert, MP, wrote that in the north the Yugoslavs had destroyed more than 120 Albanian villages. It would have been interesting if he had given us their names, because the Yugoslavs appear to have set about it so thoroughly that one cannot find anything like that number on the Austrian maps, which are the best pre-war maps for those regions. The Anglo-Albanian Society tells the British public in November 1920 of the 30,000 destitute refugees in Albania, and in such a way that the cause of their exodus is ascribed without more ado to the terrible Yugoslavs. But as the names are known of a good many Albanians who did not wait for the Yugoslav army on account of past troubles between themselves and Yugoslavs, as also between themselves and other Albanians, it would have been as well if the Anglo-Albanian Society had reminded the public that all who fly in those parts are not angels. It would, on the other hand, be just as rash to sing the undiluted praise of those Albanians who, at odds with the tyrannic government, thought it opportune to leave their native land. But one can safely say, I think, that among these wanderers there was a larger proportion of laudable men. Yugoslavia attracts the Albanians for more than one reason. Not so much because the ancestors of many of these Mohammedan Albanians were, and not so long ago, Christians, as because inclusion in Yugoslavia would be to their economic advantage. Scutari can scarcely exist without the Yugoslav hinterland, while the people of the mountains are longing for that railway which the Yugoslavs will only build over land which is moderately immune from depredation. Other causes which have made so many of the borderland Albanians, to speak only of them, turn their eye to Yugoslavia are the admiration which any primitive people feels for military prowess and the knowledge of what has taken place in the Prizren Pačkovica region since it came into possession of the Serbs in 1913. Let us in the first place see what sentiments are now entertained by the Albanian natives of that region towards their rulers. It goes without saying that these sentiments are perfectly well known to those Albanians who live outside the Yugoslav frontier. Well, at Suvarica near Prizren, for example, I found that all the Mohammedan inhabitants of Serbian origin are aware that they used to celebrate the Serbian national custom of Slava, still keep up the Serbian Christmas Eve customs, and often practice the old Christian 9 days wailing for the dead. Some of us may think that this new pro-Serbian tendency is rather on account of utilitarian reason. The great thing is that it should exist. With rare exceptions, the people of Suvarica used to live by plunder. Now they are sending their children to the Serbian school, at any rate the boys. And for the study of religion, the authorities have made arrangements with a local Muslim. It is to be regretted that Miss Edith Durham, whose writings were so pleasant in the days before she became a more uncompromising pro-Albanian than most of the Albanian leaders, says that if these children go to Serbian schools, it merely shows to what lengths of coercion the Serbs will resort. In 1912 to 1913, Serbian and Montenegrin officers seem to have told her that severe measures would be employed against any recalcitrant Albanian parent who might decline to send his son to school. Assuming that these officers were not young subalterns, that they were quite sober, and that they were not rudely pulling Miss Durham's leg, it may be urged that even if the children be driven to school at the point of the bayonet, such conduct would compare favorably with that of the Albanians towards the Serbs in Turkish times. Talking of coercion, I suppose that the progress in agricultural methods which one sees around Prizren is only further evidence of Serbian tyranny. The gendarmerie on the country roads is composed largely of Mohammedan Albanians. Doubtless the Serbs have coerced them by some horrible threats. And if Miss Durham were to hear that Rabadan Stefanovic of the village of Musatasti had decided to return to the Orthodox faith, to which his brothers George and Ilya had been more faithful than himself, such variegated families are not uncommon. I believe, though I may be doing her an injustice, that her first impulse would be to write to the paper in drastic denunciation of the Serbian authorities. They have, like most of us, sufficient to regret. For example, the person whom they sent to Pech when they wanted the land to be distributed was King Peter's master of the horse. He was thoroughly unsuitable and caused a great deal of dissatisfaction. There was a time at the rather gloomy town of Jukovica when, owing to the blood vengeance, the Maturi were unable for 8 years to enter the place. Now they come in merely to gaze at the Serbian major who is in command. Halim Beg Durrala, the aristocratic and wealthy ex-mayor who, as a pastime, used to plan an occasional robbery in Turkish days, told me, he speaks a little French in addition to Albanian, Turkish, Serbian, and Greek, that citizens were often unable to leave their houses for 2 months at a time. And although every house was provisioned for a siege, yet one frequently had to manage without bread. Now the candid-eyed, fair-bearded priest rides out with Ljubja Kujundich, the erstwhile leader of Komitadije, in order to negotiate with the Albanian Sefzaglia at that personage's own request for his surrender to the Serb authorities. Seth has written from a forest that he feels uneasy because he owes 16 blood vengeances. He asks that his affairs may be settled by the law, and those 16 pursuing countrymen of his have signified that this will meet their views. Since, in the first place, the Serbs are disinterested in the matters between them, and secondly, the Serbian penalties are not so mild as theirs, not permitting that a murder shall be expiated by the payment of a moderate sum, or that a guilty party may absent himself for 3 years and suffer no further loss than the devastation of his house. Another sphere in which the Serbs have gained Albanian sympathies is with regard to the disputed ownership of land. Even as the Moors have been in the habit of handing down from father to son the key of some Sevillan house that vanished centuries ago, the Montenegrins, more fortunate, have been appearing with the ancient title deeds of land that now are in Albanian possession. According to Serbian law, it is the oldest document which prevails, and the Albanians are generously compensated. Those who, with the highest motives, advocate Albania for the Albanians may argue that the medieval activities of Riza Beg and Barim Beg Zur, whose adherents started shooting at each other every evening after 6 o'clock in the refuse-laden streets of Djokovica, would have been concluded and would not have been continued by their sons even if the Serbs had not appeared. Let them, before proclaiming the modern reasonableness of the Albanians, recollect that in 1919 the Muslim Bosniak ex-prisoners required, on the average, 3 months in order to traverse central Albania, the country of their co-religionists. From village, the Bosniaks made their way, earning a little and then being plundered at the next place. 80% of this population believe in their fanaticism that the Sultan will again unfurl over them his flag and that the world will ultimately be converted to Muhammad. And if, entertaining such ideas, they are so rigorous towards their fellow Muslims, what prospect is there that this 80% will assist the Orthodox and Catholic Albanians in building up a state? Their ferocity, in fact, is so profound that it thrives on a diet which is chiefly of milk. Perhaps a day will come when the Albanian will submit to be ruled by a member of another tribe, when local politics will engage his attention less than the silver, iron, copper, arsenic, and water power of his country. Perhaps the day will come. Midway between Djokovica and the monastery of Dečni, there stand 2 large houses side by side. In 1909, a man belonging to one of them slew 4 men of the other house, and on account of this he fled beyond the Drin together with 13 other men of his family. There is no knowing how long these refugees would have stayed away if that part of the country had not come under Serbian rule. But in 1919, negotiations were set on foot which, to the satisfaction of the members of the other house, would enable the 13 innocent refugees to return, while the criminal would be arrested. As evidence of the cordiality now prevailing between Albanian and Serb Yugoslavia, one may mention those cases where the Albanians in 1919 entered into a bond that for 6 months they would exact no blood vengeance from their fellow countrymen. The number of these debts, which heretofore had been regarded as debts of honor, was very considerable, for they were not only incurred by assassination, but could also be in payment of a mere scowl, or of your wife, from within the house, having heard the voice of another man raised in song. The Serbian authorities are hoping confidently that the Albanians who have thus for a season placed themselves under the law will be ready in the future to pledge themselves. They are beginning to see that in a place the size of Djokovica it should be possible to make a wheel, that one should be able to find a shop whose contents are worth more than 100 francs, that the breed of their cattle, of their sheep and goats and horses could be vastly improved, that if their land were sanely treated it could be rendered much more fertile, and that their system of fruit cultivation is absurdly primitive. And with Djokovica and the whole region of Kosovo being treated as we have shown by the Yugoslavs, I think it will be almost as great a surprise to the reader as it was to the local population when he learns that in a memorandum of April 26, 1921, the Tirana government complained to the League of Nations that the Yugoslav civil and military officials were behaving in a very pitiless fashion towards the Albanians. Certainly, they have not as yet established Albanian schools, but they propose to do so when there is accommodation and when teachers are available. And then, maybe to the disgust of Miss Durham, Mr. Herbert, etc., the Albanians of the district will, with an eye to the future, prefer to visit the Yugoslav schools. Footnote regarding citizens unable to leave their house. When the Serbian troops arrived at Pristina in the Balkan War, they discovered among the inhabitants of that place a man who had not left his house for some 14 years. We are told of my Lord Eyre of Eyre's Court in County Galway. that not one of the windows of his castle was made to open, but luckily he had no liking for fresh air. Yet probably his lordship's countenance had not the pallor of the man of Pristina, because from an early dinner to the hour of rest he never left his chair, nor did the claret ever quit the table. End of footnote. 7. Religious and other matters in the border region. Having glanced at what the Serbs have done in such a very short time, most of the years since 1913 being years of war, to win the gratitude of their Albanian fellow subjects, we shall, in following a possible frontier between Yugoslavia and the Albanians, at any rate believe that many Albanians of those thus coming under Yugoslav rule would regard the change, as well as they may, with equanimity. Suppose then that the frontier were to run along the watershed at the top of the mountain range to the west of Lake Ohrid. The people living to the east of this line in that district would acknowledge their Serbian origin. Thence, passing to the neighborhood of the village of Len, and from there in a northwesterly direction so as to include in Yugoslavia the Gulaberta, the so-called Bald Mountains, whose 30 villages are inhabited by Islamicized Serbs who only speak, with very rare exceptions, the Serbian language. One may say that not only would their inclusion in Yugoslavia be beneficial to these people, but that they would accept it with alacrity. No very deep impression has been made upon them by the religion to which, not long ago, they were converted. In the Gulaberta, it was in great measure due to the Greek Church which, about the middle of the 19th century, left the region without a single priest, so that the children of the age of 8 had not been christened, and the people in disgust went over to Islam. Near Ohrid, some of them were asked whether they frequented the mosque. "Never," they replied. "What is your religion?" "Well, it is very strange," they told us, "but we have none." "What religion did you formerly have?" "Well, we don't know." Their priest roams the mountains with his gun, and there has been a tendency, since a man in this position received his salary from the state, for many to persuade the mufti to appoint them, irrespective of whether they could read or write. The devout Muslim is, to the exclusion of everything else, a Muslim, but in these districts where the faith was assumed in a moment of pique or as a protection, and where the Mohammedan clergy has been so negligent, the people are gladly cultivating their Christian relatives. In the district of Suvarica, one hears the conversions to Christianity, and the functionaries bring no pressure to bear, unlike the misguided Montenegrin officials who, in 1912, rode into Peć, the old patriarchate, and wanted in their delight to have everyone immediately to adopt the Orthodox faith. Now, the authorities, with greater wisdom, do not interfere in these matters. They know that Yugoslavia will have no enemies in that house in the village of Brod, between Tetovo and Prizren, where 2 brothers are living together, of whom one went over to Islam. They know that the Mohammedan Krasniqi of Albania are proclaiming their kinship with the great Montenegrin clan of Visojević, that the Gashi are calling to the Papiri and the Berishi to the Kuchi. The new cordiality will be impaired neither by the difference of religion nor by the similarity of costume. The average Albanian of Đakovica would not be any fonder of an Orthodox fellow citizen if the latter continues to wear the Albanian dress which was generally adopted about 100 years ago. And the Visojević may please themselves as to the wearing of a costume which they once found so useful in the Middle Ages. They happened to be for 10 days in the Hoti country for the purpose of wiping out a blood affair, and when they were about to fall into the Hoti's hands, they shouted, "What do you want with us? We're castrati." The castrati, to whom these Albanian-clad people were led, confirmed the statement so that the Visojević earned for themselves the nickname of Kastratović. From the Gulaberta, the best frontier would pass northeastwards to the Black Drin and along that river until it is joined by the White Drin. This is a poor country whose inhabitants are, for the most part, Muslimized Serbs. About 100 men are now engaged in excavating the very finely decorated Serbian churches at Piscopolje on the Drin, much to the edification of the local Muslims. This church of their ancestors was covered in during the Middle Ages in order to conceal it from the Turks. Too often, the natives' present occupation is brigandage, but from of old they have had economic relations with Prizren, to which old town of vine-arched, narrow, winding streets and picturesque bazaars these country folk have been accustomed to come every week. These Muslims, of whom there are some 100,000 in the department of Prizren with 13,000 Orthodox and 3,000 Catholics, used to detest the Christians on account of their religion, although half of the Muslims could speak nothing but Serbian. The Serbs, it must be admitted, were not always blameless. In the early 90s, for example, they suspended a pig's head outside the mosque, and the amenities of Prizren were complicated by the hostility between Orthodox and Catholic. This was largely due to the fact that, by the intervention of the French consul after the Crimean War, the Catholics, descendants of Ragusan emigrants of the Middle Ages, had secured the former Orthodox Church of St. Demetrius, in which church, by the way, the services had come to be held in Albanian. When the Vatican, in the second half of the 19th century, sent a Serbian priest, the congregation had become so thoroughly Albanized that after a year he had to leave. The propaganda of Austria, Italy, and Russia did nothing towards persuading the three religions of Prizren to regard each other in a more amicable fashion. While Italy and Austria gave exclusive assistance to the Catholics, whom they found in such distress that 40 years ago most of them went barefoot, the presence of the Russian Council was of such importance to the Orthodox that their position at Prizren was better than in their old patriarchal town of Pech. Nowadays, with Austrian and Russian propaganda deleted, there is only that of the Italians, whose proposal to create an independent Albania under Italian protection was at first applauded by some simple folk in 1919. The Muslim took to accepting Italian money and then honorably informing the Yugoslav authorities that they had been appointed as agents of Italy. They offered to capture the Franciscan priest, with whose help the Italians were trying to secure the Catholics. And as for the cash, it seems mostly to have been spent in a convivial fashion by the Muslims and the Serbs together. This friendship appears likely to continue, for the Serbian authorities, so far from countenancing such pranks as that of the pig's head, do not even propose to reconsecrate their ancient church at Pjetka. When this building was made into a mosque, the Muslims still permitted the Christian women to come and pray there, while if a Christian man was sick, they let him leave a jar of water in the mosque all night so that it might acquire certain medicinal properties. It is the intention of the Serbs not to restore the church to Christian worship, but to turn it into a museum. With the frontiers then being drawn along the Drin towards the Adriatic, the famous villages of Plav and Gusinje would definitely pass to Yugoslavia in accordance with the wishes of a deputation sent by them to Belgrade in 1919. The well-meaning British champions of Gusinje, who maintain that this village is furiously antagonistic to the Slav and is ready to struggle to the uttermost rather than be incorporated into a Slav kingdom. These champions do not, I think, draw a sufficient distinction between Montenegro and Yugoslavia. Plav, with its mostly Christian population, and Gusinje, where the Muslim preponderates refused at the time of the Berlin Congress to be given to Montenegro, with which they had certain local quarrels. Nicholas reported to the powers, which had awarded him these places, that they were obdurate, for which reason he was given in their stead a much-desired strip of coast down to Dulcino, and nothing could have suited that astute monarch better. Nikita, to call him by his familiar name, imagined that the two villages would eventually fall to Montenegro because of the formidable mountains which divide them from the rest of Albania. The road from Gusinje to Skutar is very long and very arduous. When Montenegro succeeded in capturing Plav in 1912, a certain Mohammedan priest of that place joined the Orthodox Church and was appointed a major in the Montenegrin army. He acted as the president of the court-martial, and in that capacity he is reputed to have hanged, or shot some say, as many as 500 of his former parishioners because they declined to be baptized. He told them that their ancestors were all Serbs, and that therefore they should follow his example. Since the Montenegrins did not restrain this overzealous man, the villagers were naturally not in favor of that country. Montenegro had a very small number of good officials owing to Nikita's peculiar management which, in considering his favorites, did not regard illiteracy as a bar to the highest administrative or judicial post. The people of Plav and Gusinia have, on the other hand, no hostility against Serbia. In November 1918, a detachment of 30 Serbs was stationed at Gusinia. What time certain Italian agents put it into the shallow minds of some Albanians that Albania desired to be independent under Italian protection. Nothing happened when a Serbian force came from Mitrovica, except that these agents and a few of their tools, be it noted that perhaps half the population is ignorant of the Albanian language, withdrew to the Rogovo district where they tried to induce the people to fly with them so that the world would hear how iniquitous the Serbs had acted. Those of Rogovo refused to accompany them, in consequence of which there was a fight. Some houses were burned, some women and cattle were seized. And afterwards the men of Rogovo repaired to Gusinia and exacted a vengeance which, the most Serbophobe person will admit, had nothing to do with the Serbs. The luckless village of Gusinia was again laid waste in 1919 by the Montenegrins, but this came to pass as a result of the Montenegrin clan of Vasiljevic having their property ravaged by some Albanian marauders who were prompted by the same great power. The Vasiljevic believed that this evil deed was done by the men of Gusinia, so that they destroyed their houses. When the facts were explained to them, the Vasiljevic said that they were prepared to rebuild the village. And now Plav and Gusinia, who asked for Serbian and not Montenegrin officials, recognize that it is impossible for them to live except in union with Yugoslavia. Miss Durham's wrath concerning an affair which happened during 1919 in this region shows to what lengths a partisan will go. She complained with great bitterness that the Serbs had actually arrested a British officer whose purpose it was to make investigations. The Serbs are human beings and are not immune from error, and Miss Durham is so determined to expose them that if all her charges were dealt with from Belgrade, it would necessitate the appointment of 1 or 2 more officials. But in this particular case, she is not the sole accuser. A Captain Willett Cunnington, who, according to the president of the Anglo-Albanian Society, the Honorable Aubrey Herbert, MP, has several years' intimate experience of Albania, said in the New Statesman that in consequence of what occurred to Captain Brodie, the Serbian government was compelled to apologize abjectly. Now, I happen to be very well acquainted with the stalwart Poniša Račić, the Montenegrin who arrested Brodie. Albanians have told me that Poniša's knowledge of the north and northwest of their country is not a matter of villages, but of houses. And he has always observed that customs which prevail in those houses, so that when he is known to be approaching, the people who live at a distance of many hours will come to meet him, whether for the pure delight of discharging their firearms to his greater glory, or for the purpose of seeking his advice. It is not because he has studied jurisprudence in Paris that they respect him in that bitter region, but because he does not disregard the laws that govern the wild hearts of both sides of the frontier. Yet I suppose Captain Brodie had never heard of him. Poor Captain Brodie, unconscious of the great good luck which had brought him into the presence of this man who could have made his journey much more pleasant for himself and vastly more profitable for his superiors. This is what Poniša Račić told me.
At the end of January and the beginning of February 1919, we were having a certain amount of trouble in the Gusinia and Plav district where I was acting as delegate of the Belgrade government. Travelers were being murdered, telephone wires were being cut, and so forth. In those parts, which I have known for so many years, it is a good deal easier to ascertain a criminal's name than to seize him.
And I had not captured these malefactors when one day I had a message to say that a European Commission was approaching. Later on, I was told that 39 of its members were Albanians. I ordered my lieutenant to find out whether they were from our territory, in which case they were to be disarmed and brought to me, or from Albania, in which event they were to be received politely. A quarter of an hour after this, I was told that they were all well-known brigands from our state, and there was one specially notorious person, Dierducha, who in 1912 was converted to Christianity and was made a gendarme at the court of King Nicholas. In 1915, after the Austrian invasion, he was reconverted to Islam and became a sergeant of gendarmerie. In that position, he killed 50 or 60 Serbs and Montenegrins, to say nothing of his other acts of violence. In 1918, for instance, he murdered 7 school children whom he met on the road. I had some urgent business at Plav, continued Ratchich, and therefore all these people were brought before me. In addition to the 39 Albanians, there were 3 men in British uniforms. I was acquainted with one of them, a certain Parola, a Catholic of Pech, a former Austrian agent who had committed many crimes against the Serbs and had lately escaped from the prison at Pech. One of the other 2 said that he was Captain Brodie, whom the London government had sent as their delegate for Albania and Montenegro. I suppose the 3rd man was his British orderly. I never heard him speak. But Brodie said many things. One of them, which was quite true, was that the government had not yet recognized the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. He demanded the instant release of his companions. "Do you know who they are?" said I. "That is no concern of yours," said he. "Well," said I, "they are criminals, and it is for the judges to say whether or not they are to be liberated." "I protest," he exclaimed, "in the name of England against their arrest." "And I thank you," said I, "in the name of the Serbian police for having brought them here." "You are a savage and barbarous nation," said he, "and you don't deserve to be free and independent." "Sir," said I, "if you are an Englishman, you should know that we are your allies, that you and we have shed our blood for the common cause. We love England very much, and I am very surprised to hear a British officer speak in this way." Again he demanded to be set free, he and all his people, so that he could continue his mission. But I told him that after what I had heard from him and what I had seen of his escort, I could not permit him to go on to other villages unless he could show me an authorization from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at Belgrade. "I don't recognize the Belgrade government," said he. "Whom, then," I asked, "do you regard as the legitimate ruler of this country?" "King Nicholas," said he, "and the government of Montenegro." So I advised him to get a visa from King Nicholas and come back to perform his mission when that visa would be honored. "Anyhow," said he, "the people of these parts are against Serbia." Thereupon I sent for the chief men, and I told them to say quite candidly in front of this Englishman what they wanted. There were 5 Muslims, including Islam and Abdi Beg Reapacic, the leading family, and Ismail Omaragic, also 2 Christians, of whom I remember Stanicha Turkovic. "Long live Serbia," they shouted. "Death to Nicholas and the Albanians." On hearing this, Captain Brodie was discontented. He told me that I was a savage and did not know how to esteem an Englishman. "I esteem you very much," said I, And because he is wearing a British uniform, I won't arrest this interpreter of yours. By the way, Parola was not acting as interpreter in our conversation, as the captain and I were talking French. He used to be an Austrian agent, said I. You are a liar, cried Brodie. I know this man. He was nothing of the sort. I remained calm, but I told him that he must not speak to me again in such a way. I asked him how long he had known Parola, who had got away from our prison a month ago. I have known him for a month, said Brodie. And now, said I, will you please show me your documents? I have none, said he, and I do not require any, as I am a British officer. But I have read in the papers, said I, that your people arrested and shot several persons who were wearing the uniform of a British officer. If you have no documents to prove that you are not a spy and that you are a British officer, then I shall have to arrest you. Then he showed me one with some Italian words on it, I think a permission to go somewhere on the Piave front. From now, said I, you are arrested. No one can come to you, and you cannot leave this house. Prepare yourself to start tomorrow or the day after, if you are tired, for Pech and perhaps Skopje, so that you may prove your identity. He protested and declared that he must see the people in the neighboring villages. If you are a real Englishman, said I could not allow you to go by yourself, since there are many Muslims in these parts who have been excited against England by their Hodjas owing to your war with Turkey. They might kill you, and I would be held responsible, so that even if you had the necessary documents, I could only let you go if precautions were taken to guard you. I am sorry, said I, that you should have spoken as you have done against the Serbs. In fact, it seems to me that you are doing a disservice to England, and that here in this village I am serving her more truly. I decline to go to Pech, said Brodie. I want to go to Scutari. You must go to Pech, said I. He said that I could telephone concerning him either to the Belgrade government or the general at Centenia. Unfortunately, said I, it is these people who are with you who cut the telephone wires 2 days ago. After this, I appointed a guard for him. I gave him my room with soldiers to serve him, to keep the room warm, and bring him whatever food we had. Observe that the above-mentioned Captain Willett Cunnington wrote in the New Statesman that Brodie was treated with gross indignity. 3 horses were got ready, said Radich in conclusion, and on these they rode to Pech, accompanied by a guard, both to prevent them from escaping and from coming to harm. In its old Albanian days, the village of Gusinja was perhaps the most inaccessible spot in Europe. It was rarely possible for anyone to obtain permission to approach it. Even to Miss Durham, friend of the Albanians, this people sent a decided refusal. But now, under the guidance of the Yugoslav authorities, they have abandoned these boorish ways. Miss Durham could go there at any time, but maybe the village no longer attracts her. Footnote regarding the incident with Captain Brodie. When this account of the incident was published in my small book, A Difficult Frontier, it caused a reviewer, one I.M. in the Near East, to observe that I can be jubilant when a Montenegrin in Yugoslav pay insults a British officer, Captain Brodie. Since the editor permits such hopeless nonsense to appear in his columns, one may be excused, I think, for not taking the Near East very seriously. It is not worthwhile informing them how General Phillips of Scutari dealt with Captain Brodie. End of footnote. 8. A digression on 2 rival Albanian authorities. We have more than once alluded to the writings of Miss Durham, since very few British authors have dealt with Albania, and she has come to be regarded as a trustworthy expert. But the flagrant partiality of her latest book, 20 Years of Balkan Tangle, London, 1920, which, moreover, is written with great bitterness, will make the public turn, I hope, to Sir Charles Eliot, who is a vastly better cicerone. The present ambassador in Japan is, of course, one of the foremost men of this generation. His Balkan studies are as supremely competent as his monumental work on British nudibranch mollusca, published by the Ray Society when Sir Charles Eliot, having resigned the governorship of East Africa, was vice-chancellor of Sheffield University. Equally admired are his researches into Chinese linguistics and his monograph, the first in the language on that most obscure subject, Finnish grammar. Will it be believed that in her account of the Balkan Tangle, Miss Durham does not quote Sir Charles Eliot, but Mr. Horatio Bottomley? It seems that Mr. Bottomley has not devoted much attention to the Balkans, since in November 1920 he poured the vials of his wrath upon the Serbs who, according to his latest reports from Montenegro, had destroyed no less than 4,000 Montenegrin houses in the district of Dubrow, a place which lies some 75 miles by road from the Black Mountain and probably does not possess more than 2 or 3 Montenegrin houses. But he flings hard words against the Serbs, and that is good enough for Miss Durham. On the other hand, Sir Charles Eliot, who has traveled largely in Albania, wrote the simple facts about that people, and they are obnoxious to this lady. It is not surprising to find that there is no history of Albania, for there is no union between North and South, or between the different northern tribes and the different southern bays, said he in 1900. And such a people does not undergo a fundamental change in 20 years. Only 2 names, says Eliot, those of Skanderbeg and Ali Pasha of Janina, emerge from the confusion of justly unrecorded tribal quarrels. Albania presents nothing but oppositions, north against south, tribe against tribe, bay against bay. According to Miss Durham, they are all aflame with the desire to form a nation. Even family ties seem to be somewhat weak, says Sir Charles. For since European influence has diminished the African slave trade, Albanians have taken to selling their female children to supply the want of Negroes. The Albanians are enterprising and industrious, says Miss Durham. In many ways, says Eliot. They are in Europe what the Kurds are in Asia. Both are wild and lawless tribes who inflict much damage on decent Turks and Christians alike. Both might be easily brought to reason by the exhibition of a little firmness. Albanian patriotism is not a home product. Had they ever been ready to combine against a Turk, there seems to be no reason why they should not have preserved the same kind of independence as Montenegro. But from the very first, some of the tribes and clans endeavored to secure an advantage over the others by siding with the invaders. Papers and books on the national movement are written at Bucharest, Brussels, and various Italian towns, but they are not read at Scutari or Janina. The stock grievance of this literature is that the Turks will not allow Albanian to be taught in the schools and endeavor to ignore the existence of the language. But though the complaint is well-founded, I doubt if the mass of the people have much feeling on the subject. Those who are rash enough to assert, because Miss Durham says so, That in the last 2 decades the Albanians have made a progress of several centuries may be recommended to the testimony of Brailsford, 1906, of Catarni, 1913, and of the Italian press, which, after the retreat of their army to Valona, published in 1920 the most ghastly particulars of what befell the hapless officers and men who were captured by the Albanians. Let the British public henceforth go to Sir Charles Eliot and not to the emotional lady for its picture of the unchanged Shqiptar. She reveals to us that more than one person in the Balkans said that her knowledge of those countries is enormous. She has knocked about the Western Balkans and picked up a good deal of material, but her knowledge has its limitations. For example, she makes the old howler of ascribing Macedonian origin to Pashets, though his grandfather came not from Tetovo in Macedonia, but from near Tetovan in what is now Bulgaria. Miss Durham plumes herself for having sent back to Belgrade the Order of St. Sava, and seeing that it is bestowed for learning, she did well. But even if her acquaintance with Balkan affairs were more adequate, her diagnosis of the Macedonian racial problem is extremely rough and ready. All the writings of Miss Durham are so warped with hatred for the Slav that they must be very carefully approached. Because she thinks it will incline her readers towards the Albanians, she says that they were early converts to Christianity. She omits to mention that the Muslim, on arriving in the Balkans, was able to spread his religion much more easily in Albania than anywhere else. And again, in the 17th century, when Constantinople offered many lucrative posts to the Muslim, there occurred in Albania a great wave of apostasy. Miss Durham speaks with pride of the Albanians who, during the Great War, fought in the French, Italian, and American ranks. Would it not be more straightforward if she added that large numbers were enrolled in the Austro-Hungarian army and gendarmerie? The special task of the latter was to dislodge from their mountain fastnesses those Montenegrins who continued to carry on a desperate guerrilla warfare against the invader. To pretend that the Albanian has earned the freedom of his country by his glorious exploits in the war is an absurdity. He is a medieval fellow, much more anxious to have a head to bash than to ascertain whom it belongs to. The Slavs have not always treated their raw neighbors with indulgence. In the Balkan War, when their army marched through Albania to the sea, some very discreditable incidents occurred. Whatever may have been the provocation they received from the sniping natives, and however great be the excuse of their own state of nerves, yet the first stone should be flung by that army of Western Europe which, in its passage through the territory of a treacherous and savage people, has done nothing which it would not willingly forget. And seriously, to argue that the Slavs are of the almost undiluted blackness, while the Albanians are endearing creatures, is to take what anti-feminists would call a feminist view of history. Miss Durham tells us that some years ago she stood upon a height with an Albanian abbot and promised him that she would do all that lay in her power to bring a knowledge of Albania to the English. The worthy abbot may have glanced at her uneasily, but noticing her rapt expression, reassured himself. And she appears to have believed that England, eagerly absorbing what she told them of this people, would, in August 1914, make her policy depend on their convenience. But to Miss Durham's horror and amazement, Great Britain turned aside from this clear and honorable duty. She entered the war as an ally of the Slav, bringing shame and disgust upon Miss Durham. After that, she says, I really did not care what happened. The cup of my humiliation was full. Footnote regarding Sir Charles Eliot linguistic skills. Referring in The Nation and Athenaeum to Sir Charles' latest work, Hinduism and Buddhism, 3 volumes, Mr. Edwin Bevan says that, for a lonely student who had done nothing in his life but study, the book would have been a sufficiently remarkable achievement. that a man who has been an active public servant and held high and responsible offices should have found time for the studies which this book presupposes is marvelous. It is a masterly survey. There can be few men who have Sir Charles's gift of linguistic accomplishments, who can not only read Sanskrit and Pali, but know enough of the Dravidian languages of southern India to check statements by reference to the original writings, and add to this a knowledge of Chinese and Tibetan. End of footnote. End of section 15. Read by Keith Marohn. Section 16 of The Birth of Yugoslavia, Volume 2 by Henry Baerlein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Yugoslavia's Frontiers, 1921, Part 3. 9. What faces the Yugoslavs? It is not as if Serbia never made mistakes in dealing with the Albanians. The Sultan used to govern them by sending in one year an army against them, and in the next year asking for no recruits or taxes. The Montenegrins, of whom the older generation was bored when it had no man to shoot at, used to be on very neighborly terms with them. Both these systems the Albanians could understand. But they did not know why the Belgrade government in 1878, and it was a mistaken policy, should expel a number of Albanians from the newly won zones, thrusting them across the frontier and putting in their place a number of Serbs who were settled in Old Serbia. The twofold folly of this plan was not grasped at the moment. But for several years, the Serbian frontier districts were regularly invaded and plundered. The following years of Turkish misrule, and especially the young Turkish policy of treacherous force which resulted in Albanian risings every year, may possibly have caused many Albanians to be honestly glad when the Balkan War brought the Serb into their country. But of these Albanians, not a few would rejoice because they hoped that with the help of the Serbian army, it would be possible to slay the members of some adjacent tribe against whom they happened to have a feud. Perhaps the Serbs were so eager to bathe their horses in the Adriatic that they did not notice such trifles as the destruction of a ford, this having been done to prevent a visit from undesirable neighbors. One might have imagined that Serbia, being well known as a land of small peasant proprietors, where there is even a law which forbids a peasant's house from being sold over his head, he is, under any circumstances, assured of so much as will enable him to eke out a livelihood. One would have thought that the Albanian Chifchia, who is nothing more than a slave of the feudal chief, would have rejoiced at the arrival of a liberator. And indeed, while the Serbian troops were in Albania, the peasant refused to give his lord the customary third or half of what the land produced. And after the departure of the Serbs, he was unapproachable for tax collectors. Who knows whether this social readjustment, so auspiciously begun, might not have made Albania wipe out her grievances against the Serbs and remember only that in the imperial days of Dusan, even if he was not of the most ancient Balkan race, there was prosperity and happiness where now is desolation. Busy merchants in the seaport towns of Albania, which now are ruins. Ships sailing in from Venice with the luxuries of all the world and taking back with them all those good things, a half of which Albania has forgotten how to make. And after that, there had been times of friendship with the Serb. Dositio Bradovic, the philologist, one of those amiable persons who invented for the Albanians an alphabet, tells us, for instance, how in his travels through Albania he was assured by natives that they and the Serbs lived together as if they were members of one family, while the Kutsi in eastern Montenegro had, by a gradual process of assimilation, become transformed from Catholic Albanians into Orthodox Montenegrins. It is told that in the wondrous hours when the Chifchia gloried in the soil, he was about to win even the notoriously wild Clementi, filled with hunger for the land, ran down from their fastnesses. But most unfortunately, at that moment, the great powers decided that Albania was to be an autonomous, hereditary state. This interrupted the movement towards reconciliation with Serbia. And even now, the Serbs will be told by many encouraging people that in their efforts to win the regard of Albanians, they have an impossible task. That if some of them take a step towards you one day, they will rush back a dozen on the day after. These people will repeat the legend that the Albanians have an invincible hatred for the Slavs. But the Albanians have not forgotten how, in the course of the Middle Ages, they were willingly open to Slav penetration. The Serbian language reached to beyond Alesia. The small Albanian dynasties intermarried with Slav-ruling families, so that they preferred to speak Serbian, and down to this day 2/3 of the place names of northern Albania are of Slav origin. One of the most important documents in this connection is a letter from the town of Dubrovnik to the Emperor Sigismund in the year 1434. They inform the emperor that Andrea Topia, lord of the Albanian coast, has secretaries who know nothing but the Serbian language and alphabet. Thus, when the emperor sends him letters in Latin, he is obliged to have them translated elsewhere, and the contents of the imperial letters are not kept secret. So the emperor was forced to write to Topia in Serbian. Long memories are not always inconvenient. And Albanian memories are long because, until recent years, all that they knew came from tradition. Austria and Italy had not yet become so concerned about Albanian education that, forgetting their own illiterates in Bosnia and Calabria, the two allies waved into existence boys' and girls' schools up and down the country. So desirous were they that these founts of knowledge should be patronized that both Italians and Austrians were prepared to pay good money and eke a supply of garments and a gaily colored picture of king or emperor as the case might be. And with respect to the cash, not only was each willing to pay, but to pay more than the other. Yet the Albanian is most mindful of tradition. And he is aware that his approach to the Slav in the Middle Ages was blocked by the inopportune arrival of the Turks. It is in the nature of man that the Albanian was more impressed by the brilliant young states of the early princes, with that barbarically sumptuous residence at Scutari, the Catholics of Scutari also being in the diocese of Antivari, which was under Serb domination. Then centuries later, when he found himself confronted with the pitiable population of old Serbia. In the Sandjak, the tasks of Yugoslavs will be relatively simple. The Albanians who live there are not autochthonous, but arrived at the beginning of the 18th century on the plateau of Pector. These Clementi, then very numerous, cared nothing for their Serbian origin, so that the Patriarch of Pech had to protect himself against them by means of a Janissary guard, which the Sultan permitted him to maintain at his own expense, whereas they were attentive to the teaching of their religion insofar as they obeyed the Catholic missionaries who dealt among them and requested that in their forays they should confine themselves to Mohammedan and Orthodox booty. One of the places they attacked was Plav, from which they drove the population, and themselves henceforward took to living on the fertile fields in summer while they spent the winter in some mountain caverns. But after 7 years, a large proportion of this tribe went back to its ancestral stronghold in the Berta Range, from which the Turks had transplanted them to Sandjak. This wish of theirs to go to their old home was gratified after they had beaten off the Turks triumphantly in various engagements on the way and even pursued them to their trenches. The Clementi who had stayed on the Pector were further depleted a few years later when their kinsfolk, answering the appeal of the Archbishop of Antivari, rode up there and carried off 50 families who were on the eve of renouncing their religion. The final group which remained became Muslim, and with such ardor that when the Serbs of Karađorđe reached the Sandjak, they found that these Clementi were completely Islamicized. They resisted the Serbian army with the utmost resolution. Subsequently, they attempted to convert the Serbian population round them, but with mediocre success, for the Clementi themselves were not too strong. Moreover, they were isolated from the other Mohammedan Albanians. And yet certain incidents which occurred in the Sandjak during the Great War seem to show that even there the task of dealing with the population is a troublous one. They are conservative. One sees, for example, a woman who has got up very early holding aloft a vessel against the sun. This is done with the object of preventing the cows of a certain man from giving any milk. But the man is on the alert. He shoots the vessel out of her hand and proceeds with an easy mind about his business. Frequently the Austrians disarm these men, but it is their practice to have more rifles than shirts, although during the occupation a rifle cost 20 Napoleons. It occurred to the Austrian Governor-General of Montenegro, Lieutenant Field Marshal von Weber, that these Albanians were children, and if treated well would make useful volunteers. A party of them was thereupon sent to Graz, where they were told that they would be trained to fight on behalf of the Sultan. Their military education was a trifle agitated. For instance, on their second day at Graz, they thrashed their officers. But when their training was considered adequate, they were sent to the front, and there they immediately surrendered to the Italians. This was not the first time that a body of Albanians had gone to Austria. In 1912, for the Eucharistic Congress at Vienna, some 24 of them in their national costume and conducted by their priests had taken part in the procession. It is said that the financier Rosenberg, of whom one has heard, bore a portion of the pretty large expenses of the deputation. His title of baron dates from this period. Austria's work among the school children was no more successful than among the adults. Remembering that just outside Zadar lies Arbenici, or Borgo Arizo, a village of 2,500 inhabitants, nearly all of whom are Albanians. It seemed good to the Austrian authorities to procure from that place a schoolmaster who would make suitable propaganda. There was at Arbenici a teacher's institute, as also an Italian Liga school, which was closed by the Austrians during the war. And when the schoolmaster arrived at Plav, where the children speak Serbian, he set about teaching the children Albanian and also making propaganda for Italy, as he was from the Liga school. That fidelity of the 500 men of Plav, who clung, as we have related, to their religion, had its pendant when the Austrians were engaged in constructing a road. The custom was for a potentate of that district to procure for the Austrians a sufficient number of men to whom 3 or 4 crowns a day would be paid. Any man who disregarded the potentate's summons was thrashed by him, and thrashed in such a way that for 3 days he was prostrate. The late chief of police at Sarajevo, Mr. Lesovitz, was, being a Bosnian subject, administering this district during the Austrian occupation. He tried frequently to get particulars from the men who had been so mercilessly flogged with a view to opening an inquiry. Their invariable answer was, "I know nothing." In the days of Charles, another member of the Topia family, a copyist who was in his service, was transcribing the chronicle of Georgi Hamartolos, and twice thinking of his master, he inserts, "God help Charles Topia." As we leave the Serb and the Albanian face to face, sensitive, imaginative, tenacious people, both with very ancient claims, we must hope that a happy solution will be found. After all, Serbia, being in Yugoslavia, is now a Mohammedan and a Catholic power. She has men at her disposal such as Major Musakadic, a Bosnian Muslim who deserted from the Austrian army to the Serbs, fought with them on several fronts and received from them the highest decoration for valor, the Karađorđe. Then, after the war, he was sent by the government to command at Brčko, a place in his native Bosnia where there is a Muslim majority. A few of the Orthodox protested energetically that they would not have a Muslim over them. They were received by the Minister of Justice in Belgrade.
"Gentlemen," said he, "go back to Brčko, and when any one of you has earned the cross of Karađorđe, I shall be glad to see him here again."
As in the old days, the Serbian civilization is far superior. But this is not everything. That the Albanian is ready to meet it with peace or war, he shows clearly as he glides along in his white skull cap, his close-fitting white and black costume with his panther-like tread and with several weapons and an umbrella. But for the various reasons to which we have alluded, he is now much more inclined to live in peace with the Yugoslav. Very differently, except if they are charged with gifts, does he receive the Italians. Even at the moment of accepting their gifts of military material and cash, he regards them with a more or less concealed derision. For he is impressed, as we have pointed out, by nothing so much as by military prowess, and the reverse, whereof the news is carried far and wide. At the end of September and beginning of October 1918, 2 weak Yugoslav battalions of about 1,000 rifles accomplished at Tirana what the large Italian forces could not, at any rate did not achieve. 10,000 Austrians were in the town, and for 3 months the Italians had sat down outside it. Then the Serbs descended on the place from the mountains. Their carts came by the ordinary road, and on arriving at the Italian lines, the drivers asked for hay. But when they explained that the rest of their force was going round by the mountain trail, the Italian commandant refused to give any supplies to such liars. Later on, though, he gave them sufficient for 5 days. When an Austrian officer who was stationed in a minaret saw the Serbs coming down from those terrible heights, he was so astonished that he felt sure they must be robbers. And after they had captured the town, and the Italians conducted themselves as if they were the ones who conquered it, the Serbs took to thrashing their allies and ejecting them from the cafes. The Italians did not protest. 10. Dr. Trumbich's proposal. To sum up this part of our long and, I fear, rather tiring dissertation on the Yugoslav-Albanian frontier that is to be, the Yugoslav delegates at the peace conference invariably disclaimed any desire to have Albanian lands conferred on them against the wish of the inhabitants. According to Prince Sixta of Parma, the ex-Emperor Karl was disposed to offer to the Serbs as a basis of peace a southern Slav kingdom consisting of Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and the whole of Albania. But this last item only made it clear that in his brief tenure of the throne, the emperor had grasped something of the grand generosity of European statesmen when they deal with the possessions of other people in the Near East. The Albanians are not southern Slavs, and it is merely the voice of the thoughtless mob in Montenegro which has been claiming Scutari for the reason that they had it in the Middle Ages. Several of their rulers are buried there, and because 20,000 Montenegrins gave their lives to take it in the Balkan War. Responsible persons in Yugoslavia, such as Dr. Trumbich, the former foreign minister, do not believe that Scutari is a necessity for their state. Whether Yugoslavia is a necessity for Scutari is another question, and they hold that it is quite possible to preserve the 1913 frontier, perhaps with a minor rectification in Clementi, and live in friendship with their neighbors. This, of course, is under the assumption that these neighbors will play the game. And it is just this which the Albanians will be unable to do if they are left to their own slender resources. How could one expect so poor, or shall we say so unexploited a country to make any social progress with the help of others? It has become the habit of many Albanians to accept financial assistance from Italy. If an independent Albania is now established, these subsidies will be increased, and he who pays the piper calls the tune. If, however, an arrangement could be made for helping the Albanians, and the country undertaking this would have to be devoid of Balkan ambitions on its own account, then the 1913 frontier would be possible. No doubt the cynics will say that the Yugoslavs are aware that this is an unlikely solution, and that failing a disinterested power whose supervision would cause the Albanians during the troublesome civilizing process to be moderately peaceable neighbors, failing such a power, the Yugoslavs would feel that they were justified in asking for the frontier of the Drin. But this frontier I have heard advocated less by Yugoslavs of any standing than by those Albanians who despair of the administrative capacities of their fellow countrymen. The Yugoslavs have not the smallest wish to add to their commitments, and even if all the Albanians on the right bank of the Drin were anxious for Yugoslav overlordship, and this naturally is not the case, there would be serious hostility to be expected from some of those on the other bank. If no disinterested power, such as Great Britain or Sweden, will take the matter in hand, then Dr. Trumbic has an alternative proposal, which is for a free, independent Albania with the 1913 frontier, which would exist on the customs and on a loan made by the great powers, who would put it in a controller charged with seeing that the money was spent on roads, schools, etc. A police force and not an army would be maintained, while if need be the country could be neutralized. And Dr. Trumbic, within whose lifetime bandits and haiduks were roaming through Bosnia, believes that the Albanians would gradually discharge their cherished system of feuds. This would be the happiest solution, for it would leave the Balkans to the Balkan peoples, while it would aim at the development of whatever good qualities there are in the Albanians. And it would definitely recognize a Yugoslav-Albanian frontier, which is acceptable to both countries. 11. The position in 1921, the Tirana government and the Merditi. While Europe in the year 1921 was either exhausted or belligerent or both, she had a vague knowledge that hostilities were being carried on between the Serbs and the Albanians. Telegrams from Rome, Tirana, and elsewhere appeared in the papers saying that the Serbs continued to advance. Occasionally, a Serbian statesman would declare that his government desired the independence of Albania. Then some Albanian delegate in Geneva would make a protest and ask the League of Nations, of which Albania was now a member, to take this matter in hand. A Serbian delegate would also address the League. Again, you would hear of the Serbian army pushing forward, that a good many soldiers had fallen. And no one seemed to know why the Serbs would want to shed their blood in order to add to their miscellaneous problems this very grave one of administering such a region inhabited by such a people. Why did they not content themselves with the frontier which the powers temporarily assigned to them in 1918? From the junction of the Black and White Drin, runs south along the rocky right bank of the river, and then, crossing to the other side, passes along the top of a range of mountains. What more could they wish to have, presuming that it was not their intention to annex what lay between them and the Adriatic? Well, it appears that never once did they go beyond the aforementioned line to which they were legally entitled, except when for a short time they were in pursuit towards Luria of certain invaders. Not only were they legally entitled to take up their position on the mountains to the west of the Black Drin, but the Muslim tribes, the Malizi and the Luri, who dwell in that uninviting district, were most anxious that the Serbs should come and should remain. For this, the tribes had two principal reasons. In the first place, they recognized that their compatriots in Jikovica and Prizren were immeasurably better off than before they came under Serbian rule. And secondly, they did not wish to be separated from those towns which are their markets. In fact, they had become so anxious to throw in their lot with the Slavs that they formed 6 battalions which operated on both banks of the river under the command of Bayram Ramadan, Mahmud Rayab, and others. In opposition to these battalions were the troops of the so-called national government, that of Tirana. This government is repudiated by a great many Albanians on account of its reactionary methods, its subservience to the Italians, and its failure to do anything for the people. The battalions then were engaged in 1921 not against their immediate neighbors to the west, the Catholic Merdidi, of whom we shall speak anon, but against the more distant government of Tirana. Thus the League of Nations beheld that the administration which they were about to confirm as the legitimate government of Albania was violently opposed by compact masses of Catholics and Muslims. Perhaps some of the members of the League began to doubt whether they should have accepted the assurance of the Anglo-Albanian Society that the Tirana government, containing Muslim, Catholic, and Orthodox members, was really a national affair. Perhaps they began to suspect that the 2 Christian elements were only there to throw a little dust in the eyes of Europe. And perhaps Lord Robert Cecil began to feel doubtful whether, at the urgent request of his friend, Mr. Aubrey Herbert, president of the Anglo-Albanian Society, he had been well advised to bring about the admission into the League of a country which had 2 simultaneous governments before it had a frontier. Perhaps one was beginning to recognize that there are Albanians, but no Albania. The emissaries of Tirana might depict as of no importance the hostilities that were being waged against them by the Muslim tribes. They might tell the League of Nations that the Merdidi revolution was not worth considering. It is a fact that the Merdidi are not very numerous, but in close connection with their 18,000 people are the Shala with 500 houses and the Shoshi with 300. Tradition has it that they are descended from 3 brothers who set out from their arid village of Shiraka on Lake Scutari to seek their fortune. The most ancient, the most noble and important family of northern Albania is that of Gomorkai, whose seat is at Oroshi, the capital of Merdidi. Despite enormous difficulties, they succeeded in maintaining their own position and the prestige of the Merdidi. They refused to recognize the Turkish government and clung so tenaciously to their own usages and laws and were so famous for their courage that the sultans were eager to grant them privileges and concessions. Thereafter, they promised to assist the sultan against external aggression, and always did so with great success. It was due to the Merdidi that the Albanian mountaineers preserved their nationality, their religion, and their customs, for they were ever the leaders of the other Albanian tribes. The most prominent of the Merdidi in our time have been Prenk Bibdota, who, after long years of exile, was assassinated in Albania, Mark Dioni, now the president of the Merdidi Republic, and above all the great abbot Monsignor Primadoci, a man of vast culture who returned to his own country after serving the Vatican as a diplomat in various parts of the world. It is not surprising that the educational standard of his native land filled him with the determination to build schools, and that, owing to his efforts, the Roman Catholic establishment of 30 native priests and of bishops who were nearly all foreigners has developed into a body of almost 300 native priests with no foreign bishops. A poet himself, he founded the literary society Bashkimila Unione, in which all capable patriots were invited to collaborate. He constructed more than 20 strongholds in and around Oroshi, and when he died in February 1917, it was largely owing to the persecution which he suffered at the hands of the Austrians. What has latterly aroused his faithful people is the persecution leveled at them by the Muslim Italian government at Tirana. A certain amount of mystery envelops the death of Bibdota. An opinion widely held is that Italians were responsible, But Mr. H.E. Goad rebukes me in the Fortnightly Review for not knowing that the Italians laid aside the crude methods of political murder centuries ago. Perhaps he doesn't regard the massacre of the helpless French soldiers at Riga in 1919 as political murder, since they were only privates. Perhaps he doesn't count that famous expedition of the 5 lieutenants to assassinate Zanella because it was unsuccessful. But he might be right concerning Bibdota. That personage had been to Durazzo to confer with the Italians. He had refused to accept an Italian protectorate in Albania, and on his return he was killed in his carriage before he could reach Scutari. The chief assailant was a Catholic of Clementi, believed to be an adherent of Assad Pasha, and also an Italian agent d'occasion. Yet, as several Italian soldiers who accompanied Bibdota were wounded, it would seem that those, myself included, who believed that this affair had been arranged by the Italians were wrong. As for Bibdota's fortune, Mr. Goad asserts that by Albanian law he did not have to leave it to his nearest kinsman, Marco Dioni. That is, I beg to say, precisely what he had to do according to the custom of their ancient family. Mr. Goad says that the cash went to the poor. I say that a good deal of it went into the pocket of a lady who was much younger than the dead man and was on excellent terms with an Italian major. If Mr. Goad had visited Albania at that time and had been interested in other things besides what he tells us of the moonlight of Klashura, and the splendid plane trees over the Vuisha, and the sunrise reflected on the gleaming mountain walls of Njemurica, I would not have to tell him all this about Bibdota's money. He says that Marco Dioni is a discredited, disgruntled person who became a tool of the Serbs and fled to Serbia. But he forgets that Bibdota was killed in March 1919, and that until May 1921, Marco Dioni remained in Albania, enjoying the friendship of Italy rather than that of Serbia. In fact, it was not easy for him to abandon his friendship owing to various deals in connection with the Merditi forests. No doubt he resents the loss of his heritage. But why in the name of goodness should not he and his followers fight for their liberty? And why should the Serbs not help them at a time when the frontiers of Albania had not been fixed nor the government officially recognized? The Serbs were helping him to make war, says Mr. Goad, against his legitimate rulers. Yet we must be lenient with our Mr. Goad, for he himself admits that few can write of Balkan politics without revealing symptoms of that partisan disease. He has made up his mind that the Serbs are the villains of the piece, and there, for him, it is the end of it. A delegation from the Merditi consisting of the Reverend Professor Anthony Achiku and Captain Dode Leche came to Geneva in October 1921 and requested the League not to issue a confirmation of the tyrannic government. They showed that this government had no other aim than to turn Albania into a small Turkey. No doubt the Muslims, as the most numerous element, had a right to have a majority in the cabinet, but there was no justification in their appointment of pure Turks. The Tirana government proposed in the autumn of 1921 that any Albanian coming from Turkey who has held a public office there shall be refused admittance into the Albanian administration until 2 years after his return. This is a proposal, but not yet, I believe, an effective law. The Minister of Justice has been old Hodja Kadri, and the Minister of War one Sela el-Ben Bey, an officer of Kemal Pasha, and neither of these was acquitted with the Albanian language. When the Merditi started to show their dislike of this government, the war minister commanded his troops to slay without mercy anyone who dared to raise his voice. Thus it came about that the village of Oroshi, Latsi, Gomsic, and Naratsi were destroyed, while those of the inhabitants who could escape fled across the frontier to Serbia. As for particular cases of iniquity, we may instance that of the Muslim officer Shakir Nizami, who, as a manifestation of his hatred for the Christians, had violated at Scutari a girl of 14 whose name was Shakia Hill Pollux. He was sentenced by the French military authorities and was liberated by the Minister of Justice as soon as the French had quitted Scutari. On the other hand, Kolhachiku, a brother of the delegate, had killed a Muslim in self-defense and had been acquitted by the French court-martial. After their departure, he was taken to Tirana and sentenced to death. But apart from all such misdeeds, the Merdidi complained that the Tirana government, which could not openly wage war with Serbia, had organized the Kosovo Committee, whose object it was to foment trouble in Serbia and to send armed bands of marauders onto Serbian territory. At the very moment when the delegation was at Geneva, one of these bands, in the night between October 12th and 13th, raided the village of Mojistja near Gostivar. Furnished with Italian machine guns and bombs, they came over the mountains, set fire to the village, and killed many of the people as they fled. They are accustomed on such expeditions to steal the children and hold them to ransom, a lucrative operation which Dionysio Arditi may have copied from their Albanian colleagues. It would seem then, according to the statement of the Merdidi, that the conflict on the Black Drin, of which Europe had vaguely heard, the Tirana government and not that of Serbia was the aggressor. Mr. Aubrey Herbert may write pathetic letters to the press. Miss Durham may write letters of indignation. But how could their protégés of Tirana be said to be valiantly defending themselves against the wicked Serbs when the very villages which, said Mr. Herbert, were destroyed, Ross and Darda and so forth, were situated in the district to which the Serbs were legally entitled? The Merdidi delegates had an interview in Geneva with Lord Robert Cecil. An attempt was made by the Tirana delegates to discredit Professor Achacu by publishing a telegram from Monsignor Serigi, the Archbishop of Scutari, but which the professor accused the rival delegate, the bearded, bustling Father Fannoli, of having composed himself. And in that message it was stated that Achacu was expelled from Albania. This he did not deny. He was, he said, one of 4,000 who had been driven out by the arbitrary government, and he had hoped that they would soon be able to return. The message called Achacu a traitor, but that is a matter of opinion. It said that he was in the service of a foreign power. He replied that the Merdidi had never concealed their wish to live in friendship with their neighbors. And the proof that they envisaged nothing more than friendship was that they were petitioning the League to recognize the Merdidi Republic. Among the other charges against Achacu was one which said that he was sailing under false colors. This was an absurd accusation and one which enabled the Reverend Father to mention that his opponent Monsignor, who was then being called Bishop Fannoli, was neither a bishop nor an Albanian, but a simple priest, a Greek from Adrianople, whose real name was Theophanes. This clever man, who had decided to form an Orthodox Albanian church, had apparently become its bishop without the formality of consecration, had enjoyed some success at Geneva owing to his knowledge of languages. He circulated a telegram from Tirana which purported to be a disavowal of the Merdidi delegation by a number of Merdidi notables. But a reply was sent by Mark Dioni, the president of the Merdidi Republic, an elderly man of great sagacity and experience, for in Turkish times he had been chief magistrate of the Merdidi. He pointed out that all the notables and all the tribal chieftains had gone, like himself, into exile, and that the names were those of insignificant persons who had acted under fear of death. Dioni did not in this telegram allude to the position of those Catholic priests and others in northern Albania who support the Tirana government and its Italian paymasters. Some of them may believe that they are acting in the interest of their country. To act otherwise would be perilous, And everyone seems to know the precise number of napoleons a month, ranging from the 150 of an ecclesiastical magnate down to 7.5, the pay of a simple gendarme, which they are alleged to receive. Do they ever think of the starving Italian peasants? On October 7th, another telegram was sent from Croatia, the capital of the Merditi, to the Tirana delegation, which protested energetically against the activities of a certain Anthony Achiko. Yet on October 9th, an individual called Notes Pistule, who had traveled specially from Scutari, presented himself at the Merditi delegates' hotel, and in the name of the Scutari National Council asked whether a reconciliation could not be made between the Merditi and the Tirana government. Being told that the Merditi would have nothing to do with the Turkish government of Tirana, he held out hopes that another government more representative of Albania would soon be constituted. It was remarkable that Tirana should have dispatched this envoy after giving out that the Merditi were traitors and that their delegates represented nobody. Lord Robert Cecil did not at first seem to think that their desire for a republic independent of Tirana could be gratified, but on being initiated into the facts of the case and told that definitely to reject them would look as if he were a foe of Christianity, Lord Robert said that such was far from being the case. He would do whatever he could to help them. And on the next day it was decided that, in accordance with the Merditi request, a commission should proceed to Albania. The Italian delegate, Marquis Imperiale, submitted that there was no need to hurry this commission, and Monsignor Dioni explained in a telegram that if the commission went forthwith, it would discover in Albania cannons, rifles, and other war material from Italy, that it would find numerous Turkish officers of the Kemalist army who had been brought from Asia Minor in Italian ships, and that it would perceive that the cannons, the Turkish government of Tirana, the rifles, the Turkish officers, certain Catholic ecclesiastics, in a word, the whole of Albania, such as it is today, is nothing else, said he, but a massed Italian instrument of war against Serbia, while all the bloody consequences of this perpetual struggle have to be endured by the border population. One afternoon, at the beginning of November, 650 Tirana soldiers pursued by the Merditi gave themselves up to the Serbian authorities on the Black Drin. They had with them a dozen officers, of whom 2 were Italians, and these accounted for themselves by saying that they had come out to organize and to lead the Albanian army. Now, would this be the best solution of the Albanian problem, that the Merditi Republic and that of Tirana should both be recognized, since it is quite clear that it would be immoral and very useless for Europe to try to persuade the Merditi to place themselves under the Tirana regime? But there appears to be no doubt that the Muslims of northern Albania, however much they may now sympathize with the Merditi in their attitudes towards Tirana, would just as strenuously resist their own incorporation in a Christian republic. Down at the bottom of their hearts, all the Albanian delegates who came to Geneva must know that if an Albanian state is larger than one tribe, it will go to pieces. Whatever good qualities may be latent in the Albanian, he is as yet, with rare exceptions, in that state of culture which has no idea of duty on the part of the state or of duty towards the state. As an example of his views on the exercise of authority, we may instance the case of the 82 Albanians led by Islam Aga Batusha of the village of Voshka, who stopped Panisha Ratchets and his companions in the summer of 1921 while they were riding one day from Jakovica to Pech. Punica enjoys the fullest confidence of the border tribes because he has never been known to break his word. They are very conscious that even their vaunted Besa is not nowadays observed as it was, say, 50 years ago, for the Austrian and Italian propaganda schools have had an unfortunate effect. Well, as the 82 sat round Panisha and his friends in the courtyard of a mosque where they spent the whole day confabulating, they said they hoped that he, a just and wise man, would help them. and their principal grievance was that the Serbian police no longer allowed them to kill each other. Why should the police interfere in their private affairs? Recently, the police had arrested a man whom one of these protesters wanted to kill, and therefore he thought he would have to kill one of the police. Even those who have spent their lives in Serbia are too often at this stage of development. A few years ago, in the village of Procupole, an Albanian assassinated his neighbor and was sentenced to 20 years penal servitude. The judge asked the dead man's brother if he was satisfied.
"No, I am not,"
he answered,
"because now I shall have to wait 20 years to kill him."
Their ancient custom of blood vengeance continues to flourish, though in Serbia the police and public opinion are against it. Thus, at Luka in the department of Pech, one Alil Mahmud was murdered by a Berisha to avenge his uncle, so that now the sons of this Mahmud propose to kill a Berisha, not the murderer, but one equal in rank to their late father. And in consequence, Ahmed Beg, son of Murteza Pasha of Djukovica, is afraid to leave his house, which the Serbian police, at his request, is guarding. How much of the Albanian conceives that he owes a duty to the state may be instanced by the application of a smuggler that he be granted a permit to go to Zagreb in order to dispose of 6,000 oka of tobacco which he had brought over the frontier. He was talking to a Serb who has the confidence of the Albanians because he does not treat them as if they were Serbs. And when this father confessor advised him to get rid of the tobacco locally, which he succeeded in doing, the Albanians objected that the excise officers gave him constant anxiety. They were thieves who insisted on payment being made to them if they came across his merchandise. And if it be said that this is too humble a case, we may mention that of Ali Riza, one of the chief officers of the Tirana army, which was last year operating against the Serbs. So indifferent is he as to the uniform he bears that the year before last in Vienna, he begged an influential Serb to recommend him for a lieutenancy in the Serbian army. His request was not granted because it was ascertained that, besides being unable to read and write, his work as an Austrian gendarme had been more zealous than creditable. Footnote regarding 6,000 oka of tobacco. This would be about 18,000 pounds of voix de pois. End of footnote. 12. Serbia's good influence. What then is Europe to do with these wild children of hers? The tribes, Catholic and Muslim, who dwell between the Big Drin and the frontier allotted to Serbia in 1913, asked the aforesaid Punitia in 1919 to intervene in their quarrels, and the result was that a small number of Serbian soldiers were scattered about that country. They were placed at the disposal of the chief, whom they assisted in maintaining order. Needless to say, they collected no taxes or recruits, and all their supplies came to them from Serbia. The people were impressed, not only by the uniform, but by the men's conduct. Before going to these posts, where they were relieved every 2 or 3 months, the men were instructed with regard to Albanian customs, and no case occurred of any transgression. So rigidly did they enforce the precept that anyone who tried to violate or carry off a woman was, if he persisted, to be shot. That last year at Tropolye in Gashi, when the girl in question was said to be not unwilling, they pursued the abductors, and in the subsequent battle there were fatalities on both sides. The Serbian soldiers for whose safety the village was responsible made themselves so popular that when the Tirana government appointed one Neman Ferez to go to those parts as sub-prefect, he was chased away by the people headed by the mayor of the Krasniqi, who is a nephew of Baram Beg Zur, the illiterate ex-brigand and ex-minister of war of the Tirana government. Let this system of small Serbian posts be extended over the whole of northern Albania. That is to say, in those districts where the natives are willing to receive them. After all, the Serbs understand these neighbors of theirs. telephones and roads will be built and eventually railway along the Drin. The northern Albanians will then, for the first time, be on the high road towards peace and prosperity. And if the rest of Albania has by then attained to anything like this condition, everybody would be glad to see a free and independent Albania. Now, what prospect is there of the rest of Albania taking any analogous steps? If the regions which at present submit to Tirana decline to modify their methods, it would seem that warfare between them and their kinsmen to the north and northeast must continue, and that the foundations of a united, free Albania will not yet be laid. One might presume from their bellicose attitude that the Tirana government, extending to and including the town of Scutari, is all against a pacific solution. And if one argues that their attitude would be quite different without the support they receive from Italy, then the Italians would doubtless reply that they have as much right to assist the Tirana Albanians as Yugoslavia has to assist those of the north. But that is not the case. Between Italy and the Albanians, there are no such ancient political and economic ties as between the Albanians and the Serbs. The medieval connection with Venice has left with many Albanians a dolorous memory. For apart from the fact that Venice, as in Dalmatia, was pursuing a merely selfish policy, it was directly due to her that the Turkish Sultan in the 15th century was able to establish himself in Albania. Thrice his troops had been repelled by those of Skanderbeg when the arrangement was made for them to enter the fortress of Rosafat in Venetian uniforms, and then 400 years elapsed before the Sultan's standard was pulled down. In recent times, the government of Italy has been furnishing the Shqiptar with schools, and these were not its only acts of benevolence towards that wretched people. They have been given schools and rifles, munitions, and gold. The Albanians were willing to accept this largesse, but that it forged a link between patron and client that has conferred on the Italians any right to occupy the country they denied and enforced this denial in 1920 at the point of the bayonet. Mr. H. Goad said in the Fortnightly Review that this remark of mine is quite unhistorical, since Italy says he was in course of withdrawal when certain Albanians, stirred up as usual by Yugoslavs, attacked her retreating troops. If the Albanians had only known that Italy, despite her having been, says Mr. Goad, supremely useful to Albania, had resolved to quit, they would perhaps have let them go with dignity. But if Mr. Goad will read some of the contemporary Italian newspapers, he will see that my allusion to the bayonet was much too mild, utterly regardless of the fact that the Italian evacuation was, according to plan, the Shqiptar treated them abominably. It brought up memories of Abyssinia. Or does Mr. Goad deny that even a general officer was outraged and blew out his brains? This Albanian onslaught was so far from being stirred up by the Yugoslavs that, as we have seen, the Belgrade government refused to furnish them with munitions. That is not to say that they did not approve of the Albanian push, for they maintain, in spite of Mr. Goad, the principle of the Balkans for the Balkan peoples. If Italy, as our strange publicist asserts, has a mandate, presumably a moral one, to defend Albania against aggression, he will find, I think, that Yugoslavs heartily agree with this thesis, and that they are also quite determined to defend Albania from aggression. When he asserts that various ties existed between Italy and the Albanians, the Albanian language, the feudal architecture, much that is characteristic in Albanian art, and so forth, I would refer him to Monsieur Justin Godard, with whom I am glad for once to be in agreement. There is no traditional or actual link, says he, between the two countries. If, on account of this geographical position, they propose to have commercial relations, then everything has yet to be established. If there is to be a friendship, we believe that Italy must do her best to wipe out many memories. She has not profited from the large number of Albanians in her southern provinces in order to have an Albanian policy." However, the magnanimous Italians came back declaring that on this occasion they would not occupy the country, except the little island of Sassuolo, but that they really could not restrain themselves from bestowing the schools, the rifles, the munitions, and gold. Once more, the Albanians agreed to accept them. They also accepted the Turkish officers and officials whom the Italian ships brought to them from Asia Minor. And when their government became more and more Turkish and more intractable, they found that they had excited the hostility of large numbers of their own compatriots. This developed during 1921 into violent conflicts, and the bountiful Italians provided the Tirana government's army with expert tuition. Nevertheless, in the Albanians' opinion, there are no bonds between the two races. And if the Italians would retire from Albania, permitting the Balkans to be for the Balkan peoples, and if the fanatical Turks went back to Asia Minor, it would soon be seen that the present rage between northern and central Albania would peter out into the isolated murders which the Albanians have hitherto been unable to dispense with. Left to themselves, the Albanians of Tirana would eventually ask for some such assistance from Serbia as the northern tribes have received. 3 months after the departure of the Italians from Scutari, a plebiscite would show that this town, which has lately gone so far as to refuse, yes, even our Muslims have refused, to fill the depleted ranks of the Tirana forces, was anxious to come to a friendly settlement with their Albanian neighbors and the Yugoslavs. This would be a victory of Scutari's common sense over all those fanatics and intriguers whose activities involve her death. For she cannot possibly thrive if she persists in cutting herself off from the hinterland and from the benefits that will accrue from the canalization of the Bojana. However, the Italians, officially or unofficially, will not yet awhile leave Albania. And how will this retard or modify the reasonableness of those parts which acknowledge Tirana? As for the town of Scutari, it is probable that if she found herself permanently cut off by the Merdidi from direct communication with Tirana, she would allow her incipient independence to come more to the surface. With Tirana less capable of enforcing her behests, the Scutarans would gradually venture to act in their own interests. They would aim at local autonomy within the sphere of Yugoslav influence and in the same sphere as their markets. It is to be hoped that Yugoslavia will be prepared for this, since she does not possess too many educated citizens who understand the Albanian mentality. A course of conduct which pays no attention to this would alienate even the Turks from Podgorica and Dolcino, whose acquaintance with the very language of Albania is so limited. There seems, however, to be no reason why the mixed population of Albanian Muslims and Catholics, of Orthodox Serbs and of Muslims who declined to come under the all-too patriarchal rule of Nicholas of Montenegro should not have the same happy experience as the inhabitants of Jakovica and Prizren. Later on, the Scutarans will be called upon to decide whether they prefer, like those other predominantly Albanian towns, to remain in Yugoslavia or whether they wish to throw in their lot with a free Albania. And in that case, their town would become the capital of the country. Failing Scutari, the capital would most probably be Oroshi, which is now the capital of the Merdidi. And why, we may be asked, why should Tirana not be the capital? In the central parts of Albania, in the country round Tirana, where the natives are derisively called Lape by the warriors of the north and by the cultured Albanians of the south, we believe that the assistance of Italy will be unable to prevent a collapse. It must also be remembered that the people of the district of Tirana are, for the most part, in opposition to the present Tirana government. This became clear when the partisans of Asad Pasha's policy overthrew and imprisoned the Tirana ministers. Economically and morally, Tirana will decline until she is compelled to seek a union with the people of northern Albania, those of the south having meanwhile gravitated towards Greece. Then the moment will arrive when the North and the South, in their task of building up a free and united Albania, will admit the center under various conditions. These will have to be of a rather stern character, or so at any rate they will seem to the folk of Tirana. Taxes will have to be paid, military service or services in the gendarmerie will have to be rendered, and schools will have to be established for both sexes. This, then, is the future country of Albania, which, if one is rash enough to prophesy, may exist in 50 years. But there is no risk whatever in asserting that a free, united Albania is, in the immediate future, quite impossible. End of section 16. Read by Keith Marohn.